And good morning. Welcome everyone to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. It's a beautiful Monday morning here on March 7th. We've got quite a few bills in front of us today, but we're going to kick things off with introductions. To start off with, I am Senator Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. And I'm proud to represent my hometown of Brunswick. And I will kick things over to my esteemed co-chair, Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Mike Sylvester. I represent District 39, which is the Eastern Peninsula portion of Portland and the Fighting Islands of Casco Bay. And I will be timing folks today. Just reminding you of the speakers, co-sponsors, they all get unlimited time to say what they need to say. Everybody else is going to be on a clock for 3 minutes. I'll flash you my phone at the beginning to let you know that I began timing, and then at 30 seconds, I'm going to hold it up so you can see the countdown and finish up your thoughts. And if we get to the end, I'm going to ask you to finish your sentence, and then we'll move to questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Sylvester. Senator Hickman.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, including my hometown of Winthrop, and happy to be here for part 2 of Housing Day.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Representative Dick Bradstreet, representing the towns of Battleboro, Windsor, Somerville, and part of Augusta.
Thank you. Representative Cuddy. Did we lose Representative Cuddy? We had him there for a split second. And Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Gary Drinkwater, representing District 121.
Representative Gear.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Tracy Gear. I represent House District 9, which is Kennebunkport and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk.
Representative Morris.
Good morning. I'm State Representative Joshua Morris. I represent House District 75, which is Turner, Leeds, and Livermore.
Representative Pepper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm Sarah Pepworth. I'm proud to represent House District 133, which includes Blue Hill, Brooksville, Brooklyn, Castine, Sedgwick, and Surrey.
Thank you. And Representative Prescott.
I'm Dwayne Prescott, House District 17. That'd be Waterboro and Lyman.
Thank you. And Representative Rader.
Hi, Representative Amy Rader. I represent House District 125, a portion of Bangor.
And Representative Warren.
Good morning. I'm Representative Sophie Warren. I'm fortunate to represent part of my hometown here in Scarborough, Maine.
Thank you so much. And for members of the public who are tuning in, just a reminder that we're in the full swing of things here in the legislature. So you'll notice that we have some members who are not with us this morning. You'll see people coming and going. This is not out of a lack of respect for the measure in front of us or folks' testimony, but many of us on this committee serve on other committees as well and have other bills. So just begging all of everyone's forgiveness to be patient with us as we navigate all of the things the legislature is throwing at us at this time. And I do see that Representative Cuddy has been able to join us. So Representative Cuddy, if you'd like to introduce yourself. Yes, no, maybe, fingers crossed. And also your patience as we deal with internet as well. Well, Representative Cuddy, if you are able to unmute at any time, feel free to jump in. Before we get things started, I do want to just do a little bit of a reminder of how public hearing works. I know we have a lot of members of the public here who've not testified before, and there have been some questions. So just sort of wanted to sort of set what everyone's going to expect. The purpose of the hearing is to invite testimony from members of the public regarding proposed legislation that is pending before this committee. The committee will hear testimony from present person, including those participating by Zoom or phone, who wish to speak for, against, and neither for nor against the bills to be heard today. So just as a reminder, we're going to be taking testimony in favor of the bills first, after the bill's sponsors present, and then after for, we'll go for against, and then after that, we'll have neither for nor against. With leave of the chair, committee members may ask questions of any person testifying today. Other questions are not permitted, and whether or not you testify, you may submit written testimony to the committee. And we are ably assisted in this process by our wonderful committee clerk, Justin Purvis, as well as our OPLA analyst, Steve Langland. Please be mindful that your testimony is public and is available to all once it's presented. As I always say, please don't, say anything you wouldn't want to say to your grandmother or something you wouldn't want to have in print, because this is being not only recorded and streamed live, the audio is available as well, and the testimony is made part of the record. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised of the following. Please make sure that you state your name, your residence, and the organization, if any, that you represent. And I just want to remind folks who will be testifying to please, keep a level of decorum. Please don't impugn the motives of any committee members, of the bill sponsors, or of anyone who's testified before. This is really a great opportunity for all of us to hear what folks are thinking and really dig into these bills. And it's with all of your feedback that we're able to do our work. So with that, I think we're going to jump right into what is most likely going to be an interesting morning. We do have a little bit of switch in the bill order. We have the speaker's bill will be going first. So Justin, if you would like to let him into the Zoom. And while we're doing that, I'm going to open this up. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing on LD 2003, an act to implement the recommendations of the Commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions. I'll pass it over to the bill sponsor, Speaker Fecto. And just a reminder to folks who are watching, that legislators have unlimited time, but once we turn it over to members of the public, we will be using the 3-minute timer. And with that, Speaker Fecto, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. Thank you. Representative Sylvester, honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Ryan Fecto, and I represent my hometown of Biddeford here in the legislature. And I also have the distinct honor of serving as Speaker of the Maine House. I'm here today to present LD 2003, an act to eliminate the recommendations of the Commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions. Maine is facing an affordable housing crisis. According to the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition, nearly 31,000 renters, 1 in 5 Maine renters, pay more than half their income toward housing costs. And for every family living in an affordable, federally subsidized unit, nearly 3 families are on a waiting list, which is over 25,000 people. This is a statewide problem. There's not a single county in our state where a full-time worker earning the minimum wage can afford a typical 2-bedroom apartment. In order to keep up with demand, Maine needs 1,000 units of affordable housing added to our housing stock on an annual basis. We have been averaging, unfortunately, roughly 250 units per year, except for last year when we managed to double production, adding a little over 500 units. So the momentum is on our side to achieve 1,000 units, and LD 2003 can help us get there. Like many of you, I believe addressing this crisis must be multifaceted. In 2020, Governor Mills signed my bill, LD 1645, into law, which created a housing tax incentive, an investment of $80 million over the next 7 years. The bipartisan work that went to LD 1645 demonstrated that together we can make significant headway on one of the largest challenges facing our state, providing safe, affordable housing to our working families. Projects in Skowhegan, Portland, and Bath have already broken ground, and each and every unit will provide Maine families a dignified, safe, and affordable place to live. With American Rescue Plan funds, Maine is also investing an additional $50 million into the construction of affordable housing. I'm incredibly proud of these initiatives, but construction of affordable housing is only one solution to the crisis that we face. Last year, the legislature voted to pass LD 609 to create the commission to study land use and zoning restrictions and how they relate to the lack of affordable housing in Maine. The commission found that in too many municipalities, a web of various zoning and land use ordinances and state laws were preventing sensible projects, both big and small, from coming to fruition. The commission extensively reviewed how we can tackle the barriers to producing more affordable housing in our state. LD 2003 holds all 9 recommendations from the commission's final report, which I outlined in my report back to this committee in January. Today, you all will hear from you'll hear from the environmental community, who appreciates the proposals in this bill because they promote density and infill in land already zoned for housing. You will hear from Mainers of all political affiliations who value the property rights guaranteed to citizens who would be able to build accessory dwelling units on their own private lots. This is the truest form of local control. You will hear from Maine's business community, who know as employers that the housing shortage is keeping them from attracting and retaining workers. You will hear from advocates who consider affordable housing to be an issue of justice and equity, that this bill will right past wrongs caused by a history of redlining, in part influenced by federal loan policies that excluded people of color. You will hear from everyday Mainers who are struggling to find housing for themselves or an aging parent or an adult child who wants to make a life for themselves right here in Maine, but are struggling to find an affordable place to call home. You may hear from communities who already are making meaningful zoning reforms, like Brunswick, where they changed ADU ordinances and now have 100 accessory dwelling units of housing, which houses renters of all ages. Auburn may achieve all the recommendations from this bill in the upcoming year and will have added 800 new units within the next 2 years. Belfast is actively reviewing their zoning to be sure affordable housing is not barred. I commend the good work municipalities have done and are currently undertaking, and we can help bolster these efforts. In addition, you may hear from folks who believe this proposal erodes local control and will usher in a tsunami of housing, a tsunami so great everything from schools to water infrastructure to traffic patterns will be overwhelmed and stressed. I want to caution you to separate red herrings from constructive feedback on what's actually proposed in this bill. In the coming days, I look forward to addressing concerns raised regarding actual provisions in the bill or adding provisions that strengthen the language around water infrastructure, for example, in order to expand the coalition of already diverse support that's behind this proposal. In order for Maine to meet the needs of the workforce and reach its economic potential, there's an urgent need for more housing. And we must recognize we all have a role to play in solving this crisis. After all, municipalities alone do not and should not shoulder the burden on how and why we got here. State government must also take responsibility for the housing crunch. LD 2003 would empower municipalities to make changes that lead to greater housing availability. The state of Maine needs to be at the table to support our towns, and this bill does that by awarding financial incentives to communities for talking through the numerous zoning issues that were not contemplated by this bill, and offer additional incentives if they adopt policy changes that would foster a more favorable environment for housing construction. The bill answers the call of municipalities who've asked for technical assistance so they can develop and implement their new zoning and land use ordinances, with grants for municipalities to help carry out the responsibilities in developing and implementing zoning and land use ordinances at the local level. The commission was fortunate to have a representative from Maine Municipal Association guiding these recommendations that were ultimately put forth in this bill. We heard from them loud and clear that state support is needed to make changes that will positively impact the much needed supply of housing in our communities. The bill would allow in any zone in which housing is already permitted for structures with up to 4 dwelling units to be built. It would also allow accessory dwelling units in all Maine towns. Under this bill, towns and cities can still enact and enforce regulations to protect their water and sewer systems and their setback requirements. They still must comply with state shoreland zoning laws protecting our precious natural resources. Under this bill, towns and cities simply cannot prohibit accessory dwelling units simply because they are accessory dwelling units, or multifamily housing, the up to 4 units, just because it is multifamily housing. In other words, it gives control to the most local entity of all, Maine people. It tells folks like you and me that if we own property in a residential zone and we want to build a duplex, for example, we should have the right to do so. This is not taking power away from people. It's doing just the opposite. It's empowering local people to exercise their right to liberty and self-determination. With reasonable regulations still in place, it largely removes government imposition over Maine people and their ingenuity to make the most of the land that they own. Let me provide a real-world example of how this law would change things. I recently visited a family who just added an addition to their home so their aging mom can move in while maintaining some independence in her own space. The ADU was allowed because the family ditched a refrigerator and stove in the kitchen. Meanwhile, several hundred yards away was another residential zone where a stove and refrigerator would be permitted in an ADU. The inconsistency in requirements as hurdles for Maine families and often prevents them from being able to solve challenges affordably for themselves, like caring for an aging parent or providing an affordable home to a young person. In this case, fortunately, the family was able to move forward without the fridge and without the stove. But for some folks, that would have prevented this accessory dwelling unit from becoming reality. What happened to letting folks exercise their Yankee ingenuity? I must note, this family weighed other options for their mom to rent or buy a small place nearby, but they were more than double what they spent on the addition in their own backyard. In addition, this bill would prohibit ordinances that cap the number of building or development permits for housing. These caps have been used to get in the way of the free market by artificially limiting housing supply. The bill requires our towns and cities to allow affordable housing to be built at certain densities and ensures that affordable housing developments remain affordable under covenants for at least 30 years to ensure stability for families of all ages. As Maine invests in the construction of housing, it only makes sense that we ensure the investments we are making in affordable housing remain affordable for decades into the future. This bill also includes a housing appeals board, just like the one they're using next door in New Hampshire, which ensures accountability. The appeals board will save municipalities time and money by avoiding the court battles they currently face when a permit seeker appeals a decision to the courts. While there might be disagreement on who gets to appoint the appeals board, there's only one person who appoints judges in our state. And I think the legislature having the opportunity to weigh in on who comprises an appeals board is an important provision and will allow us to have a better say in the decisions that are made that are often going to court to be decided. Last, the bill amends the fair housing provisions of the Maine Human Rights Act, so no Maine government entity can use outdated terms or relics of redlining to restrict the construction or development of housing. Before I close, I do want to draw your attention to a drafting error under Section 9, page 4, line 10. The deadline is listed as April 20th, 2022, but that should have been read April 20th, 2023. The issue of housing is critical to people's wellness, to our economy, and to our workforce. It's important and critical to the dignity of older Mainers and the future of our young people. The future of housing in Maine will determine the prosperity of its hard-working families. I look forward to the committee's work on this bill. I'd like to thank everyone who is here to testify today on all sides of this issue. I want to specifically commend the commissioners, those who served on the commission in which these recommendations came forward. It was a pleasure working with all of them, including Senator Hickman, who I had the opportunity to co-chair the commission with. I believe we put forward some very strong recommendations for the legislature's consideration. Again, I wish to extend my willingness to work together to craft a bill that can become law and helps people immediately. I believe Maine can and must reform decades-old zoning and land use policy that prevents sensible housing from being built. The statewide housing crunch is too serious, and we must act. I thank you for your time, and I am pleased and happy to answer any questions that you might have of me.
Thank you so much, Speaker Fecteau. And I have questions from Senator Hickman, followed by Representative Bradstreet, followed by Representative Prescott, and followed by Representative Morris. So with that, Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Speaker Fecto, for all of your work over the years on trying to ensure that we increase housing opportunities for all Mainers and all residents of our state. It was indeed a pleasure to work with you on what I consider one of your most passionate projects, and co-chairing the commission with you. I just had a brief question about the drafting error. I missed it. I missed the page and I missed the line. And I just would like for you, please, to tell me where I'm changing a date in the original bill.
Thank you, Senator. I closed out of my testimony, but fortunately I was able to quickly bring it back up here. So 1 second, let me pull that back up here. It's on under section 9, which is, I believe, page 4, line 10 of the bill.
Okay. I was looking at page 9 and I'm like, I don't see any dates. So
yeah, section page 4, line 10.
I got it. April 20th, 2024.
23, not 22. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I've
yes,
got.
thanks. And I don't want that to be a criticism of Sam, who worked very, very hard drafting this bill. There was obviously a lot of layers to this bill, and I appreciate all the work he did to make those recommendations turn into statutory language that we could all consider. So it's definitely not unlikely that he would have had a small oversight. So
thank you.
I have Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Speaker, for being here. Actually, I have several questions, but I know other people will probably have questions as well. So I'll just ask a couple if it's okay, and then back off. And this is again for you or anybody who may be following you, if they have answers to these. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that last year I think we created twice as much as affordable housing as we had in previous years. And I wonder, to what do you attribute that? And are there already things in motion that would maybe seek to address what you're trying to address with this bill?
Yeah, I think a big part of that was the affordable housing tax credit that we passed in 2020. That has led to more housing projects coming online. I think Dan Brennan at Maine State Housing Authority can also speak to that. I know the real estate transfer tax credit is a part of the home fund, which also gets used for affordable housing projects. And as we all know, I didn't talk about the real estate market, but it's certainly also been on fire, and there's been additional revenue coming through as a result of the real estate transfer tax. And so I think there's a combination of things at play. And yeah, I think there are some communities that have taken action on zoning and land use policy. But I think there's clearly much more work to be done on that front. But yeah, I think and you have to look at that 2021 in the context of the last decade. And I mean, that was the first time we had gotten anywhere near above 300, let alone so we've been stuck in the mud at around 250 for a very long time. I think a concentrated effort to build more housing certainly helps spur that additional growth. But we have obviously a lot more work to do. If we need to maintain, if we need to address the demand by having 1,000 units over 10 years, we are still far behind. 1,000 times 10,000. We're not there yet.
Thank you. One more question, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The bill doesn't specifically address this, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are about private protective development covenants. Would they be respected, and should that be in the law specifically?
Yeah, we had a conversation about that during the course of the commission work. I believe that they would be protected, that the language would not be trumped by this bill, and I think that's a good question for your committee analysts to dig into. If clarification is needed, I think I would definitely be open to a provision that would protect an existing residential covenant.
I have Representative Prescott next.
Well, thank you. Hey, it's good to see you. I didn't recognize you because I see your smile there. So, yeah, you used the phrase, "This is the truest form of local control." But I find that hard to believe when the bill is clearly the heavy-handed government telling communities what they're going to do. And I'll just one part of this, you talked about eliminating growth control ordinances, which are specifically designed to ensure the services aren't overwhelmed. That's why they're in place. So this is the state telling communities what they're going to do. So how is it the truest form of local control?
It's pretty simple, Representative Prescott. Right now, the way things are structured is you have municipalities telling people what they can do on their own properties, and this bill is merely relieving people of rules that are currently in place, imposed by them by a local government, that they should be able to build on their own properties in a way that's within reason. There's still, as you look at the bill, there are still restrictions in place. There are still things that are required to be met. We don't want to overwhelm wastewater infrastructure. We don't want to overwhelm drinking water. But to tell people that they can't build an accessory dwelling unit onto their existing property, that is government imposing itself upon people. And I think Maine people are smart enough and know how to take care of their own backyards and should be able to do within reason things that will allow them to house a family member or even someone that's not even related to them in an ADU, or if they buy a parcel of land, they should be able to build a duplex. I don't see that as a threat to our society. What I see as a problem is when the municipal rules are skewed in a way that prevents Maine people decisions about the property that they have bought. Bill gets down to the truest form of local control. It's you and me being able to make a decision about our yards rather than someone else.
Chair, thank you. Chair, may I have a follow-up, please?
Right ahead.
A lot of these ordinances are put in place by the will of the people. Their voices have been heard. It went to the polls. They voted on these ordinances. In some cases, the will of the people gave the authority to create these ordinances or amend these ordinances to a board of selectmen. So don't you believe in the will of the people of a local unit? Instead, the state's going to come in and say, no. But yet the people in the community voted to put these restrictions in place to protect themselves, their property values, and their property taxes.
Well, I don't know of many ordinances that get put in place by referendum at the local level. Most of them are put in place by a governing body, and I think a lot of voices get left out of the room when you have a governing body making the decision for all people. I think at the end of the day, there's two provisions that I think most certainly get at the heart of this: allowing people to have an ADU and allowing people to build up to 4 units on a single family zoning lot. I think those two things should be left up to the people who purchased the property and own the property to make the decision about what they want to do on their own property, and not have the ordinances imposed upon them.
Okay, thank you. Can I just one little one to close out?
Okay.
And thanks for sticking with me. I guess where we're separating is you want to let people build on their properties, but this is actually mandating that you've got to have more houses in your area. So
No.
Doesn't it say in this bill that you got to have 20% of this type of low-income housing in your area by 2022?
So the ADU ordinances and the up to 4 unit ordinances does not require anyone to build up to 4 units on their property. It merely provides them with the ability to do so. There is a provision about priority development zones and requiring communities to designate certain parts of their towns as a place where they would like to see development. I'm willing to have a conversation with all of you about how we make that work for different communities. But I think the main thrust of this bill is getting the technical assistance to the communities, getting the incentive piece out there, the ADU piece, the up to 4 units, the density bonuses. And I'm willing to have conversation and making sure we can figure out how to all these provisions, tailor them to the needs of communities. But I I certainly do object to the idea that we're forcing folks to build a duplex instead of a single family home. That's not what the bill is not requiring.
Yeah, no, that we lost something in translation there. That wasn't the intent of where I was going with that. But I'll speak to some people coming after. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Before we switch over to the next question, we have had some committee members able to join us. So I just really quickly want to allow Representative Cuddy as well as Senator Guerin to introduce themselves. So first, Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville, and I live in Winterport.
Thank you so much. And Senator Guerin.
Good morning. I'm Senator Stacey Guerin, representing Senate District 10.
Thank you so much. And now we have a question from Representative Morris and then Representative Cuddy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just begin by congratulating you. I think in my time in the legislature, I've never seen a bill with the people that are testifying being from across the political spectrum, both for and against. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. So, but my question really deals with, you touched a little bit earlier on restrictive covenants versus some of the zoning requirements. And I just would like to kind of dive into that a little more. As you know, there's the regular residential zoning and what's allowed, but then many subdivisions that come in, they put in restrictive covenants. Some of them still have them in place, including requiring minimum square footage, as well as, you know, parking and all of those types of things. And some of them may restrict duplexes just to kind of preserve the character, but they might allow ADUs. So I guess sort of as we go forward, how would you want to see that handled with restrictive covenants within some of these subdivisions that are getting built, as well as the subdivisions that are currently in place being grandfathered?
Yeah, I would have to, again, as I mentioned before, we briefly dived into this conversation when the commission was in existence. And unfortunately, we only were permitted to meet 6 times. So we didn't get to necessarily dive into every nitty-gritty detail that had come up. This conversation, I think, is worth your committee's while. My understanding is usually that covenant is put in place by the person who is developing the land. And so I don't see, from my perspective, I guess I wouldn't see an issue if someone who has purchased land and has put provisions in place through a legal contract by restricting certain housing in the development that they are developing. So I would definitely defer to the committee to continue to look into that issue. But again, like I said to Representative Bradstreet, my understanding was that this bill, the way it's drafted, would not interfere with existing residential covenants and prospectively shouldn't interfere with them either. But if there's clarification needed, I would definitely welcome you all to work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I have Representative Cuddy, followed by Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being here. This is actually a request for Mr. Langland. We still have LD 1312 out there, and I'm curious. I'm curious how Mr. Langland, if 1312 passes and this passes, they each have some ADU requirements in them, and I'm just interested to see if you can give us a little side by side of how they might interact, or whether one would take precedence over the other. I'd appreciate it.
They definitely probably will be in conflict, Representative Cuddy. So I think we, as members of the legislature, will have to make a decision about which one should move forward into becoming law, because there's some tweaks that the commission made after looking at LD 1312.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for bringing this bill forward. And I'm particularly interested in the part of the bill that provide expertise to municipality. Having seen quite a few housing bills come through, I'm always struck when some municipality tells me they went and found some expert somewhere pro bono to provide the expertise. It's something that I've had many conversations with Maine State Housing about. Why isn't the state, or can the state provide that? So I'm wondering if you could delve a little further into that and the types of scenarios that you might see a municipality reaching out to the state in order to seek guidance.
Yeah, well, I think certainly in the immediate, having the incentive program in place, which is also part of this bill, to just get communities to start talking about this issue. One of the things the bill does is says if a community creates a working group or a stakeholder group or whatever you want to call it, they will receive a financial award for just having the conversation. If they accomplish nothing, that's fine. You receive the initial financial award, you won't get subsequent awards, but you at least started a conversation locally to tackle some of the things that honestly we didn't put forward recommendations on because there was a lot more nuance with some of these other zoning issues that typically pop up that are community by community decisions. And we felt like we tackled two of the bigger things that could be addressed by state law. And so I see the technical assistance coming into play pretty quickly in terms of providing some help to those communities that decide to take on the charge of reviewing their zoning and land use restrictions, and having someone at the state level who can, well, first of all, there'll be someone staffed in DCD as the bill proposes, which is a resource to communities that they don't currently have. And then secondly, providing grants if they want to partner with an outside organization, or they want to hire a consultant to help them go through the process of looking at their existing zoning, and then also considering what's happening in other places, either in the state or across the country, and making changes. So, these two provisions, the incentive piece and the technical assistance, were things that we heard loud and clear from municipal leaders as things that they wanted to see as recommendations. And I think we've crafted a bill in a way that addresses those two desires, and hopefully communities will end up taking advantage of those resources and making the most of diving into the details of their zoning. I think it's important that we have these conversations locally, because in some cases it's been a very long time since there's been deep dives into various provisions of zoning ordinances. Not exactly the most sexy topic in the world. So,
thank you.
Up next, I have Representative Bradstreet, followed by Representative Warren, followed by Representative Gear. Representative Bradstreet.
Yeah, thank you once again, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at section 12 of the bill regarding the Municipal Housing Development Permit Review Board. Evidently, this is a couple of questions. Does any appellant have to state specifically what ordinances or what laws might have been violated in the denial of a permit?
That's certainly the intent. I believe the way the New Hampshire board functions is they have to use the existing rules that exist at the local level to justify their decision to overrule a decision made by the local authority. We didn't call it out specifically in the bill, but another thing for the committee to consider is the way the New Hampshire law functions is those who are appealing the decision have to decide whether or not they want to appeal to the appeals board, or do they want to take the case to court? Because if they take it to the appeals board in New Hampshire, they waive the right to bring it to court if they don't get the desired result, the appeals board. So that's another thing for the committee to consider as well. The way the New Hampshire appeals board works is you only get one shot, you only get one bite at the apple. Either you go to the appeals board, if you lose, you lose, or if you go to court, you go to court, and if you lose, you lose, or if you win, you win. But you can't take a shot at the appeals board and then go to court after as well.
Okay, which leads me to my follow-up question. So this is this state appointed board would be the ultimate authority. Would there be any appeal to the legal system for a municipality should they disagree with the decision of the board?
That is a good question. I don't recall how the New Hampshire how the New Hampshire or the Massachusetts boards function on that in that way. So that would be a good question for your analyst. I don't know the answer. That's a good question.
Okay, up next, I have Representative Warren.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony this morning. I'm wondering if you could speak at all to the trade-offs, both positive and negative, of smart growth provisions. So anything to do with climate change or environmental impacts. Do you think that there are reasonable criticisms that we're going to hear, maybe especially from local leaders? And do you think that the benefits outweigh the critiques? I'd just appreciate if you could speak to any of your maybe critics here on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been some concern about whether or not the wastewater and drinking water provisions are clear enough, and as well as the shoreland zoning law, whether or not that's reflected here. I did my best in the drafting process to try to make sure that those things were reflected, and that we do want to respect and make sure that we're not imposing on the shoreland zoning law, and that we're not imposing on our natural resources, and we're not imposing on our public infrastructure. If those provisions need to be strengthened, I think I'm open to that, and I would ask that those who have concerns in that regard, that they bring forward some suggestions. I think they might, but overall, in terms of addressing the issue of climate change and addressing the issues that we face with our natural resources, this bill is about addressing some of those things. When you think about what Maine's number one carbon emission is, transportation, having people with the ability to find housing in the communities in which they work, that is a direct impact on our carbon emissions. When you talk about taking land that is already zoned for housing rather than expanding beyond where residential zones are and starting to do contract zoning in places that were not for the purposes of building housing, that's just yet another way of addressing the concerns that I think those who want to protect our natural resources are concerned about. So these are the things that I think about: infill, making sure that we're utilizing the land that we already have zoned for housing to be maximized for that purpose. Those are good things for our natural resources. They're good things for our land and our ability to tackle climate change. And so I think we can strike the right balance in making sure all of those things are addressed.
Thank you very much.
Representative Gear, I saw you had your hand up and then down. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't missed it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That Representative Warren asked my question.
Sounds great. Then I have Representative Morris followed by Representative Sylvester.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. While we're on the subject of some of the environmental stuff, I think we all can agree, certainly preserving the wetlands and even some of the vernal pools, but I'm also aware of some of the frustrations that sometimes the regulations around that, as they are currently written, can be a real frustration and don't always make sense. Is this an opportunity too that we should look at some of those regulations to make sure that, one, we're still preserving what we want to preserve in terms of the wetlands and so forth. I don't advocate for changing that, but at least with particularly with some of the vernal pools, making sure that we're still preserving the habitat without making it harder for people to build in certain areas, because I know that's been a frustration.
Yeah, I mean, I there was a project proposed in Biddeford not long ago that really struggled to address some of those concerns that you're talking about, Representative Morris. I'm honestly not sure if the project's ultimate demise was because of those provisions or because of other reasons. But it's certainly something that I think we need to consider during the course of this work, is how do we make sure we're striking the proper balance between making sure the things that make Maine, our natural resources, are protected, our agricultural land is protected, but also we're making headway on addressing one of the biggest issues we face in our communities, and that is making sure people can find housing, those who already live here, and those who prospectively want to move here to fill the numerous job openings we have in industries across our state, in both in urban communities. So how do we strike that balance? That's going to be a question I think this committee is going to have to grapple with. I tried to make an attempt as we drafted this bill to try to address those challenges, but I realized that there might be still work to be done, and I welcome your deliberation and your suggestions during the work session.
Thank you.
Good question.
Representative Sylvester?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the things as we've looked at all of these, the ADU positions and a lot of the other things is sort of striking a balance between basic zoning and construction pieces that municipalities have put in place for all buildings, and the difference between that and setting sort of extra zoning criteria for things like ADUs or things like, multifamily buildings that make them incredibly difficult to build in a municipality. And I know that that's something that the commission looked at, for a while. I wonder if you could talk about the balance that this bill tries to take in that. And just to tee it up, the way I read it, if you can build an extra room on your house or put a shed on a piece of land or all of the sorts of things for setbacks and follow the building criteria of the municipality, then you can build anything else. So you have to follow the zoning and construction bills or criteria that's there. But a municipality can't put extra things in order to avoid things like ADUs being built. Am I correct in that?
Right, exactly. And so I was thinking just the other day about my own neighborhood where I live. I live in a single family home in a neighborhood that's all single family residential homes, but is just across the street from a number of maybe 4 or 5, 6 unit buildings as well. So it's a community that is just across the street, all single family homes, but is nearby a number of apartment buildings or multifamily buildings. Would I be able to build an additional 3 units onto my house based on the existing zoning that is required of the current dwelling? Probably not. It would be likely very, very much impossible to meet the zoning that is currently required on this property to add an additional 3 units. And the bill says that I must meet the requirements of the existing single family zone. So what would probably be most likely for me is I could probably fit an ADU on this property, but I would not be able to fit 3 additional units onto this property. So that's an example of what we're talking about here. We're not talking about up to 4 units without rules, without bumpers, without the existing rules that are already in place for a single family dwelling to be imposed on those who seek to build the up to 4 units. But what we're saying is, if you can, within the confines of the existing ordinance, add 1 unit, 2 units, or 3, which I think the third unit will probably be the most difficult to realize, then you can do so, as long as you meet the conditions that are spelled out in the bill and the existing zoning that is already in place by the local municipality. So this is not an open game kind of situation. There remains legitimate and well-reasoned confines to what can be realized with this bill. I hope I answered your question, because I went and tried to draw an illustration, and I don't know what that illustration looked like in the end, but.
No, I think you did fine. Madam Chair, a quick follow-up, if I may. She says yes. I'm on my way out, folks. It's Jesus has taken the wheel. And so what I would like to ask you about is 2 things in particular. One is I know that some folks have testified about things like sewer being able to have capacity. If my home, just to stay on the illustration, were to building an original single family home, I'm on the last lot that is public water. The lot behind me is on septic. Both of us would have to meet the requirements. And if there was no way to get public water to my house, I would have to bear the brunt of the cost of bringing public water to my house. If the house behind me, they would have to pay to have septic put in. So I imagine all of those still stay in place as we've been talking, but I wanted to say it out loud since I've been reading it in various testimony.
That was quick.
I'll let that person continue talking for a second, but then that leads to not only infrastructure but use. Does your bill? So, for example, again, here on Peaks Island, you can build an ADU, but you can't rent it, and that's an exception in the city of Portland. Every other borough of the city of Portland can build an ADU and do what they like with it, as long as they follow the other city rules. So, is there any provisions for use such as that? That would stop sort of a not in my neighborhood picking out? I know you have zones where you want to build, but does the bill stop you from picking zones where folks could build it but not use it to rent to other folks?
I don't know if I completely follow that question. I believe.
Let's start with sewer, and I'll try and reframe.
So if you cannot comply with ensuring that there's adequate wastewater infrastructure and access to drinking water infrastructure, then you would be denied based on the provisions of the bill. Now I know, for example, in the project I visited in a couple weeks ago, they had to replace, I think hopefully someone behind me can speak to this. They worked on the project, but they had to replace the septic tank because it also had a lot of problems. And so in order for them to get approval on the ADU, they had to make an investment in their septic system that was faulty on the existing dwelling that had been there already. So there's an example of an improvement made as a result of an allowance for the ADU. So I think the answer to your first question is you can get denied if there's inadequate infrastructure based on the provisions of the bill. So yes, I think is the answer. And then whether or not this trumps an ordinance that says you can't build the project if you're going to rent it, I'm not sure how the bill would contemplate that scenario, and I would definitely welcome all of you to figure out if there's some clarification needed, because I know on the ADU piece, the provision says you can't enter a rental agreement for shorter than 30 days. Now I'm not sure if that would trump whatever provision that Peaks Island has, which sounds like it is, you can't enter into a short-term rental agreement period. I don't know if it's under a year in Peaks Island. So perhaps some language that would allow municipalities to be more strict with that provision rather than simply trump all the provisions. I'm open to your suggestions. So hopefully that answers the question.
It's real close. And if Mr. Langland for the work session, if we could, I'm looking particularly at the tension between Airbnbs and longer term rentals. And so on the island, you can, if you already have your home, you can Airbnb, but if you build it, you can't. Right. And so there's a distinction between new construction of an ADU versus an ADU that you already had. And so that was the piece I was looking for was, there's lots of weird, I was just offering it as a weird, wrinkle, which happens in a lot of municipalities, and how the bill would deal with those weird wrinkles.
Okay. Yeah. If I recall correctly, we grandfathered existing ADUs and do not impose the 30-day restriction onto them. But I honestly can't say if that's completely accurate. I'd have to look at the bill, and I don't want to waste all your time as I look at the bill. But I think we did put that in there. At least in one iteration of the bill had that in there. So
perfect. Someone come in. If someone coming up has the answer, that'd be great. Thanks.
All right, next I have Senator Guerin, Representative Gear, and then Senator Hickman.
Thank you for being here today, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you, even
Thank
if
you,
it's only
Senator.
on Zoom. I love some of your ideas about the ADUs. I think that is a necessary thing. But for my rural district that I represent, I am hearing a lot of pushback on lack of the local control. And I know you're saying property control, but they are really wanting to keep the decision making based in their communities. And of a special concern is the State Appeals Board. And I just have grave concerns about that. I think they could come in and overrule what the towns have had in place for years and years, and there would be no recourse for my towns. So any chance you'd be interested in removing that part of the bill?
Well, I mean, I'm definitely open to having conversations with this committee. I think there's other possibilities as well that could be considered. You could make a decision as a committee about whether that board has a binding role or rather just an advisory role, so that it leaves the decision with the municipality, but the board acts as an advisory opinion. So if a project gets denied, developer, homeowner, or property owner could appeal, and the decision back could be, our advisory opinion is this, and the town can take that for what it is. I mean, there are some ways you might consider adjusting the appeals board, but I think I look forward to working with all of you on finding a way forward where we can have the greatest amount of consensus on how we move forward. And I totally hear the concerns about the appeals board. I understand that probably is one of the provisions that creates a good deal of angst, because it is allowing another authority to overcome a decision of a local municipality. But again, look forward to working with you on figuring that out. So I don't know if you heard anything I said, because I just got the message that my internet is unstable. So
I heard
hopefully
it.
I made sense. Okay, good.
That's why my video's off most of the time, because of my internet. It just works so much better without the video.
Yes. And in my case, I would look a lot better without the video. So there we go.
Me too.
Up next, I have Representative Gear, followed by Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for presenting this bill, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I found in looking at how all of these different facets of our real estate market work is that when you look at how real estate development occurs, you've got developers who come in with a plan to develop property in a certain way, and the towns, the municipalities review those plans. And I think the way, one of the key outcomes that we've seen in our country broadly, based on how we've organized this process in the past, is that it leads to sprawl and leads to continually building developments further and further out and removed from community resources. And so I'm intrigued by the priority development zone provisions and the potential for greater control and insights and input from municipalities into how development in the future occurs. And in light of the climate change issues that we face, et cetera, I'm curious to hear you speak more broadly to how that really does empower us to do development in a proactive and different kind of way.
Yeah, so the priority development zone section of the bill was one of the recommendations put forward that contemplates planning for where housing should be built and where does it make the most sense. In some communities, this is going to be an easy decision. I think since we're all in Augusta on occasion, you go down to downtown Hollowell, the priority development zone is pretty obvious there. They already have a good deal of density on Water Street, and they have a concentration of housing near resources. In other communities, I think of like a Gray, for example. In the town of Gray, the priority development zone might be in a few different places. They have a seemingly natural village center, but they also have other parts of town that are closer to resources as well. So does it make sense to think about, commercial on lower level and residential on upper levels that are in a different part of town where you start to prioritize development. Those are the conversations that I think that provision in the bill seeks to stimulate. And I think for a lot of communities, they will find that they, in some cases, have obvious places where development can be prioritized. And in some cases, it will require some thought about where that might be. And I think that's a healthy discussion for communities to have, because at the end of the day, we want to prevent sprawl. We want to prevent housing and development that's taking over parcels of land that we all care about a great deal, whether it's for recreational purposes or it's for agricultural purposes, or it's because it's near or very close to a natural resource like a lake or a body of water. These are the things that can be addressed through the priority development zones.
Thanks. Can I have a quick follow-up, Madam Chair?
Go right ahead.
And so, Mr. Speaker, the way I've thought about this is that this is an actual provision that would strengthen and empower the municipality vis-a-vis developers, because they would be in the driver's seat saying, rather than just waiting to see what comes in the door, they would be able to say, we want to see this kind of development in this area, and our town is on board. We're all excited to see this happen. Now, who can come and help us create this? And to me, that's a big plus and gives a stronger position to municipalities. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely an opportunity for communities to envision what the future looks like for them, and how and where housing makes the most sense, and to what degree that housing would look like. Is it 4 units of housing in a village center? Is it 16 units of housing in a village center? Where does it make sense to take action on this issue? And I think it's important. And I think it's important to keep in mind that every community is going to be different. 1,000 units in Biddeford certainly makes sense to address the immediate needs of our community, but 6 units of housing in the town of Minot might be a substantial gain, and allow families that are currently pinched or trying to find housing near a workplace there to be able to move and be located near their workplace. Like, those are the things we need to account for. These measures of growth are different for each community, and the bill is respectful of those considerations.
Thank you.
I have Senator Hickman. You're on mute, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really for Mr. Langland, the analyst. Can you prepare for the work session a comparison between the Municipal Housing Development Permit Review Board in this bill and the Appeals Board that's in LD 1673 that had a lengthy public hearing a week or so ago? I'd really appreciate an analysis on that. Thank you.
Do I have any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for your time this morning, and for your willingness to sit and answer all of these questions. I'm sure we'll have more and we'll be in touch, but thank you for your presentation.
Yes, look forward to working with all of you. Thanks for your time today. I really do appreciate it.
Of course, take care. Now, for folks who are watching, we do use this next space to allow legislators to testify. And legislators at this point can testify if they're co-sponsors, if they're for the bill or against the bill. We have a few signed up. Up first, I see we have Representative Arata, who I'm going to move in. And then after Representative Arata, we also have Representative Allison Hepler, who I'm going to promote and have her on deck. And then we also had Representative John Andrews sign up to testify. I'm not seeing him yet, so we will send him a message and see if he's available at this time. And with that, Representative Arata, welcome, and the floor is yours. And we can't hear you or see you. You can sort of see a glow. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Now we can see.
There I am. Thank you and good morning, Senator Daughtry and Representative Sylvester and distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Amy Arata and I represent House District 65. And I'm pleased to testify in support of most of LD 2003. The housing market is like all markets, and it's subject to the law of supply and demand. And for a long time, government overregulation has distorted the housing market. And LD 2003 includes a free market solution to housing shortages and honors property rights. It used to be that a hardworking person of modest means would notice a demand for housing and then construct a small multifamily property to meet that demand and perhaps live in it himself. Overly strict zoning ordinances put an end to that. And now we've become dependent on large corporations to supply most housing. These corporations know how to work around complicated zoning ordinances and build huge tax subsidized developments. This can segregate people by income level and rewards those who are already wealthy by reducing their taxes. LD 2003 will allow regular hardworking people to build up to 4 units of housing on their property, subject to common sense regulations to preserve the quality of life in their neighborhoods. This will allow the supply of housing to rise to meet demand without taxpayer dollars and thereby lower the cost of housing for everybody. You may have noticed that LD 2003 is a huge bill. The commission met for many dozens of hours and tried to honor diverse perspectives. Therefore, much was left up to you, the Labor and Housing Committee, to sort out. I'd like to go through the bill with you and give my concerns because this is an emergency bill and I'd really like us to reach consensus so that we can have a 2/3 majority. Page 1 amends the Maine Human Rights Act. The commission spent at least one meeting discussing the racist origination of some zoning ordinances. And we really wanted to acknowledge that disturbing history and ensure that it can't happen again. We tried to identify some ways that municipalities might include racist language in their ordinances. And however, upon reviewing the language that we included here in the bill, I do not think we accomplished that. The 3 terms listed, character of a location, concentration of the population, and overcrowding of land can all be used legitimately. This is certainly true with regard to historic districts and areas that are environmentally significant. The state should not sue municipalities for using this language. Therefore, I propose you strike this section of the bill. Turning to page 2, growth caps are prohibited. If you can imagine a town with an annual cap of 20 houses per year, and your house happens to be number 21, you can imagine why we would want to eliminate arbitrary caps. However, it was not our intent to prohibit caps that are based on a defined limit, such as public sewer or water capacity. You may want to include such language as you amend the bill. Section 7 provides technical assistance to municipalities to assist with implementing this bill. However, similar funding is included in the governor's proposed supplemental budget. Turning to page 3, the grant and incentive programs also have similar proposals in the governor's supplemental budget. We do not yet know if the governor's budget will pass as proposed, but it may make sense in the future to eliminate these items from LD 2003 in order to simplify this bill. Page 4, section 9 may be the most controversial part of LD 2003. I propose you strike this part of the bill and instead rely on the municipal grant programs and subchapter 7, which is on page 8, for affordable housing needs. During our deliberations, we said that we really wanted a carrot rather than a stick approach, and section 9 looks too much like a stick. Section 10 allows up to 4 units in a residential zone because 4-unit properties are considered residential for financing purposes. This means that a person of modest means could obtain an FHA mortgage, which is 3.5% down payment, or a Veterans Administration loan, which has 0 down payment, if he goes on to live in the property. Therefore, these properties are more likely to be owner occupied and show pride of ownership. It's an opportunity for regular people who are willing to work hard to get ahead through real estate investment. not just the large corporations that build a huge apartment complexes. Of course, these properties will be subject to setback, height, and other common sense zoning requirements. This part of the bill reduces segregation by income level and allows the free market to work. And I hope it will someday make tax credit financed apartment complexes obsolete. One concern with Section 10 is the question of whether it allows private covenants and restrictions that prohibit multifamily structures. People should be able to choose to live in such developments if they want to. We assumed that private deed restrictions supersede zoning regulations, but I would like to see a legal opinion on this matter and to have it spelled out clearly in LD 2003. On page 6, I suggest Section 3H be struck because needs change and it may be necessary at some point for a family to rent out an ADU for less than 30 days. Also, this part would be just difficult for municipalities to enforce. Turn to page 7 regarding the Municipal Housing Development Review Board. The makeup of this board is too politically driven. Also, most towns have an appeals process, and if that fails, they have the option to go to court. If you insist on keeping this board as part of LD 2003, I suggest that it only apply to individuals, not corporations, who are developing homes, who might not be able to afford legal representation. Turning to page 8, I suggest that the requirement to have priority development zones only apply to larger municipalities. It does not make sense for small rural towns to go through the time and expense to comply with this. Perhaps amend it to only require priority development zones where the population is 15,000 or more, for example. It's not often that we have the opportunity to honor the priorities of such a diverse group. Amended correctly, LD 2003 can satisfy both those who advocate for affordable housing and those who support private property rights. It's now in your hands to marry the two. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions and to attend the work session if you'd like.
Thank you so much, Representative Arata. I see we have a very important question coming from Representative Bradstreet, Representative Morris and Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Arata. You mentioned the 4 units in your testimony, and I think earlier Representative Morris brought up a question about grandfathering or whatever. So I'm wondering, I know private covenants are usually used to protect the investments of people who want to live there, and some people, when they go into a neighborhood, look at the current zoning as a way to protect their investments. So I'm wondering, in light of that, you would be amenable to making, or even if it's possible, to make 4 units available only in new developments rather than current neighborhoods or developments. I'm just wondering if you think that is possible.
Well, I think that would, and I understand your perspective. I don't know, I'm a licensed real estate agent, and I haven't had anybody tell me that they only want to live in a zone where where 4 units are not allowed. I've never had anybody say that to me. And I would fear that if we only allowed it for new developments, that would negate the positive impact of this bill on sprawl. Because one way to combat sprawl is to have more infill development. Certainly, we would have to have, you have to have some setback requirements, height restrictions. I know, for example, insurance companies won't allow buildings to be too close together. You can't get fire insurance if they're too close together. So I'm sorry, Representative Bradstreet, I'm going to have to disagree with you.
It was a question, not a statement.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Representative. Up next, I have Representative Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Representative Arata. My question deals with, you talked a little bit about the board itself, and you say in your testimony, if we insist that you would get rid of the board, but if we wanted to keep it, have it only apply to individuals and not corporations, would you see that being, because I think most people, when they buy land to develop it, they end up incorporating in some way to protect their money in that investment and not put anything else at risk. would it make sense to kind of recognize that if we were to go that route as well, an LLC versus some other types of corporations that may be buying?
Perhaps a single member LLC or a married couple LLC, that I would consider that to be an individual. They might not have the means to fight an unfair decision by the town in court, and they might have such a need for such a board.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hickman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Arata, I just want to thank you for your participation on the Housing Commission. It was a pleasure to work with you and to have your input there. So thank you for that. Thank you for your testimony today. I'll read it. I think you may have presented this to us in writing as well. Is that correct?
I submitted it right around 10 a.m. So I'll get to you someday.
I will find it, but until I do, I just want to ask a question about the priority development zones. I do believe that we may have both not actually recommended the exact language to go forward, but here it is. And I'm certainly willing to work with it in the law. I just wanted to be clear about what you said about size of municipality that should not necessarily be required to find a priority development zone, because I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said maybe 15,000, a population of 15,000 or more is what I suggested. I don't think that small towns should be required to go through this process. It doesn't make sense to me.
So
and it was a pleasure to work with you as well.
Thank you. I know that for the other law, MUBEC, is that it? Is that how we say that these days? That there are exemptions for towns, I think under 5,000 or 4,000, but whatever it is, would you align those two perhaps as a way to look at exempting out towns of a certain size that are smaller?
I think it was 5,000 around there. I think that that's still too small in my opinion. Maybe 10,000 would be okay. It's a long process, and I know that in small towns, people can get combative, and it could impede the peace and harmony sometimes. And I would just hate to see that happening on a broad scale in the state of Maine.
Thank you.
I have Senator
Guerin. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here, Representative Arata. I have often looked to you for information related to housing because of your private experience in that. I'm interested in exempting, I think, perhaps even larger towns than 10,000. I really believe we need to allow our smaller communities to make the decisions themselves on how they are going to have development in their towns. Although with some exceptions, I certainly feel like the ADUs are important. But I wondered why are you coming to the low number of 10,000? And I would also like to request of Madam Chair that we have Amy available for questioning at the work session, because this is quite a complicated bill in where she has a wide expertise in this area.
Absolutely.
10,000, 15,000, I just thought somewhere between 10 and 20,000 seems appropriate to me, but that, that's my opinion, and it might be subjective, and I certainly welcome your committee to come up with a number that makes sense. But the bottom line is I didn't think it should apply to all towns, all municipalities in the state of Maine.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Thank you so much. And yes, Representative Arata, if you are able to join us for the work session, we'll make sure that our clerk gets you the link.
Thank you.
And then I have last hand up, I have Representative Sylvester.
Thank you so much, Representative, for all your work on this commission. This is one that bill to start this commission was, certainly took a long time to get to the finish line. So we appreciate your expertise on it. And I really have a question about consensus. In your, I know, the part that you played, I watched several of the missions. I thought the committee worked really well to respect each other's differences of opinion and find consensus. And so this bill brings forward the pieces that you agreed on, to various extents. Some is when we're seeking consensus, what's sort of the drop dead piece for you? And if we get 8 out of 10, right, fixed in some way, and there's 2 that folks don't like, I guess what's your advice to folks about the importance of passing this bill versus some line 242 subsection 3 that they might not approve of?
Well, the feedback I've been getting from people from my party is that they're concerned about the loss of local control, but they're talking about local control by government. And I think they misunderstand that this bill, parts of it, give control back to the individuals, the individual property owner. And that's a value that I, as a Republican, have always had and was passed down to me by my father. He was gone. So I think that is an argument that I can make, is that, hey, it's not the state taking control, it's individuals taking control with most of this. What the drop dead part, I guess, that concerns me the most is the part where you have the state government telling municipal government that they shall do something. And that's why I suggested we get rid of section 9, because it uses the word shall several times. A municipality shall apply density requirements in accordance with this section, may not require more than 2 off-street parking spaces for every 3 units. Things like that give people heartburn, because one size doesn't fit all. 2 off-street parking spaces for every 3 units isn't going to work for every municipality. So I really think if you got rid of section 9, it would be much more palatable for me and make it, and for my party, I think, I can't speak for all of them, but I think it would make it much easier to build consensus. Does that answer your question?
It certainly does. Quick follow-up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So the reason I was thinking that's where you were going to point, and in looking at the differences of municipalities, I can tell you, first of all, that large municipalities also get divisive over these issues. And so when looking at a statewide solution, I think the large cities already think that they are carrying the burden of building affordable housing for the rest of the state, that people move into our areas because they aren't able to find affordable housing in other areas. And so really, I think that the example of, it might be 2 or 6 in a rural area that meets the need versus the kind of housing that might be needed in Lewiston or Bangor or Portland. So I'm wondering if those sorts of levels might make more sense in a section 9 sort of parts of the bill, rather than in the overall exempting municipalities from the overall bill. Because I think there's pieces of this, such as resources that become available, such as the expertise that becomes available, and the ability to have these conversations that make as much sense for a community of 1,000 as it does a community of 50,000, because the answers don't get any easier and the resources are less available in a small town than they are in a large city. So that's a kind of a wide-ranging question, but it brings up, as we always do, that rural, urban question.
Mm-hmm.
Does any of that make sense to you? I mean, I think I can definitely see there's sections of the bill where small towns would be exempted, but exempting them from the overall bill, I think, is harmful in some ways, as it might be helpful, because they're not solving the problem now.
I think, do you misunderstand my testimony? I wasn't suggesting to exempt them from the overall bill, just from the section that requires them to, to have a priority development zone.
Oh, okay.
So smaller towns could still apply for the grants, you know, and get help at the state level and changing their ordinances. But I just wanted to exempt them from the requirement on page 8. Where
That's why I asked you.
Shall designate an area as a development zone.
You were cutting out on my internet, so that's why I missed that part entirely. So I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
That's why being in person would be nice.
Get in there.
Oh, it's fabulous to reach consensus over Zoom. It's so easy.
Just makes things feel that much more impressive. But yeah, the hybrid system is rolling out, so fingers crossed. With that, Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks very much for your testimony, Representative Arata. This has been really helpful. Just following on from Representative Sylvester's question, I'd be curious if Section 9 was amended to may and potentially offer an additional incentive to a smaller municipality that was interested and able to create a priority development zone in their area. Would that be something that you would be amenable to?
I would be. Absolutely. I don't think they should be excluded by any means.
Great, thank you.
And I have Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Rod. It's nice to see you.
You
Rather
too.
see you in person. I agree with you there. Coming from rural Maine, we're not seeing the explosion of growth in our housing market up here in rural Maine. Here are some of the things I'm hearing from people in my area. One, this is a Portland problem. Why should we be concerned about it? Number 2 is, hey, home rule. This is just another example of government shoving it down our throats. Could you respond to those things?
Well, I guess my response is that home rule is important, but individual property rights are more important. And if there's not a demand for housing in a rural town, why would anybody want to build a 4-unit apartment building? You know, if they build it and people don't come, then they're going to be in a world of hurt financially, and that's going to be on them. And unlike, you know, huge developments that are built with tax incentives, the taxpayers end up paying for that if that fails. So I like to put this on the individual. Let them decide if there's a demand, and let them get a hammer and go and build something like we used to.
And lastly, these priority development zones, I've noticed, being a former selectman, that a small town does not have the financial resources nor the personnel to go and compete for these incentives and things, because we don't have the people to do the paperwork. And so I liked your idea about raising that threshold. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions for Representative Arata? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time. Definitely love the family effort with Representative Bradstreet and Representative Arata, and we'll make sure you get the work session link as well. And thank you for your willingness to answer all of our questions and for your work on this commission as well.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Absolutely. Take care. Up next, we have Representative Hepler. We also have Representative Andrews had indicated he'd like to testify, but we have not been able to get a hold of him. So if anyone on this committee wouldn't mind reaching out to him, I just want to make sure that we're able to get him in, and then we will turn over to public testimony. So with that, Representative Hepler, the floor is yours and welcome.
Good morning. Yes, it's still good morning. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm State Representative Allison Hepler. I live in Woolwich and represent the towns of Arousik, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, Dresden, and a small part of Richmond. And I'm offering testimony neither for nor against, although in listening to Representative Arata, I think it's probably more for than against, but I think I leave it with this committee to look at the complications of this bill. And I applaud Speaker Fecto for his work on this issue, as well as the members of the Housing Commission. And I first want to state unequivocally at the outset that I believe housing access and affordability is a key limiter in the area that I live and represent. We hear from Bath Iron Works that it can't hire people from out of state because there's no housing for them. As a teacher at the University of Maine at Farmington, I know the struggles of our young graduates unable to find housing, especially housing that matches their income. Finally, I'm one of the founding members of a local group in our area, Age-Friendly Communities of the Lower Kennebec. So I understand the importance, and I believe in the importance of finding ways to allow seniors to age successfully in their homes and communities. That said, I'm also in my 11th year as a select person in a town of 3,000, a former planning board member, and a legislator representing towns ranging in population from 3,000 down to 450. And these include 2 bridged islands, Arousic and Georgetown. So I come here today to ask you to consider the perspectives you will hear today that raise concerns about the one-size-fits-all tone that many of us have heard in LD 2003. This past summer, I actually participated in a group of local officials and staff at the request of Maine Municipal Association, actually as a select person, not a legislator, while the Housing Commission was meeting. We met several times, were kept up to date on the various proposals being considered, and shared our perspectives with MMA during the process. While I was aware of the nature of the recommendations being proposed by the commission, I was hopeful that this bill would place more emphasis on process rather than mandates. And I commend the members of the commission. I know this is important and hard work. For instance, the bill as written requires multi-unit housing and accessory dwelling units requires that they be available. I fear without enough regard for environmentally sensitive areas or the lack of municipal water and sewer infrastructure. Moreover, without widespread or any public transportation, and I understand this is outside your bailiwick, building workforce housing in our rural areas is problematic and not always practical. On the other hand, elements of this bill that provide technical assistance to municipalities that would allow them to meet housing goals in a way that fits their unique communities makes a lot of sense. And also I would include the grants that are available. Small towns like Woolwich have been creating comprehensive plans for years with the support and direction from the state of Maine. We know the physical, economic, and cultural landscape and have been working on some of these issues for a long time. Towns across the state have successfully implemented many state mandates that affect land use over the years. Shoreland zoning and timber harvesting are 2 examples, and we have done them with the approval of town meetings, at least in the towns that I represent. Home rule is not a dirty word, or I guess a dirty term, and it doesn't mean intractable resistance to change. It does recognize the uniqueness that makes Woolwich's land use different from Georgetown's, for instance. Woolwich has a larger variety of soil types. Georgetown is mostly ledge. Georgetown also has a lot more shoreland zoning in its within its borders. The small towns I represent lack municipal water and sewer systems, and that makes denser housing much more challenging, with some of the bill's more sweeping requirements. The small towns I represent also lack the kind of staffing that larger municipalities have. Moreover, something I didn't see in the bill was any reference to working with the Department of Environmental Protection, which is where the municipal rules about septic system sizes reside. One size doesn't fit all. So here are 2 examples of the challenges of private septic and water systems. If my septic system fails, I have enough land that it can be moved. But we have many houses in town that sit on quarter-acre lots that are grandfathered, smaller than our town's minimum lot size of an acre. If that system fails, there's a lot more impact on the neighbor's lot than where I live. On the private water side, in this most recent drought, several private wells in Georgetown went dry last summer, and I fear that drilling more wells will only exacerbate that problem. But here's 2 examples of municipalities making good decisions that work for them. First, the city of Bath, across the river from Woolwich, worked hard to develop an ADU ordinance that is in keeping with Bath's character and infrastructure, and is also supported and administered by the city staff. Second, in 2010, the town of Edgecombe, which is nearby, created a TIF to finance a sewer line to the Wiscasset wastewater system for a neighborhood on the Sheepscot River to replace an overboard discharge system for 65 residents. Currently, the line extends no farther than that development, but future growth could take advantage of that infrastructure. My point is that these towns developed solutions that may match their community, and they developed them in a way that was keeping with the collaborative democratic process that they've always used. In the work you have ahead, I ask you to please listen closely to what you'll hear today from people all over the state. They care deeply about the people who live in their communities, are quite good at understanding the natural and economic environment, and have some creative ideas about reaching our creative goal, our common goals. There's a lot of expertise and ingenuity to take advantage of. So please make the most of this opportunity. I look forward to see what emerges from your committee. Thanks for your work, and happy to answer any questions as long as they're not as technical.
Looks like we might have
As the one.
Oh, you froze for a split second.
Oh,
while you were trying to finish. Wouldn't mind just repeating that last sentence.
I'm done.
That works out. Any questions for Representative Hepler, should the internet allow? Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Hepler, for your expertise, your testimony, your willingness to represent well all of the small itty bitty towns in your district. On page 5 of the bill, I don't know if you have it in front of you, but I'm wondering if, even though this is couched in a part of the bill that some would perceive to be a mandate, in section 2 of section 10 of the bill, waste and wastewater. When I look through that part of the proposal, I do see that a lot of things cannot happen unless there is enough capacity for the structure. Does that satisfy your concerns, or do you need those to be even more specific?
I would thank you for representing, for pointing this out to me. And actually, I looked at it as you were talking about the bill earlier. I see those as a minimum. I do see that there's been attention paid to that. I did. And so I think some of the towns, it's been a while since I've been on the planning board. But as you hear some of the testimony coming later, I would ask them that question, but I did look at it last night, and I see it as a minimum.
Thank you. May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I ask, and this is no offense to you or anyone else, but a lot of the opposition that I see to this bill reflects that they haven't read it. And I'm not saying you haven't, but I'm saying that a lot of opposition to this bill reflects that they haven't actually read it. And so I'm going to ask people to read the bill. Shoreland zoning is in section 4 here, and it says municipal ordinance must require that housing structures comply with minimum shoreland zoning requirements set by the Department of Environmental Protection under Title 28, Chapter 3. I think you mentioned in your testimony that we haven't heard about working with the Department of Environmental Protection, but there it is. Yep. And I'm wondering if we need to make that more clear. Upon it in order to address the concerns you have around making sure that
the reference that I was making to DEP was that DEP makes the rules around septic system designs.
I think it's HHS that actually makes those rules according to Title 22, Section 42, which is in 2B.
Okay.
I think it is. I mean, it's interesting. They are the clean water, the drinking water program. And the reason why I know this is because I have a bed and breakfast that has a septic system. So, anyway, no problem. Okay. So I appreciate again that we are going to hear from folks in very small towns, and there's already been a proposal to maybe exempt some of them from some of this, but I just want to gently encourage everyone, whether they support the bill or don't, to read it. And also read the commission's report, which has a lot of information in it about how we came to the decisions that we made. So I appreciate the opportunity, Madam Chair, to just put that into the record for the public.
And thank you, Senator Hickman, for the work that you've done on this. it was a lot of work and there's a lot of need. Like I said, I am not someone who doesn't understand the importance of this. So thanks for your expertise.
Thank you.
I have Representative Sylvester, and I just add Senator Hickman. The end of your last statement should have been, wouldn't you agree, Representative Sylvester?
Wouldn't you agree?
There we go. Now we've turned into a question. Okay, Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, Representative. I had a question. I've heard you talk about this, the sort of tension between your absolute need for housing and the lack of infrastructure. And as someone who lives in a small town as part of a big city, we have the same sort of needs, and we often have to rely on the bigger entity to sort of get us there, right? So we think there's a lot of traffic, and then they come out and count the cars for us, right? Or, et cetera, right? We think we need, we have infrastructure problems at the ferry, and they come out and they do a study and try to figure out, help us figure out what might be needed there. And that's sort of how I see this bill interacting with small towns, is you have this tension. And so what are the resources in this bill and expertise would allow you to document that and to then perhaps apply to DOT to be able to get infrastructure money or to the federal government. And so I'm wondering, it seems to me, I understand when people say we don't have the resources, but this bill is backing it up with some resources and expertise to help you get there. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts about that.
Yeah.
And that's a question.
Yeah. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah. Thank you for that question. And those are the parts of the bill that I am really interested in. The last time I served on the Comprehensive Plan Committee a while ago, and that was back when we had the state planning office. We were able to hire somebody. We got money from the state to do that and to develop our own plan. Oh, there you just moved. To develop the plans that we did, and talked about the growth areas and the needs, the character of our community. So I definitely see that, and the technical expertise. I agree. Woolwich, Route 1 runs right through there, and we have limited water. We have water supply for some of the residents, because the water for the city of Bath is actually housed in Woolwich, but we have no septic infrastructure. We could have more development if we had those sorts of things. So I agree.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for being here, Representative Hepler. I'm always impressed by the thoroughness of your testimony and your on the ground expertise. So thank you. My question, there are so many small towns everywhere in Maine, coastal, everywhere, right near large cities, as Representative Sylvester called out. I know that certainly in my area, we have lots of small businesses. We have schools, we have public safety. We've got all of these functions that need to be filled by people, regular working people, and who absolutely cannot find any affordable place to live in the area. I know retired people who are trying and would love to downsize out of their big house, and they cannot, because they cannot stay in the communities where they have family and friends and a life. And I guess I'm just trying to put that out there, because the tension I think that we all feel is that these needs are almost everywhere in the state. And we run up against all the same challenges that you addressed. So I'm just curious to hear your take on that in terms of how we can use this bill to really enable smaller communities to address those challenges head on.
Yeah. Well, I certainly, one of the things that I thank you for the question. One of the things that I was interested in, and like I said, I'm part of the community of a local group of age-friendly communities of the Lower Kennebec, which is the towns around and including Bath. And I loved the idea of having someone being able, and in our town, if you have current zoning, if you have enough road frontage, you can put an accessory dwelling unit in. I would love the idea of having somebody who is older maybe move into the accessory dwelling unit and be able to have that house and rent the house rent the house to a young family. I think that is a great idea. One of the things, and maybe Senator Daughtry can shed some light on this, is that she and Senator Vitelli have been working, set up a sort of a informal group to look at the housing needs of Bath Iron Works. Apparently they're hiring people from Alaska, but there's no place for them to live. And so they've been working closely with the Bath Housing Authority. So I see a lot of conversations happening. And I think Speaker Fecto talked a lot about that and sort of starting that process. Yes, I am not opposed to that kind of work at all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would just add for the record that part of that conversation is trying to take a regional approach with a group of employers and municipalities to answer some of the questions that exactly Representative Geer just brought up as well. Wouldn't you agree, Representative Hempler?
I certainly would.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further questions, we do have more legislators who would like to testify. So I know Representative Osher is with us and has a time commitment with another bill that she needs to present. So with forgiveness from Representative Sapika, I'm going to have Representative Osher go, followed by Representative Sapika, and we're still trying to get a hold of Representative Andrews if anyone is able to get a hold of him. So with that, thank you so much for your time and your presentation and testimony, Representative Hepler. With that, Representative Osher, the floor is yours.
So my turn?
All yours.
Great. Good morning, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm Lori Osher. I have served as an Orono Town Councilor since 2017, and since 2020, I've represented the majority of Orono, District 123 in the Main House. I'm testifying in strong support of LD 2003. An act to implement the recommendations of the Commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions. Maine is experiencing a housing crisis now, and Maine was experiencing a housing crisis long before the pandemic. Orono, my town, has had a housing shortage for decades, caused in large part by restrictive zoning. In almost all of our zones, the number of units, minimum lot sizes, required road frontage and setbacks, parking minimums either prohibit or disincentivize the construction of affordable housing. Year after year, the people who run for town councils say that addressing the lack of affordable housing is one of their highest priorities. Then year after year, the incremental changes in our zoning are so small that the only residential construction we see is for units that are too costly for people earning even the median income in our community. My town is an example that good intentions do not yield the changes Maine needs to address our housing crisis. To quantify the crisis, there are 25,000 people on affordable housing waitlists statewide, and to house them, we must build 1,000 affordable housing units each year for the next 25 years. And how are we doing? Between 2014 and 2020, an average of 250 affordable housing units were built annually. The speaker mentioned that in the last year, we did better, and that's great. But it's clear that Orono is not the only town where people talk about their concerns, but don't follow through. And what I know is that we can't continue to do what we've done in the past and expect to achieve our goals. Speaker Fecto's 2003, LD 2003 was crafted by a commission. It was established by a bill passed in the first regular session of this 130th legislature. The commission heard testimony from municipal leaders and the Maine Municipal Association and proposed a state-local partnership to address the many zoning issues. It recognizes the diversity of conditions across the state. So I've heard people express concerns of what this will mean for small towns or for septic systems, various other infrastructure. Well, it addresses that those are going to be issues, and it recognizes the diversity of conditions and the immediate need to increase housing in Maine, and it recognizes the needs of municipalities for help with planning to address this challenge. This bill empowers homeowners to contribute to solving Maine's housing crisis in their own backyards. For Orono, this means that single-family homes can be split, or can have apartments over garages, and can also have accessory dwelling units built in their yards in places that it's not possible right now. For Orono, this means elders living in huge homes but on fixed incomes can have company, assistance, additional income while providing housing for others. This means increasing density where we already have homes and increasing population without sprawl. This is good legislation that does not infringe upon municipal oversight of local housing. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of this much needed legislation.
Thank you so much, Representative Osher. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your time still technically this morning, and I'm glad we were able to get you in.
Thank you so much.
Good luck with the rest of your day. With that, Representative Supika, the floor is yours, and thank you for your patience.
Oh, thank you, Senator Daughtry. I'm always happy to defer to the representative from Orono and hear her thoughts. So good morning still. So Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Committee on Labor and Housing, I am Representative Laura Supika, and I am honored to represent part of Bangor here in the Maine legislature. Today, I speak in strong support of LD 2003, an act to implement the recommendations of the Commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions. Like other communities across the state, the housing crisis in Bangor has reached a critical tipping point. Since being sworn into office, I have heard from countless constituents who are struggling to find housing. These folks end up in a cycle of reliance on local services, one that's nearly impossible to escape. The committee knows the story all too well. Without reliable housing, Mainers end up bouncing between shelters or friends' couches, making it difficult to be in consistent proximity to work, obtain childcare, or even prepare food. One constituent in particular has been staying at the Ramada Inn in Bangor for months. She and her husband receive Social Security and disability benefits. They have steady and reliable income from these sources and have been looking for work to help supplement what they can. Even with this reliable income, there are simply no available and affordable housing options in the Bangor area. Through Maine Housing, they have received assistance in paying for their time at the Ramada Inn, but all of the money that has gone towards keeping a roof over their head does little good in terms of truly helping them get on their feet and becoming independent, something they desperately want and deserve. The housing crunch we're seeing in Maine and across the nation is a symptom of generations of inequality, and the continuation of this crunch will only perpetuate those inequalities. LD 2003 presents us with an opportunity to break that cycle and empower Mainers and municipalities to create the kinds of communities that we all want to live in, where folks can make a home for themselves and their families. LD 2003 would flood municipalities with tax incentives and grant awards to address the urgent need for more housing. After the past 2 years, I know that here in Bangor, we are more motivated than ever to take a serious look about how we structure our communities and our housing opportunities. City officials and service providers have been under immense strain, doing all they can to help folks who are in desperate need of housing. It has been an incredibly disheartening uphill battle. And I am deeply grateful to Speaker Fecteau for his work on this bill, which provides a real opportunity to make a difference in Maine, in the lives of Mainers, and in Bangor and across the state. And I urge you to support this measure. And I would like to follow up really quickly with the reason that I am here. Several months ago, the city of Bangor evicted a homeless encampment when winter started to set in. And within a week, 3 unhoused residents died in a fire, and their last moments haunt me. And that is why I'm here urging you to support this bill now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Supika, and thank you for sharing that. I have a question from Representative Rader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Supika. I have heard from constituents of my own, of course, we both represent the great city of Bangor, about folks getting no cause evicted because landlords would like to find more money in the free market as opposed to accepting vouchers. And my question is, have you heard some of those same things, and to what volume? Because in my way of thinking, the housing shortage and the zoning issues are not just a Portland problem, as has been suggested. So if you could speak to a little bit about what you've heard from your constituents about being no cause evicted, is that something that you have heard as well?
Thank you, Representative Rader. I have not heard about no cause. What I hear about frequently, and maybe this falls in line with no cause, is all of a sudden their rent jumps up so much that they can't afford it, and now they're evicted. And that, I'll give a real quick example of that. I had a constituent reach out, and they had 2 months to figure out how to pay an extra $300 a month on their rent, to scramble and do that. And that's commonplace.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions from the committee at this time?
I do have a question.
Oh, Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trying to eat lunch and not be rude, but I just had a quick question. Thank you, Representative Topeka, for your testimony. Are you at liberty to speak to us just a little bit about maybe the debate that the City Council had when removing those human beings from their outdoor shelter?
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Hickman. So as best as I can, and I can't obviously speak, and I will try my best to speak from what I understand, was that the conditions in the camp were not safe. Cold weather was setting in. And in an effort to try to get folks to start taking certain services and get indoors, they put a deadline to get people to start to move along and to find better shelter. So I believe that the council or the staff had good intentions. Personally, though, I also think that it's a problem that's so overwhelming for them with no solutions that even though there's the best intentions, harm can still happen from those actions. So I don't know if that clarifies it, but it was in an effort to try to get people to get inside, take shelter, and to take certain services that were available.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. We have now just crossed that threshold. So thank you, Representative Topeka.
Thank you all for your time, and have a good one.
So up next, I think we, are there any other legislators in the attendee portion who might be under a different name or on a call-in number? If you are, could you please raise your hand so we can recognize you at this time? Otherwise, we are going to move on to members of the public. Seeing none, I think we are going to move on to members of the public. And let me just, let's see, we have Abigail Bradford just raised her hand, and Nate Jordan. I think these are members who are hoping to testify on the bill for members of public. Just to let you know, we do have the list of people who signed up. We're going to be going for, and then against, and then neither for nor against, and we'll be taking folks alphabetically. If you do have a time conflict, please let our clerk know through the messages. But we are going to go in the list of folks that we had when they signed up. And so with that, pulling up the list of folks who we've had sign up to testify, I'm just switching gears to get this loaded. I do believe actually Abigail Bradford is our first one in favor. So Abigail, you will be getting an invitation to join as a panelist. And after Abigail, we will be having Alana Diaz. I apologize if I didn't get your name right. I will be promoting you as well and have you on deck. And with that, Abigail Bradford, the floor is yours. And just as a reminder, Representative Sylvester will be our timekeeper. Everyone has 3 minutes to speak. When you're getting close, he'll put up a little warning to show you how much time you have left. Then after 3 minutes, we will ask everyone to wrap it up. And I do thank everyone for their patience. I know it's going to be a long day. We're excited to hear everything you have to say, and I'm glad that you're taking the time to help us with this process. So with that, Abigail, the floor is yours.
Afternoon.
Thank you very much, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, members of the committee. My name is Abigail Bradford, and I'm the Outreach Manager for Maine Conservation Voters. Today, I'm testifying in support of LD 2003. MCV is a statewide organization that represents more than 13,000 members and supporters. We're dedicated to protecting Maine's environment and our democracy by making conservation, climate, equity, and voting rights political priorities. We believe that all people deserve access to safe, affordable homes close to jobs, schools, and services. Others today have and will speak to that human right and to the many ways in which LD 2003 will benefit Maine and address the problems we are facing. I will focus on how this bill will help Maine address and prepare for the climate crisis. First, by increasing the amount of affordable housing in the state, LD 2003 will help address the workforce shortages that are preventing Maine from carrying out our climate action plan titled Maine Won't Wait at the pace needed. Maine needs more trained, skilled workers to weatherize our homes and make them more energy efficient, to install heat pumps and EV charging stations, to install and maintain solar panels and wind turbines, to build walking paths and bike lanes that reduce our reliance on cars, to construct the infrastructure projects that will address flooding and sea level rise, and so much more. We also need more farmers to increase Maine's food security and more loggers to keep Maine's forest products industry healthy to supply sustainable materials, including newer innovations such as wood fiber insulation and structural composite lumber. Our communities need enough affordable homes to house the young Mainers interested in those trades and to attract qualified workers from elsewhere. Second, LD 2003 encourages compact mixed-use development that will lessen Maine's impact on the environment and make our communities, our food system, and our economy more resilient to climate change. I like to picture sustainable communities from a bird's eye view. From above, one would see a compact community surrounded by forests that everyone can use and farmland that can feed the whole community. Because everyone can get where they need to on foot, bicycle, or bus, there isn't the need for so many parking spots and garages, which currently take up about 1/3 of the land area in US cities. This will free up space for homes, businesses, community gathering spaces, tree-lined streets, and rooftop gardens. Communities designed this way would solve more problems than I have time to list. Transportation, for one, is by far Maine's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. It is also a large source of pollution that makes us sick. Green infrastructure will help manage stormwater, clean our air, and help lessen the impacts of high heat days that will intensify with climate change. Conserving farm and forest land will help us meet our needs more sustainably today and more resiliently in the future. I've listed in my written testimony the provisions in LD 2003 that will help make this vision a reality. In closing, increasing affordable housing and compact development are key pillars to addressing and preparing for the climate crisis. Maine Conservation Voters strongly supports this bill and urges you to vote ought to pass. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this testimony to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I have a question from Representative.
Me? Well, thank you. You talk about climate change issues, but yet on the other hand, we have a bill on our desk that is going to flatten Mother Nature, wipe out all the trees, and plant life, which we know inhales pollution and exhales oxygen. So you kind of can't have it both ways, can you?
That's a very good question. Yeah, it seems somewhat counterintuitive because we tend to think of development as going over natural areas. But what this bill helps us do is to build up, not out. So Maine's population is growing and needs to grow to realize the kinds of communities and economy we want. And we want to direct that growth to areas that are already developed so that we can conserve our farmland, our forest land, and other undeveloped natural areas.
May I have a follow-up?
A quick one.
Thank you. I didn't see the section where it talks about buildings going up, because it also talks about allowing most of our ordinances to stay in place. So I'll have to look at that part. But if that's true, wouldn't you say that's forcing nice country towns to become like Portland?
Yeah, so I think whether communities want growth or not, I think it is coming and is increasingly going to come. And so the question is how you want that growth to happen. Do you still want to have nature trails and woodlots, or do you want to have only single family homes, yards, and driveways? And so the bill does not necessarily mandate tall structures, but it's more so the, allowing 4 dwelling units on one lot versus just a single family home. And so that helps development be more compact and take up, theoretically 1/4 of the land area that we currently use to house the same number of families.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and patience this morning. Up next, we have Aliana Diaz. Please let me know how to say your name correctly. After them, we will have Amanda Olson, who I will be sending through the internet wormhole, so promoting you to panelist. Welcome, the floor is yours.
All right, Senator Daughtry and Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee, good afternoon. My name is Alina Diaz, so you were kind of close, and I live in the town of Jefferson. I'm here today in support of LD 2003. I'm a single mother who has relied on government assistance, including the Housing Choice Voucher. I've used these programs while attending college and was able to earn a bachelor's degree with their assistance. I decided to get an education because of the difficulty I had maintaining a healthy home, excuse me, for me and my children. When I entered school in 2016, being a renter was a stressful experience, but coming out of school with more economic security and what I thought was a promise of a better future, I realized that my experience as a renter was only worsening. I rented a nice home for the last 4 years I was in school, for 2017 to 2021. I'm using my Housing Choice Voucher. I was able to rent a single family home where my kids were able to live on a quiet, nice street. When the pandemic took hold, I heard of other community members who were being displaced because local property was being sold to out-of-state buyers at a much higher rate, and motivating landlords to sell. So soon this happened to me, and my landlord decided to sell his home. Typically this was a challenge, but it was a doable thing. Landlords sell their homes. But in my situation, there were so few homes available in my area that as soon as a few were sold, to people outside of the community, there was nothing left for the people who had been renting here for years. With more people looking for homes than are available, landlords have been able to rent to the most established applicants, leaving community members with lower incomes out of the equation. I ended up spending months searching for rents. I found none in my area that were affordable and that would comply with Section 8. Because of this lack of housing, rent prices have become incredibly high, and landlords have increasingly become unwilling to house low-income families. Because of this, many families in my area have had to move away in order to find housing, have had to double up with another family, have rented a unit too small, not up to code, and or have become homeless. 5 months after I started looking for a new home, I was able to rent a home from a family member who decided to travel, just weeks before I was supposed to leave my previous rental. In this process, my kids were displaced from their community, and I had to fight to keep my special needs daughter in her original school district, where she had made progress based on the relationship she built there. Healthy, vibrant communities have a mix of incomes and rents. People can afford to live in a community they work and aren't spending 1 to 2 hours commuting every day. Right now, the housing issues facing many people in Maine are devastating. Zoning laws can be part of the problem, as they have been, or they can be part of the solution if we work together towards a vision of housing affordability and quality in every Maine community. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Up next, we have Amanda Olson, and then after Amanda, we did have Amy Clearwater, who I am not seeing in the queue. Amy, if you're in under another name, please raise your hand and let us know. With that, we will also be promoting Anne-Marie Mastracchio, the Honorable Anne-Marie Mastracchio as well. I also want to let folks know in the waiting room that we currently have 4 folks under the name of Christopher Perelius. If you could please rename yourself so we know who each person is and how to promote them at the right time. So with that, Amanda Olson, thank you for your time, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Daughtry and honorable members of the committee.
My name is Amanda Olson. I am the Executive Director of Augusta Housing Authority, and I'm here to offer support for LD 2003. While there has long been a shortage of housing in Maine, we have watched that shortage grow to crisis levels over the last 2 years in the face of the pandemic. This is a problem now so grave that it will take a multi-pronged approach coming from several angles and sustained over many years to meet the growing need. We are confident in the recommendations of the Commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine, and that the solutions outlined in LD 2003 will go a long way to ensuring every Mainer has a safe and affordable place to call home. Augusta Housing serves the city of Augusta and 19 surrounding towns through various programs, including the Housing Choice Voucher Program, commonly referred to as Section 8. We also develop new affordable housing in the areas we serve. In the wake of the pandemic and face of a full-blown housing crisis, we are now working on 4 separate housing developments that together will bring close to 100 units of housing to Augusta. According to the most recent needs calculation from Maine Housing, an additional 449 family and 425 senior affordable housing units are needed just within the city of Augusta. Relying solely on publicly financed large-scale housing developments simply cannot alone get the job done. Our 100 units will only meet 11% of the estimated need in our city alone. The housing crisis I described to you today is not a problem limited to Maine's larger cities. Here in Augusta, we see it bleeding over into the 19 rural towns we serve, and for the first time, we are hearing from these smaller towns as they reach out to us in our capacity as a housing developer, wanting to do whatever they can to expand housing opportunities in their small communities. In working with these towns, the biggest challenge we have found is that the passion to help is there, but often the first hurdle that must be overcome is zoning. These small towns often lack the funding and capacity to make the changes needed. The bill before you today would provide the funding necessary to help build capacity through zoning changes and brings many other solutions that combined will form the comprehensive package needed to address Maine's housing crisis. We encourage committee members to support this bill, and I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess good afternoon. Appreciate the job that you do. We heard earlier from the speaker that's 25,000 outstanding people with vouchers that cannot find housing. In my past experience, it was that the landlords could get more money from the private sector than the Section 8 housing. In your experience, are we seeing any progress in eliminating that difference between what the housing authority is willing to pay and what the market will bear?
Thank you, Representative Drinkwater. So to answer your question, we are seeing some, at least, acknowledgement at the federal level that the fair market rent, which is used to establish the voucher payment standard, is problematic in terms of the methodology and the levels that we're able to support in terms of area rents. Currently, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development is allowing for an expedited waiver process that allows local housing authorities to approve a payment standard up to 120% of fair market rents. What we're seeing currently is that the methodology used utilizes data that is at times a couple of years old. They rely on American Community Survey data, and that methodology doesn't allow for a real number in situations such as we've experienced with the pandemic, where we've seen grossly inflated rents over just a period of 1 or 2 years. And so that can't be captured by the methodology. Here in Augusta, we're seeing typically the rents are between 140 to 185% of fair market rent, going up from a 2-bedroom maybe being $900 2 years ago to now we're seeing typical rents in the $1,400 to $2,200 range for a 2-bedroom apartment in Augusta.
Wow. Well, thank you very much. If I may just have a quick follow-up. I'm curious about, there's a lot of houses that are vacant in my area that would be ideal to develop. Are you seeing grant programs come forward from the Maine State Housing or any place else that says, hey, you know what? Money's available to help you turn this into a subsidized housing unit? Are you seeing any of that?
We have seen that specifically for housing authorities. Maine Housing has provided some funding for smaller projects like those that you're speaking about. There is also community development block grant funding that can be utilized for those types of projects.
And you folks can be a conduit to that?
In some case, the housing authority or the municipality.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Up next, I have a question from Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here, Ms. Olson. My question for you, you had called out the dynamic that you're seeing with regard to smaller municipalities around Augusta contacting you. I'm just curious if you can just provide a little bit more color commentary about that, because it does seem to me that this is a shared problem that smaller municipalities are seeing themselves as playing a role in helping to solve. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I do agree with that. Thank you, Representative Gear. So what I've seen historically, I've been working in housing for a long time, over 15 years. And, typically I think the rural communities have leaned pretty heavily on the larger municipalities to provide the affordable housing that is needed. And now we're really seeing a shift where there's a recognition that that housing is needed in all communities across Maine. And several local rural towns have reached out to me asking what they can do really at any level to provide additional housing. They're just recognizing that there truly is a crisis in the level of need in rural and urban communities across the state. So
thank you.
Up next, I have a question from Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Ms. Olson. I appreciate what you do. Just a quick question regarding the housing shortage in the Augusta area. Do you think this is due to zoning as much as it is just the unavailability of people willing to develop and not being able to? Is it a zoning issue?
There certainly are zoning issues that are playing into the ability to develop housing. One of the challenges I've had here, even with a focus on developing larger scale affordable properties within the city of Augusta, is finding sites that are going to work in terms of zoning. So it's a challenge within the municipality. It's of Augusta. It's a challenge within the rural towns that we serve for sure. And the question that we're getting is, I've had town managers ask me what zoning, just tell me what zoning to put in place so that we can build some housing. And unfortunately, it's a more complex issue than just a quick email. So, I'm excited to see this bill come forward and potentially provide some capacity for those smaller municipalities and towns.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Olson, for your time. Up next, we have the Honorable Anne-Marie Mastracchio and Breton Dupuis. You're gonna have to tell me how to say your name. I am promoting you as panelist, and then after Breton, we will be going to Bridget Quinn. With that, Honorable Anne-Marie, the floor is yours, and lovely to see you.
Good afternoon. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Anne-Marie Mastracchio, the Mayor of Sanford and a member of the Mayor's Coalition, and I'm pleased to be before you today to express my support for LD 2003. Having served the people of Sanford for over 30 years, first as a school board member, then a town councilor, a state representative, and now as mayor, I can tell you that our housing crisis has reached a point where bold state action is needed. I applaud Speaker Fecteau for working to establish the commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions, and appreciate the diligent work of all the commission members to bring forward a set of recommendations with broad stakeholder support. My role as a town councilor and as mayor has given me a deep appreciation for home rule authority at the municipal level. However, there are situations where minimum state standards are needed to address a problem we face across our state. Just as I understand the reason the legislature established minimum standards for shoreland zoning to protect our water quality, natural environment, and recreational opportunities, I understand that minimum standards are needed to ensure we all have an adequate supply of housing. The technical assistance provided in this bill is another key reason for my support, as it recognizes the challenges that municipalities have in terms of staff and expertise in making changes to their zoning codes. I also recognize that this is a 12-page bill coming to you late in the session, and that some amendments are likely necessary to get the language of the bill just right. However, please keep in mind that this legislation is critical and should be enacted this year if we are to have any hope of addressing our longstanding and ever worsening housing crisis. This bill as presented may not be perfect, but it is an excellent start and will surely benefit from committee input and work. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions and happy to be in front of labor housing, though when I was here, it also included business. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much. I have questions from Representative Drinkwater, followed by Representative Prescott, followed by Representative Bradstreet. Representative,
Thank you,
my
Madam.
best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I punched that button early so I could get in there first. Listen, with all of your experience in your town as a council person and the mayor, is your town proactive in identifying barriers that are preventing it and at removing those barriers at the local level?
I would say yes, we've been proactive, and you're going to be hearing later today from our community development director, Ian Houseseal, who will probably come off sounding like he's neither for nor against the bill, but that comes from having, I think there's a certain amount of distrust of the legislative process and producing bills that have unintended consequences. So they tend to err on the side of not wanting the state to do something if in fact we think we're doing it better. So if there's anything that you all can do today is you'll hear lots of testimony that will probably tell you how much we need this bill, but then listen to the people who can help you work the bill in terms of making it the kind of bill that will really do what it is we want it to do and not impede the good work that some communities are already doing. I just feel like sometimes communities like ours are out there doing all this work, and there's a lot of other communities that are not doing their part to help create affordable housing for everyone.
Thank you very much.
Up next, I have Representative Prescott.
Thank you. Hey, so has Sanford done on its own through city council, have you fixed 100% of your housing problems?
Well, of course not.
Why should? Why?
Because the truth is, it's one of those things that communities cannot do on their own. And I think that's why you have this bill before you today.
I don't understand why not.
It's an extremely complex issue, like all of the issues that have to do with why people, what they need, what they can afford, where they can live, how we zone to keep out certain I don't even know what words to use, but I can just tell you that, like the NIMBY, not in my backyard. There's just so many other issues, Representative Prescott, that have to do with why there's not equity in housing, but there isn't. There just isn't. And yes, we need the help of the state. I know there are people that think we should be able to do this totally at the local level. If we could, we would have done it.
All right, thank you.
I have a question from Representative Bradstreet. Representative Bradstreet, you had your hand up. We're all set?
Yes, I did previously, but she's already answered my question, so thank you.
Of course. With that, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us and lovely to see you, even if it's virtually.
Nice to see you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Up next, we have, please tell me how to pronounce your name properly, Breden Dupuy, followed by Bridget Quinn. Bridget, you'll be getting an invitation to be promoted to a panelist. With that, the floor is yours.
Thank you. You nailed it. Not many people catch the silent R. My name is Britton Dupree from Portland, Maine. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. Good afternoon. I'm speaking today in support of Bill LD 2003. My fiance and I have been looking for a home in our community for almost a year without luck, and many of our peers also struggle to obtain housing. We have friends that have moved out of state in their youth and now wish to return, boomerangs as we call them, who cannot afford to do so. Family has been pushed further and further apart as they see rents increase double digits year over year, 10-minute commutes turning to hour-long slogs. Parents are looking to downsize, discover they cannot, because housing close to the resources they need is unattainable, or find in-law apartments cannot be built on their adult children's lots. Some think their time in Maine is numbered and are thinking of moving out of the state as extreme costs of rents and homes only rise. Without this committee's blessing, the crisis will only compound. The reform that LD 2003 provides meets the challenges Maine faces. By implementing the recommendation of the bipartisan commission, we can begin to alleviate the crushing pressure any Mainer looking for a home today feels. It would raise density allowance, give all homeowners the freedom to build ADUs, and prohibit ordinances that would cap the amount of permits divvied out, caps often used to stifle development. Most of all, the bill would cut the reams of red tape used to bully out any new efforts to build affordable or dense housing the state desperately needs. Finally, this legislation encourages environmental and fiscal responsibility. By allowing for denser cities, we create towns that will not be dragged down by miles of sprawl in the future. It will create property taxes as increased densification will increase revenue while reducing obligations. Forests that would otherwise be flattened for sprawl would be saved, preserving one of Maine's sacred trusts. Both emissions and commutes will be reduced as denser cities will mean less miles traveled to work, school, and social activities, enriching Maine lives. LD 2003 is a bill that is needed now more than ever, and I urge the committee to advance it in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for being here and for sharing your experience.
Thank you.
Bridget Quinn. Bridget will be followed by Carl Scheelein, who I am promoting. And Bridget, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry and Representative Sylvester and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Bridget Quinn. I'm an Associate State Director of Advocacy and Outreach for AARP Maine. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 2003 today. We support the overall objective of the bill and would also like to offer some recommendations for amendments to the bill today. The bill's objectives align with AARP policy as it proposes the following changes: to prohibit growth caps, which will ensure access to more housing inventory, to provide technical assistance and grants to municipalities to implement the zoning changes, increasing density by allowing 4 dwelling units in a residential zoning area, and allowing accessory dwelling units to be located on the same lot as a single-family dwelling unit. And finally, it creates priority development zones that allow affordable housing development to be built near community resources, including transportation, schools, and recreation and business opportunities. I just want to highlight that accessory dwelling units can fulfill many purposes in our communities, including creating economical housing options and providing housing opportunities for people of all ages. We would also like to take the opportunity to present some recommendations to LD 2003. First, as part of the municipal incentive program, in the first year, a municipality is required to create a working group to review how the municipality's zoning and land use ordinances may impact the availability of housing in the municipality. We would request that the working groups comprise of a diverse stakeholder group, including minority organizations, organizations advocating for older adults, and housing and zoning experts. Another recommendation is under Section 9, Chapter 30, affordable housing developments may not require more than 2 off-street parking spaces for every 3 units. While we understand this is not a mandate to create parking, we want to be mindful of the cost of creating off-street parking, especially in affordable housing. Under Section 9, Chapter 30, we also want to highlight that the person proposing to develop affordable housing is required to maintain the affordability for 30 years. This requirement should also be passed on to all property owners, making sure the requirement does not change with a change in ownership on that property. And our final recommendation is under Section 11. There is a short-term rental restriction on ADUs up to 30 days. We may want to revisit this restriction, as typically imposing restriction on ADUs can be problematic for future sale and financing of property. LD 2003 provides important updates to our state that will ensure Mainers have equitable access to innovative housing opportunities, and we urge you to support and consider our recommendations. There is more in my written testimony that has been submitted, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Up next, Mayor Sheline, please tell me if I'm getting your name wrong, is up. And Kate Blackford, you are on deck. And with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Very close, Mayor Sheline.
Getting close.
Yeah, no. I appreciate it. It was a valiant effort. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the committee, I am Carl Sheline, Mayor of Lewiston. I am testifying on behalf of the Mayor's Coalition in support of LD 2003. The Mayor's Coalition is a nonpartisan group formed in 2012 and currently includes the mayors of 9 Maine cities with a combined population of nearly 250,000. We commend Speaker Fecteau for his leadership on this issue and the efforts of the Commission and this committee. We need every level of government focused on addressing our housing crisis and employing a full range of solutions, from funding to create new units to adopting policies that remove barriers to creating housing. This bill is a necessary part of that solution. The severe lack of housing is a complex problem that has been building for at least 2 decades. In 2002, Maine State Housing Authority issued a report that stated, Maine faces an unprecedented challenge in developing affordable housing, and went on to say, we must deal with the problem of attitude. The not in my backyard syndrome is unfortunately alive and well in Maine. Here we are, 20 years later, having made too little progress and facing a much more severe housing crisis. It is time to take a more direct approach and to provide more substantial funding to address our housing needs. This bill establishes state standards to ensure a range of housing types are allowed across Maine and provides resources to municipalities to support their efforts to modernize their land use regulations. As Mayor of Rockland, Ed Glazier, recently said, too often local zoning looks to the past and we need to find ways to look ahead. While as local elected officials, we value local control, this statewide crisis is deserving of a coordinated effort to remove land use barriers to the creation of housing. While we support LD 2003, we do have some concerns that the bill as currently drafted could encourage or even require low density sprawl into open and agricultural land and in areas without the necessary infrastructure. We encourage Speaker Fecteau and the committee to consider amending the bill to ensure that while we are meeting our housing goals, we also maintain our commitment to sound planning principles that preserve open and agricultural land, consider where infrastructure exists, and honor our commitment to sustainable development to achieve our climate goals. We stand ready to work with Speaker Fecteau and this committee in ensuring all of these goals are met. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. I have a question from Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor, nice to see you. Thank you for your testimony. And I really appreciate you at the local level coming in and saying, this is what we're seeing at the local level. Having said that, do you have any insight onto like your planning board? As you know, they control a lot of the zoning and recommendations to be voted on by the councils or town meetings. Do you find that your planning board is saying, here's some recommendations we can do to remove the barriers from affordable housing being built in our town?
So yeah, well, here's where Lewiston's at. Lewiston does have a number of affordable housing projects in the works, currently constructed and having been constructed. So, I guess our planning board is, for the most part, forward thinking. And so, I think this is needed statewide. Not every community enjoys such a forward-thinking planning board and/or community in general.
So would you agree, and I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just one quick follow-up, if I may. would you agree that perhaps, we need to be more proactive at the local level to say to our planning boards, listen, you know what, let's look at the barriers and start tearing down those walls?
I think that part of the issue is that there's this patchwork of zoning regulations, and now we need to do something thoughtful from the state's perspective to sort of remove barriers from housing and kind of create the conditions to allow affordable housing. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question from Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you.
Appreciate having you in. As a son of Lewiston, I'm interested in your area because a lot of times people kind of shunt things off to Portland or Bangor, but you're an area that is certainly, has the same sort of issues in terms of affordable housing growth. You certainly, as you said, have been forward thinking, but I'm thinking about the towns. A lot of folks who want to live in Lewiston end up living in Minot, end up living in Mechanic Falls or Sabattis. And so those municipalities are feeling some of the crunch of affordable housing as well, and housing stock, the pricing of rental going up. So I'm interested in two things. One is the coordination that Lewiston has with those towns, because there's sort of this argument that towns can figure it out on their own. And that hasn't seemed, from my perspective in the legislature, to be happening. And then two, maybe you could talk a little bit about the disparity of the resources you have as a city to be forward thinking versus some of the resources that this bill might provide to some of the smaller towns.
Well, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. We are the second largest city in the state, and so we certainly have resources available to us, not just at the municipal level, but there's interest in development here. It's a big city as far as Maine goes. And I think this bill would certainly provide, it sounds like this bill will certainly provide planning assistance to smaller municipalities to support their efforts. And I definitely welcome that.
Quick follow-up, Madam Chair. So the first part of my question was about what sort of cooperation you see regionally now to think about this issue, because that's the other thing that I've been hearing is that, this should happen regionally rather than municipally. Do the towns in Androscoggin get together and think about affordable housing?
I'm not sure that they do. We have a very strong chamber, the LA Metro Chamber of Commerce, and I know it has been a topic of conversation, certainly as in the past. I've served on the board for 6 years. That was a while ago. But no, I don't believe that there is, I guess how you would term it, like a regional meeting of municipalities to say, hey, where are we at with housing? What are the things that we can do, et cetera. I think some guidance from the state is definitely in order.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your time this afternoon. And
a wonderful day. Thank you.
You too. We have Kate Blackford followed by Charles Hauser. Floor is yours, Kate.
Thank you all so much. Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Kate Blackford, and I am the Public Policy Director for the Maine People's Alliance. MPA is Maine's largest community action organization with over 32,000 members across the state. And our mission is to create a world where everyone has what they need, contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. MPA supports these efforts to increase housing by updating our land use and zoning regulations. The changes in LD 2003 set a new standard for how we approach housing in every community, understanding that we must all be part of solving our housing crisis, and we all deserve to reap the benefits. By having the state update how it guides zoning, it creates opportunities to move beyond the local status quo. The Commission to Increase Housing Opportunities was thorough and thoughtful in its work this past fall. As you all know well, there are many ways in which zoning is used to prevent the housing we need from being developed. And Maine is facing a housing crisis with terrible, tangible consequences for people every day, whether it's living from one paycheck from eviction because rents are so unaffordable, not being able to find a place to live, even if you can afford the rent, and having to leave the community you love or in change your children's schools, or falling into homelessness. The Commission's recommendations would lay a foundation for greater density, more housing diversity, and a shared responsibility statewide. They would provide resources and support for the implementation of these changes. We especially support the recommendations to eliminate single-family zoning, to eliminate growth caps, to strengthen fair housing laws, and to create the right to add on accessory dwelling units. When communities lack a diversity of housing types, people can't live near where they work, schools become segregated by class, and people are forced to leave communities that they love. Duplexes, triplexes, and accessory dwelling units blend in seamlessly, and I've shared some links in my written testimony. Apartments and condos in villages and downtowns bring in more customers for local businesses. Artificial growth caps and other forms of exclusionary zoning drive up prices by creating false scarcity and drive up our taxes as a result. This makes it harder not only for apartment hunters and first-time homebuyers, but also for people who want to trade up or downsize. Even when you have housing, you get stuck. And if you don't have housing, you're forced to leave or worse, fall into homelessness. Our current fair housing laws have loopholes that make it easy for people to resist change, even when that change would help us all. I would encourage you to look into what happened in Cape Elizabeth last year, as you probably already have. Eliminating terms like character and overcrowding as reasons for exclusionary zoning open up possibilities for more diversity of housing. With housing prices this high, it is easy to feel like we have nothing to share with people from away, people who are coming and people that we need. This bill will help address our false scarcity and set us on a path to a future with greater opportunities, regardless of your income level and close ties. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the committee at this time? Going once, going twice. If not, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. With that, we have Charles Hauser, who the floor is yours. I'm also going to promote Cheryl Golick, who will be coming next.
Good afternoon. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Charles Hauser, and I'm on the Legislative Policy Committee of the Maine Association of Planners. And on behalf of the committee, we would like to speak in favor of LD 2003. The Maine Association of Planners, or MAP, is well aware of the affordable housing crisis. And we do agree that zoning is part of the problem. I'd also like to acknowledge that we are zoning practitioners. And as such, I do have, on behalf of the committee, 8 recommended amendments. The first is for the fair housing section, which we think as written could lead to litigation over legitimate applications of housing density. Therefore, some clarity there to reduce some of that possibility would be good. Also, we appreciate the technical assistance and municipal incentive sections, and just hope that through this bill or by other means that regional planning commissions will also receive additional funds to help implement this program. Third, we support the affordable housing density provisions, but fear they will be ineffective unless they are also combined with a limit on minimum lot size. In my written testimony, which is further down your list of committee materials, I have a diagram that tries to show the connection between lot size and density. So if you could look at that. Fourth, although we struggled with it, the conclusion of our group is that the section requiring municipalities to permit up to 4 dwelling units per structure is a little too blunt and would reduce housing choice. So instead, we recommend increasing the ability to have ADUs so that all residential properties could have 2 ADUs, although only one of which should be allowed to be freestanding. Sixth, we support the Housing Development Review Board, but hope that it would be the one from LD 1673, because as we testified before, the comprehensive development permit process in LD 1603 is a proven winner. Seventh, we support the creation of the priority development zones, but as mentioned above, we recommend that the minimum lot size in these zones be limited to 20,000 square feet. Otherwise, you're not going to get enough density to have a viable project. Finally, there are some delays in the implementation of the bill written in as currently written. We suggest that everything be delayed until at least 2 years after the completion of rulemaking. Thanks so much.
Do you have any questions from the committee? Representative Drinkwater, followed by Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard on other bills about the elimination of the main planning office has really hurt many communities in areas of planning. Seeing how you are from maps, would you have an opinion on the loss of the main planning office?
Well, that's a bit of a tough question, Representative. In general, yes. I mean, when we had some of the directors like Evan Rickert involved, he was a real educator, I thought, for both citizens and legislators about the costs of sprawl and the benefits of smart growth planning. So now, we do have planning assistance, but now it's sort of scattered throughout different agencies. And it's able assistance, but there's too little of it and it's too scattered. So, if you force me to say something, I would say, yes, I regret the loss of the state planning office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here again with us, Mr. Heuser. Did I say that right?
Yes, Heuser, yes, very good.
I was curious as to your point of view on the density issue. The two scenarios that I see, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding something, is that one, you have an existing home that's on a lot of whatever size it is, that someone might want to add either an ADU or actually put another unit on if that was feasible. And then you have the scenario where there is a new development slated for something that has a certain lot size. I think if I heard you correctly, you're saying that the current lot size specification would not allow for the kind of density we'd be looking for. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just looking at, on the one hand, the bill would say 4 units per structure, and that's fine. But if the minimum lot size, is an acre or more, then you're just not going to get, enough units on an affordable housing, project to be feasible. I think you have to go down to at least half an acre. I mean, if you don't want to specify a minimum density that communities need to provide in order to assure affordability, then, and you want to use the 2.5 times what it would be otherwise, then I think you do need to say something about minimum lot size.
And just a quick follow-up, Madam Chair, if I may.
Sure.
So you're basically saying from a financial feasibility standpoint, would a developer be able to develop on that size of a lot if it was not of it was too big, basically? So am I reading it correctly?
Yeah, I mean, it's rare to see, an affordable housing project with, unless it's like a Habitat for Humanity kind of single home development. Usually they're multifamily projects, and to have anything less than, say, 20 units per acre, you don't see that very often. I don't see how they can make that work. So, and I think that's why this bill does have that 2.5 times density provision. But I just want to make sure that it actually could work someplace.
Thank you.
Do I have any other questions from the committee? Representative Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Heuser. The statement you just made, is that more directed toward developers, or would it be also true for a person just looking to build a 4 units so that he could afford to live in one of the units and have the income from the other units help him pay for it?
My comment was regarding a potential affordable housing project, say somebody wanted to build 20 units of, a mix of affordable apartments or market rate apartments and affordable housing apartments where the apartment would have to be affordable to somebody, say, at 80% of median, income. Unless they can get 20 units per acre, it's not going to be built. But for, the person who wants to do a 4-unit on a lot, then frankly, density doesn't matter at all because you're guaranteeing them 4 units.
Do I have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and availability this afternoon. With that, we have
Thank you.
Up next, and Cheryl, before you jump in, I just want to check. I have not put the next 5 in the chat who's up next. I'll put those in there too. And just a reminder to everyone in Zoom, please leave the chat function for clarifying questions and order, so it's a little bit easier for our clerk and our chairs to be able to make sure we get everyone in, and patience for us as we work through all of this. And with that, Cheryl, the floor is yours, and welcome.
Good day, Senator Dowdy and Representative Sylvester and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Cheryl Golick and I am a resident of Harpswell. I was recently honored to be on the commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions. I am here today to support LD 2003, an act to implement the commission's recommendations to increase housing opportunities in Maine. It is important to state that this bill was created with bipartisan support. This bill will take significant steps towards fixing our housing shortage and create a needed path to address the critical issue of quality affordable housing for all in Maine. I am an employer and a landlord and part of the state that is increasingly unaffordable. I have lost good employees over the years because of local housing affordability. There is a direct link between our housing crisis and Maine's worker shortage, which affects everyone in our state, from tourism to healthcare, from restaurants to lobster boat sternmen and school bus drivers. You name an employer in Maine, and they most likely have been affected by our worker shortage. It also affects our volunteer programs, from T-ball to Meals on Wheels and more. The housing shortage affects employee recruitment, productivity, and retention. To live and work in Maine, people will need access to affordable housing. Maine must build a greater supply of affordable housing for 26,000 Mainers on waiting lists and to attract the number of workers our state needs. By investing in affordable housing, we can reduce what we are currently spending on adverse effects created by the lack of housing. Children's Health Watch found that unstable housing among families with children will cost the U.S. $111 billion in avoidable health and education expenditures over the next 10 years. We must make sure our zoning and housing policies have equitable outcomes that address the history of segregated housing that hurts poor communities, our economy, and all of us. LD 2003 will help us start on a path towards integrated quality affordable housing for Maine. LD 2003 takes necessary steps forward for our entire state. It will help those who need housing. It will significantly improve people's overall health. It will support local businesses. It will increase home ownership, and it will create economic opportunities. It will help Maine towns and cities thrive. Lack of affordable housing is a problem for every Maine community. We're all impacted, and we all need to be part of the solution. We must change our zoning laws now if we are serious about solving the housing crisis and growing our economy. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions for Cheryl from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and for your service on this commission as well. Up next, we do have Christopher Lee. Christopher, I did send you an invitation to be promoted to panelist, so if you can hit accept so we can have you come and testify. After Christopher, we have another Christopher Perlius. You'll have to tell me how to say your name. And with that, Christopher Lee, the floor is yours. And let's see if we can get you to turn on your video. Okay, we can see you, and if we can just get you to unmute. And welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to address the legislator. So we are voicing our support for this bill. And we wanted to say LD 2003 is a bill both businesses.
Interrupt real quick, but can you just introduce yourself and your organization just real quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Chris Lee. I am I'm one of the partners in a company called Backyard ADUs. We are based out of Brunswick, Maine, and we are focused on helping people build ADUs in Maine and across New England, and increasingly helping people do the types of small scale development projects that this bill is going to enable. So with that, LD 2003 is a bill both businesses and families in need. It's not just an affordable housing bill as we commonly understand them, because it doesn't simply give bigger government subsidies to create new oversized apartment blocks the cities, towns, and abutters truly hate. Opposition to this type of development was recently demonstrated by the developer we saw get chased out of Cape Elizabeth. LD 2003 slashes regulations and reallocates market power to individual homeowners and businesses that will help them build. The bill simplifies thousands of different land use regulations across the state by creating a common sense set of guidelines for building new homes. The bill will empower landowners to develop their land in creative new ways, from creating pocket neighborhoods to a traditional 4-unit apartment building. The bill unlocks small-scale development, which is exactly what our housing market needs to thrive. Small businesses drive the economy, just as small-scale housing development should drive the housing market. We understand this because Backyard ADUs helps homeowners get the most out of their properties by managing their small housing projects. Typically, this means we're helping a homeowner at an ADU to care for an aging parent, which frees up the house the parent used to live in, and of course creates a new high-quality small home in someone's backyard. We also help owners subdivide land and add dwelling units to subsidize their retirement, which helps reduce their reliance on government programs. For many of these landowners, their home and land is their biggest asset, and often municipal laws give them few options to harvest value from it. Due to diverse rules across municipalities, all of these activities are more complicated than is necessary for small impact housing projects, which add unnecessary cost, time, and other barriers to the homeowner trying to get the most out of the land. We've spoken with hundreds of homeowners across Maine and New England, and only 1 in 20 know what they can do with their land. People don't have the time to research their town's zoning ordinance to become informed. And even if they did, the rules are too complicated. Town officials charged to help navigate these rules are often overburdened with larger projects, and the civil engineering firms that navigate rules for a fee are too expensive for these small scale projects, leaving homeowners without an option. Zoning rules need to be simplified to unlock these missing small scale projects and allow individual makers to build homes for their neighbors. Further, as a business, we cannot learn the thousands of zoning rules and efficiently help homeowners across Maine at a reasonable price point. We need this bill to reduce our costs and help Mainers develop their land and build quality small homes from Kittery to Caribou affordably. In closing, giving landowners the power to develop their own land is a common sense approach to building more housing. Wouldn't it be nice if everyone in Maine knew that by law, they could build up to 4 dwelling units or an ADU on their property? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and your testimony. Up next, we do have Christopher Parlius. Hopefully I'm getting within the box. But before I'm
sorry, it's Parlius.
Parlius, almost, so close. I just wanted to say that we had Craig Saddlemeyer signed up to testify, but I'm not seeing Craig in the attendee portion. So Craig, if you—
I don't even know if that was.
make sure we have everyone mute. Craig Settlemeyer, if you're in the waiting room, if you could please raise your hand. If not, we'll be moving on to Dan Ankles next. And with that, Christopher, the floor is yours.
Representative Sylvester, could you give me an audio cue? I'll be reading off of Google Docs. I won't be able to see you.
Absolutely.
My name is Christopher Perlius. I live in Portland in Representative Sylvester's district. As Speaker Facto was saying earlier, we're in the middle of a housing affordability crisis caused by a housing shortage. This shortage is a product of a web of unnecessary regulations and a decision-making process that can be easily dominated by a vocal minority to the exclusion of everyone else. This is something we saw recently in Cape Elizabeth. People are still going to want to move here, and if we don't allow new units to be built to accommodate that growth, we'll end up in the same situation that we see in San Francisco and New York City.
Oh, did we lose you, Christopher? Just lost audio for you. It says you're on mute or unmuted, but we're not able to hear you. Give him one more second to see if he's able to rejoin us. And Christopher, if you are able to rejoin us, I'll keep you in sort of the panelist portion. Please put your video on so we know you're back with us. And with that, I think we're going to, oh, looks like he had to drop off. So if he's able to rejoin the Zoom, we'll bring him back in. With that, I'm going to promote Dan Ankles to give his testimony. And then after Mr. Ankles, we have David Bessida. And with that, Dan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just a second. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Dan Ankles, and I'm an at-large member of the Brunswick Town Council, as well as its vice chair. I'm pleased to be joining you over Zoom today to offer my own individual testimony in support of LD 2003. It's strange to be before you testifying on legislation for the very first time after spending the last 9 years as an aide here. But if there were any bill that could drive me to take the plunge, this would be it. I'm sure you've all heard from your constituents about housing costs, housing availability, or both. In my community of Brunswick, it is a constant refrain, despite our town's multi-year residential building boom. We have businesses opening and expanding, particularly on the former Naval Air Base, now known as Brunswick Landing. The employees they are hiring or trying to hire cannot find nearby housing, at least not within their price range. We have retirees stuck as they look to downsize and age close to family and lifelong friends. Nearly all new constructed dwellings come from large-scale developers and are sold or rented at market rate, and rents for those already here are rising as the scarcity grows. This housing crunch is a direct threat to our community's well-being and its economic diversity. But LD 2003 can offer some system-wide support that will relieve pressure on markets and increase the housing supply in a way that is accessible to working people and middle-class retirees alike. Speaking specifically of the language around accessory dwelling units, the beauty of the way LD 2003 approaches ADUs is that it helps provide healthier, dense residential infill, but it does so by placing the power of small-scale development in the hands of the individual, not just those with the most resources. It's important to note that while a town like Brunswick might have its own needs and its own customized policies in the works, we as a council can't alter Maine's housing trajectory on our own. State leadership, through passage of this bill, is the best means of allowing the market to reduce scarcity while simultaneously meeting a core human need of stable housing without breaking the family budget. It seems counterintuitive, but I would argue that improving the condition of the housing market gives communities a lot more control over their own destiny as you empower individuals economically and improve the overall health of the tax base. And any municipal official will tell you that a healthy tax base is what allows towns to best meet community needs while also planning for the future. The only caution I would provide to the committee is to make sure to include or keep language that ensures new ADUs don't just end up as Airbnbs. Failing to do that could defeat the purpose of the bill. And please keep reasonable protections in place for environmental zones like shoreline protection overlay districts so that we can get good people into good homes without damaging any of Maine's critical natural resources. With that, I hope committee members will see fit to advance this bipartisan bill that makes progress on one of Maine's most pressing policy dilemmas. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you to Speaker Facto and Representative Arata for such an important bipartisan collaboration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ankles. I have a question from Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brunswick, very interesting in my opinion, because of all the housing on the base that is now up for use. Can you enlighten this committee on what your town council has done to remove barriers for development, and also the base housing? Can you talk to us about what is being done to make that available to low and medium income people?
Yes, so I can make a stab at it without getting too technical. When the base closed, there were various comprehensive plans put in place by all the collaborating entities like MIRA and the town itself. Those plans ensured that Brunswick's zoning ordinance would provide for a lot of growth, and actually mixed use and growth residential are the primary zones on Brunswick Landing. The trouble is, as you rightly raise, is that a lot of what's going up there is market rate. And so what we're hoping for is a systemic push from the state to help us supplement some of the things that we're doing. We have other things in the works, like we're going to, I think, follow some of the work that Bath has just done. I know that was mentioned earlier in the hearing, and considering things like a housing trust that Kennebunk area has tried successfully. So we're going to try to supplement some of the good zoning we have on the landing, but we feel like this systemic approach could really be useful regionally in creating healthy infill.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, just for a second.
Sure.
So I'm confused on all that housing on the landing. Is it not being utilized for low and moderate income people because it's all in the hands of private developers?
I think private developers have taken possession of most of that land, and they are all, when they go before the planning board with their proposals, they comply with zoning requirements, and the planning board's hands are tied at that point, because there's little they can do to say, hey, you need to make it more affordable. And so we're trying to push through changes at the local level since I got on there, and we also feel like this bill would work nicely in tandem with it.
Thank you, sir. It was a great opportunity for Brunswick to develop housing. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you so much. I'm going to use my chair's privilege to ask a question of Councillor Ankles. Councillor Ankles, wouldn't you agree that even with all of the projects and the work that are coming online in our community, that we wouldn't be able to meet our current housing needs for all income levels? Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I would say that we are part of the broader Portland housing market, and it's quite a huge crunch that we're part of. So I would say a qualified yes.
Thank you. And one last question. Wouldn't you agree that the conversations we've been having locally make it clear that we need to consider much more of a regional approach of all of us in this together than just within what is within our Brunswick lines? Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I said in my testimony that Brunswick can't do this unilaterally. We need large system-wide collaboration, which is why I came here to testify in support of the bill.
With that, I have a question from Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ankles, for being here today. Having been a good friend of the Honorable John Richardson, who was served at the beginning of a lot of the planning, it was a pretty good collaboration between the state and the city of Brunswick in terms of thinking about the use of that. Wouldn't you agree that that sort of state municipal involvement, it turned out to really help move forward the development of those plans?
Well, I would say that because of that planning, we have, not only do we have more housing stock than we otherwise would have had, and it would be not only would it be so much worse if we hadn't done that, but also we have things like memory care facilities and assisted living communities that we were able to convert Navy housing from. And so we've actually done a lot. And we've even got plenty of housing for a lot of new Mainers that have made it over here after a perilous journey overseas. And just last week, I actually met an Afghan refugee who had arrived 3 weeks ago, and they're so grateful to be here as well. So the landing and surrounding areas are serving all kinds of folks. It just could do more.
Absolutely. And Madam Chair, I'll just note that Mr. Perelius has made it back in.
Yes. Any other questions for Councillor Ankeles? Representative Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you. Actually, just a comment. I remember when the base military moved out of the base and all the housing became available, there was a big concern that the housing market in Brunswick would bottom out. So how far we've changed in those few years. That was a matter of concern for a lot of developers in that area. And I think the executive director of Brunswick Landing was well aware of that. So I just think it's amazing how quickly things can change. Thank you.
Definitely. And Representative Bradstreet, I'll build off of that and say, we've definitely come out of this stronger than expected in our community. Wouldn't you agree, Councillor Ankeles?
I would say we should all be grateful to the work of retiring MIRA Director Steve Levesque for all the hard work he's done to improve conditions since the base closed. It's the fastest revitalization, maybe the second fastest in the whole country.
Well, with that, I'm not seeing any further questions from the committee. I want to thank you for your time, Councillor Ankeles. And we were able to get Mr. Perelius back into the Zoom, so I want to kick it over to him to be able to give his testimony. With that, the floor is yours.
Did you want me to pick up where I left off or just start from the beginning?
If you can pick up where you left off, if you remember, but if you have to start over, we completely understand.
LD 2003 frees up the market to allow greater density in a form that doesn't destroy the character of single-family neighborhoods. Think of classic triple deckers, for example. It gives homeowners the freedom to build unobtrusive ADUs, and the priority dev zone encourages that growth to be environmentally and fiscally responsible by encouraging development near existing city services. This last point ensures that a more responsible use of tax dollars, and it prevents the destruction of the rural character of our state. I've lived for a period of time in Metro Atlanta. I've seen firsthand what that sprawl can look like. If you believe that we must solve this affordability crisis once and for all, support this bill. Working people are counting on it. New homeowners are counting on it. Renters are counting on it. Small businesses are counting on it. The greater percentage of our incomes will be spent, the greater percentage of our incomes that we spend on housing, the less we can spend supporting local business. And the more workers need to pay in order to afford housing, the less small businesses can afford to stay afloat, and the more difficult it is for them to attract workers. For these reasons, LD 2003 is an indispensable tool to solve this crisis. Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Representative Rader.
Thank you so much. I just have a really quick question. You mentioned Atlanta and my ears perked up. You spoke of the sprawl that you saw there, and as someone who did live in Atlanta at one point, I can confirm that, but could you speak a little bit to the difficulty of finding apartments in an area that is as widely spread out as the Metro Atlanta area?
Sure. I had to live in several illegal housing situations because most of these were single family houses where people were renting rooms in them. In fact, I was evicted by one of the municipalities down there because the code enforcement discovered that too many unrelated people were living in the house. So if you changed the zoning to allow more units and had more ADUs, I don't think that situation would have happened. And those people could have been able to stay living there. And, you know, it's the only affordable way for us to find some place to live in that situation.
Thank you so much. And if folks would like to hear about my rat infested apartment in Atlanta for the work session, I'd be happy to describe it. Thank you, Mr. Perelius.
No problem.
Do I have any further questions? And hopefully no rats from the committee at this time. Seeing none, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. I'm glad you were able to rejoin us. Up next, we have David Beseda Following David, we have Deb Keller. So Deb, you're on deck. I'm going to be sending you an invite to promote you. And with that, David, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. Thank you to the Housing and Labor Committee for this opportunity. I have a brief story to remind the legislature of a time when the legislative ordinance and law had to be passed to help towns and municipalities come into line with federal housing laws. I have served as a developer of affordable housing in Maine since 1995. First as the initial director of Community Housing of Maine, and then as a developer of affordable housing for York County Shelter Programs and York County Community Action. And I've been involved in developing over 50 multi-housing units that are affordable housing sites scattered throughout Maine, worth over $40 million, and in towns and cities from Orono to Kittery. I also serve as a board member for the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition. So my very first affordable housing development project in Maine in 1995-96 nearly failed due to a local restrictive zoning ordinance in the city of Waterville. The Maine Department of Mental Health, which is now part of the Department of Health and Human Services, had determined that there was a need for residents in Waterville for men and women who needed mental health services in their housing, and they were partnering with Community Housing of Maine to develop a residence. So with due diligence, we selected a property, secured funding, and applied for a building permit and began construction on that residential property with our contractor. Within a few days, we received notice from the code office of a stop work order because a city councilor lived next door to this developing housing property. And the stop work order was issued because the city of Waterville at the time had a zoning ordinance that said there could not be a quote group home within 500 feet of another quote group home. So with the help of our legal counsel and also the Maine Attorney General's office and a young AAG named Drew Gatine, we appealed to the Waterville Zoning Board of Appeals, and the Zoning Board of Appeals refused to grant us our building permit until several meetings and hearings, which we pointed out that this was a violation of federal housing and the Americans with Disabilities Act. That was finally solved by the state legislature enacting public law in 1997, Chapter 442, which requires municipalities to have community living options in single-family zones that are not excluded. However, this did not solve the problem of multifamily housing and single-family housing zones for low-income and disabled people. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Representative Gear, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here, Mr. Becerra. Am I saying that correctly?
Becerra, yeah, that's fine.
Becerra, okay, thank you. I'm just really curious from your perspective as a developer. One of the things I've heard in talking to some of the small developers down here in York County is that this issue about stability and clarity in the regulatory environment is so key to being successful in getting good development done. And I would just be curious from you to hear from you a little bit more about how that works in terms of being able to create housing for all different parts of our population.
But it is, as you know, varied from municipality to municipality, and because of some of the onerous restrictions or requirements, it's almost impossible in some areas. Like, for example, I've done some development and have tried to do more in the town of Alfred, and the single family zone, there's a requirement of a 3-acre minimum lot to build any housing. So even if there was an enactment to allow 1 to 4 family units, as a previous speaker has pointed out, it'd be very difficult to put that on an affordable 3-acre lot, which would also, spread development, in a wider area. But there have been improvements on a standardized building code among towns. This helps very much. But the hodgepodge of zoning ordinances and what's allowed in what zone and what's not allowed make it difficult to develop on a wider scale.
Could I ask a quick follow-up, Madam Chair?
Sure. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. And just in terms of the technical assistance that this bill proposes to provide, with the idea that it will help to make more consistent some of the municipal zoning regulations, do you think that would be helpful?
I think that'd be extremely helpful, and there'd be some consistency. And organizations that I've worked for have not done 20 and 40 unit projects. They've done 2 and 4 and 6 unit projects, which blend in with the the neighborhood character. But in areas where there's restrictions of only single family homes, it's obviously not allowed. But having a broader scale and a spectrum of what's possible would increase a huge amount of possibilities for developing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your
very much.
patience. Up next, we have Deb Keller presenting. After Deb, we will have, I'm going to have to help on this name, Eamon Dundon. Hopefully I'm within the ballpark on that. And with that, Deb, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Deborah Keller. I'm the resident of Bath. I am the Executive Director of Bath Housing Authority and the Secretary of Bath Housing Development Corporation. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I am offering my full support of LD 2003. I would argue that this is the single most important piece of legislation that I've seen in the 22 years I've been involved in the world of housing in Maine. It provides tools for local governments such that each community can play a part in addressing the statewide housing need. In Bath, we've seen a 70% increase in the rental housing prices over the past 6 years. Wage increases have not kept pace with these increases in housing costs. I've said it many times, but there's no quick fix for this problem, but we do need more housing. And we need to be working at the issue from a variety of angles. I am so fortunate to be working in Bath and working in the Saginaw County region because we do have community members and municipalities that are very proactive in addressing the issues. We're working at Bath Housing on a 4-pronged strategy, a 4-pronged framework, and that involves policy and planning, direct assistance to households in need, preservation of existing housing stock, and production. But right now, production has to be our focus. And this bill will do such a phenomenal job in advancing our ability to produce more units, both from 1 unit at a time, truly. There's a few aspects of the bill I want to highlight, and over listening over the last 4 hours, my priority changes every couple of minutes. But I'm going to say that the most important part is the technical assistance and the policy carrots for every municipality. Take a deep dive look at their zoning ordinance. That's what we're doing in Bath. We started this process months ago through our community development committee. This is the single most important thing we can do because we have to have zoning that allows us to create more units. The other thing I really like about this legislation is that it naturally scales to every different size community. 2.5 times 1 is 2.5. So I think it's really a brilliant approach. ADUs up to 4 units, 2.5 times density works really well to scale to different sizes of community. As a developer, the density bonus is probably what I'm most excited about. And I want to give you a quick example. Bath Housing is looking at a parcel of land. It is a surface parking lot, 60 parking spaces. We would like to put housing on it. Right now, for that 3-point-some acre project, we could do 23 units with the existing zoning ordinance. And with that, 23 units would require 46 parking spaces. Under this new law, we could do 57 apartments with a mix of incomes and 38 parking spaces. It becomes financially feasible. It allows us to do more housing units serving a range of incomes, less unnecessary surface parking, and no need for a timely and costly, risky contract zone. And honestly, less chance for NIMBY opposition. So every community has a responsibility, and I think this legislation does it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a question from Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. and really valuable testimony, Ms. Keller. So thanks very much for being here. Just remind me, what is the population of Bath?
About 8,500.
Great. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the committee? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned about the requirements, local requirements about parking spaces under the current ordinances. Are you folks doing anything to try to get the planning board to change those ordinances?
Again, I'm so fortunate to work in Bath. Bath has parking requirements that are waivable, but many communities don't. When I developed in Southern Maine, we did projects in many towns, and those were not waivable. Some towns have contract zone ordinances which allow you to go in and ask for special provisions. But again, those are costly and they're risky because that's where your opposition might come out and the city council has to vote on a project. So, again, parking differs everywhere. I think many communities I've seen have just are requiring way more parking than we ever need or is ever used.
Thank you.
Do I have any further questions from the committee? If not, thank you so much, Ms. Keller, for being here. And up next, we have, is it Eamon Dundon? Did I get slightly close this time?
Very, very close. Eamon Dundon.
Eamon. Oh, God. I was like, I tried to write it down phonetically after last time, but.
Much better. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. My name is Eamon Dundon. I'm the Director of Advocacy at the Portland Regional Chamber of Commerce. We represent about 1,300 businesses here in our region, and I'm here today to express our organization's strongest support for the bold, necessary, and past due proposals in LD 2003. Our organization closely followed and provided extensive testimony to the study commission. We were encouraged by the bipartisan support for the commission, the relative consensus from a wide variety of voices on the commission, and the bipartisan sponsorship of this bill. As has become glaringly apparent in the era of COVID, Maine is woefully short in the creation and preservation of affordable housing. Consistently, we hear from our members that the single largest impediment to economic growth and workforce development is the shortage of affordable housing in proximity to good paying jobs, transportation, schools, and community amenities. For too long, our municipal regulatory structures of land use and zoning restrictions have held back much needed housing production. The suite of initiatives proposed in this bill would allow our state to unleash public and private capital to get to work building housing without undue regulatory barriers. Our support for these initiatives is based in the following truths. First, the zoning status quo deprives Mainers of their property rights and basic freedoms. Currently, individuals are arbitrarily limited in their ability to do what they wish with their land by municipal ordinances that regulate everything from the number of units and parking spaces on a lot to setbacks, height, and other dimensional standards. There exists a rational basis for many sensible components of zoning that address design, utility access, and life safety issues, but the state should be empowered to significantly limit what areas of property rights a municipality can restrict. Second, the zoning status quo limits the ability of people to be economically independent and successful by restricting the ability of individuals to move to places with higher paying jobs. We are seeing massive workforce shortages in our state. Unfortunately, the biggest limiting factor in finding qualified individuals to fill these high paying jobs is a lack of housing. People cannot move to economically prosperous areas, they will be locked into lower paying jobs, increasing dependency on government assistance and reducing the ability of our state to grow economically. And third, the zoning status quo is regressive, with the biggest burden being felt by those at the bottom of the income scale. Because supply is so constrained, housing cost inflation is rising at a rapid clip, which enriches the incumbents while making housing security further out of reach for low-income individuals. I want to end briefly by talking about home rule and the interplay with this bill. Maine has a long history of home rule, and that is an asset to a community's agency over the execution of their local priorities. So why shake that up and insert the state in a policy realm that municipalities have long held free rein? Simply put, because municipalities have failed to create an environment for property owners to use their property as they see fit to meet the market demands for more housing. In no other area of policy would the state tolerate the level of historic inaction and free market manipulation that has led us to the crisis we now find the availability of affordable housing in. The status quo is enabling municipalities to internalize discussions which have inherent external interested parties. When we place all the decision-making power around land use and zoning in the hands of people who already live in the community, we are necessarily excluding the input and the interest of those who would like to move to the community but can't because they can't afford to live there. And I'll end there and I'll say I have a much longer written testimony that I submitted. So there's just an abridged version. So I encourage you to read that. It goes into some specifics on provisions of the bill and how they relate to some of the communities that we represent. Thank you.
And it wouldn't be a Monday unless I had myself on mute at least once. Thank you for your testimony and your time this afternoon. Do we have any questions from committee at this time? Seeing none, up next we have Eric Jorgensen joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Eric Jorgensen. I'm Senior Director of Government Relations and Communications at the Maine State Housing Authority. I'm testifying today in strong support of LD 2003. Our agency sees the policies contained in this bill as being potentially the most important opportunity to promote affordable housing in Maine to come along in a generation. Deb Keller stole my thunder on that, but that's exactly what we also agree with that. Our director, Dan Brennan, has been part of this work from the start as a member of the Speaker's Commission. His participation allowed our agency to follow and to shape the discussions surrounding the policies that would eventually be included in this bill. And while there are legitimate differences of opinion about parts of it, taken together, this bill presents a rare course-setting opportunity to help reduce the chronic housing shortage in this state. Various estimates have suggested that Maine needs more than 20,000 new units of affordable housing to meet the needs that currently exist. Neither Maine Housing nor any other single entity can provide that. If this issue is to be resolved, the solution is going to demand the work of many players on many fronts. And while reducing zoning restrictions that hinder multifamily construction will make it easier to create traditional apartment complexes, more dispersed solutions, such as making it easier to construct ADUs, allowing small multi-units in places where single-family housing is allowed, and incentivizing increases in density, are equally critical. These are all elements that can empower families and small developers to have a role in finding the solution to this statewide problem. This bill is also an opportunity to move the state forward. It'll create an opportunity to offset some of the historical injustices that have been used in some places through land use law to exacerbate housing inequality in the past. And I think that's really important too. We've discussed this measure with various parties. One item that was raised that I will just quickly mention to you was a suggestion to consider housing the municipal aspects of this proposal, including planning resources, technical assistance and incentive programs with the Bureau of Resource Information and Land Use Planning at the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. This suggestion came from a sense that the municipal planning expertise in that office was closely correlated with the measures called for in this bill. But regardless of whether the committee heeds that suggestion, Maine Housing enthusiastically supports this measure. We thank the Speaker for bringing the issue forward and stand by to assist however we can to move it forward. Thank you.
I have a question from Representative Cuddy, followed by Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen, for being here and delivering a testimony and support for this bill. A couple of times sort of during the discussion today, people have referred to help in the creation of affordable housing. And when I hear that, I hear two different things when people say affordable housing. One is simply increasing the stock of housing that we have so that housing becomes more affordable. But then there is affordable housing, which I think of as like Section 8 programs and so on and so forth. And this bill, as I understand it, is more along the lines of something that is trying to increase the total number of units that people can move into, as opposed to addressing quote unquote affordable housing programmatically. Do you agree with my reading on that? Am I correct?
I guess it's an example of something, a rising tide lifting all boats. I mean, it's really a combination of issues. I mean, not every solution is going to work in every town. I mean, in Winterport, you're not going to be able to take a 50 unit, probably not a 50 unit low income housing tax credit property, but you certainly might be able to do some 4 units or some 5 units or even a 20 unit. And I think this will just help with density and make some other things easier. And just does several different ways, does several different things to help promote that. And you've had some of the great wizards of planning and housing in Maine who can provide technical evidence of that. But I think it's a really exciting bill for that, for the reason that it just can do an awful lot of stuff and attack the problem from a number of directions. I will just say though that, housing in this country is generally, it's a market-based activity. And the more we can do to, promote the creation of housing in general, the better it's going to work out. And whether that housing is, market rate, as we call it, or for 80% or lower AMI.
Thank you.
Second, I was up in May. To make it with only one. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jurgensen, nice to see you again, sir.
Good to see you.
Obviously, we've heard a lot in this past session about, the housing crisis, Has there been any estimations on, if we get this and passed, if we get that and passed, how many years down the road are we looking that we could see it go the other way? The housing crisis, that is.
Well, it's a supply and demand problem that's a national one. And I think for many years, just resources haven't been allocated to this purpose. I mean, so I think after the housing crisis of 2006, 2007, nationally, there was a real reduction in home building for a while. There was the home mortgage thing. But I think, one of the questions that came up earlier that Representative Bradstreet asked about was, why has Maine Housing just doubled its investment in units? And I just say it's a series of good confluences that have happened that have made this possible. I mean, we're in a place now where there's new subsidy available. We've always maximized the amount of units we can build every year. Every year we've used every penny we can, but we just haven't had the subsidy available. But recently the state passed the low-income housing tax credit. The state the voters of Maine passed the affordable elderly housing bond a couple of years ago. And, we're emerging from a period where we just didn't have any subsidy for like most of a decade. So all those things together have really helped. But I think it's hard to know, it takes years to create a unit of housing from the scratch from actual concept to construction. But I think that, all the things in this bill are going to help improve that. I'll just say that our pipeline right now is larger than it's ever been, but it really needs to we need to constantly put fuel into that system, or we're not going to be able to continue to increase our production.
Thank you, sir. Now, just a quick follow-up. Is Maine State Housing involved in any of the Brunswick Landing development?
I think so. I think we have been. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that have happened there. I mean, a lot of the housing there is for, less expensive housing that's been done. I don't know if there's been any tax credit projects there, but we have been involved. I know in some things that have happened there. I know there's been I lived in Brunswick for years, and I remember the issue of everyone was flipping out about the idea of there being a flood of housing on the market after that happened. But that's turned out not to be the case, or there was a flood of housing. It's good. It's been used, but I think there's a real range of types of stuff that's being developed there and has been developed there. And maybe I'm just sort of talking though, so I better be careful.
Thank you.
Do I have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for Representative Sylvester.
Madam Chair, I was trying to time my hand in order to allow the Honorable Mr. Jorgensen out of the room. Since he did come in on time, I figured I'd let him out without a question. But what I wanted to raise was we've been going for quite some time, and I wondered for staff if we could take a 15-minute break so that our analysts and clerk could take a moment to gather themselves.
You stole my thunder, Mike. I was just about to announce if we could get to the end of the folks that we have in the block, we're going to take a break. But I do see we do have one member of the public who has a time constraint. We did hear from Janice de Lima, and I wanted to see if they would like to testify before they have to leave. If so, if you could raise your hand in the waiting room to be able to get you in. Janice, if you are interested, if you could just raise your hand. Yes, okay, I will promote you. Oh, wait, no, we did not have Janice's hand go up, but we did have Frank D'Alessandro, who is actually up next. So I will, if there's no further questions for Mr. Jorgensen, I'm going to promote over Frank. We're gonna finish this block of folks, and then we're going to take a 15-minute break for folks. I know there's been a lot of folks waiting in the waiting room who are wondering, when you're going to go. I just beg your patience. We do have our OPLA analyst has been listening to all the testimony, is working through all of this, and I want to make sure that he and our clerk have a moment to take a break, as well as for all the legislators and for all of you listening. So we're going to have Frank give his testimony, and then I'll give one last shout out. Janice, if you would like to go, if you want to just write it in the chat, we'll go from there, and then we're going to take a break. So Frank, the floor is yours.
And my name is Frank D'Alessandro. Good morning, Senator Dougherty. Good afternoon, Senator Dougherty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. I am the Director of Legal Services for Maine Equal Justice. We're a civil legal services organization with work with and for people with low income seeking solutions to poverty through legislative advocacy, administrative advocacy, and legal representation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of LD 2003. As you've heard before, Maine is in the midst of an affordable housing crisis. This year, daily, we have over 2,000 people who are homeless. This crisis is in part the result of zoning ordinances, which through minimum lot sizes, maximum density requirements, growth caps, place barriers to the creation of affordable housing, especially the creation of rental housing. And these zoning policies have a discriminatory impact upon people of color and low-income people in general who are more likely to be renters. What we are doing now is not working. This bill helps to remove some of the barriers to affordable housing by allowing property owners to maximize the value of their property by creating accessory dwelling units and creating up to 4 units in zones currently only zoned for a single unit. There was some talk before about someone mentioned how complicated the current zoning laws are. We hear all the time at Maine Equal Justice how people don't understand what the laws are about how they can use their property. And especially about accessory dwelling units, we think it's really important that whatever the law is, it be simple, easily accessible, and understandable by the typical homeowners. Also heard comments about we should limit the application of some of these requirements of this bill to only smaller communities. One of the things to keep in mind, while Maine has over 500 municipalities, according to the latest census figures, only about 22 to 25 are over 10,000 people. And if we limit this bill to that, it's just not going to get us where we need to go. And as someone else just testified, over 2.5, one of the requirements in the bill is the density requirement for affordable housing is linked to what the density requirements already exist in the community, so that you don't need to have a carve out for people. We're also very much in favor of the portion of the bill which will make exclusionary zoning a violation of the Maine Human Rights Act. We think that, as another person recently just testified, that zoning laws have been used to keep low-income people and people of color out of communities, and that needs to stop. And this bill needs that to have the teeth to be enforceable. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. We do have Janice DeLima with us. Janice, the floor is yours. And Janice, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, I assume you can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to start my video as well. I know it's dangerous to be the last person to speak before your break, so I'll be as quick as possible. Thank you all very much for allowing me this time. My name is Janice DeLima. I serve as a board member for the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition. I'm also a banker with over 20 years of banking experience. I'm an elected official in Falmouth, where I serve as the town councilor. And I'm also a mother of 2 college-aged children who is concerned about their generation's future in Maine. As much as it's difficult to compartmentalize who I am, I'm here today in my role as a board member of the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition and as a resident of Maine to express my strong support of LD 2003. I followed the Zoning and Land Use Commission's meetings and was so pleased to see the level of engagement and support from the members who, as you know, represented such a broad coalition, including legislators from both sides of the aisle, the Maine Municipal Association, and housing experts. Our thanks to the work of this cross-section of expertise for the ideas they developed and generated, and which are now contained in LD 2003. Clearly, we're in a stage in Maine where the housing crunch is affecting every municipality virtually, and a state and local partnership is so critical if we are to overcome the crunch. Mainers are struggling with the lack of affordable housing. In my town of Falmouth, it's virtually impossible to find housing that is affordable to our municipal workers, our teachers. As our residents age, options to stay in the community are scarce due to limited rental housing availability. Furthermore, it is a well-known fact that homeownership is foundational to wealth accumulation. And I'm concerned that this unaffordability of housing could inevitably cause a generation of young people to miss owning an asset that will determine their financial security later in life. Homeownership, even for households with relatively stable incomes and eligible for decent-sized mortgages, is a struggle because finding quality housing near to where they work and within their budget has become virtually impossible. Now is the time to act on the Commission's recommendations and pass LD 2003. The provision to provide technical assistance and accompanying grants for municipalities will encourage the revision of land use policies as we work through our ordinances to increase housing density while protecting working and natural lands. Please support LD 2003. Thank you, and I'll take any questions you may have.
So much. Do you have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. I just want to let folks know we are going to take a 15-minute break. When we return, we're going to jump right back in. I do see in the chat that there are a few folks with some other time constraints. We're going to try to do our best to be able to get everyone in and out and just go from there. So just to let everyone know, 15-minute break. Please turn off your video. Please go on mute. And if once again, if you have any questions or you're having difficulties, please contact our clerk. But I will say, I'm hoping that he will also take a quick break. So everyone go out, stretch, get some food, drink some water, and we'll come back ready to jump right into things in about 15 minutes. And with that, thank you. Oh, and I do see a request for who's next up after the break. So I will quickly put that in the chat as well. Hey folks, we're coming back from break. I'm going to give everyone a couple more minutes to get assembled, but just to let folks know we're about ready to kick off. So let's say this is everyone's 1 minute warning. Okay, committee members, if we can start to reassemble. I'll wait till everyone gets their cameras on. Hopefully everyone got a good stretch in, ready for the next section. Justin, do we have Representative Hymanson with us? And we might be down a committee clerk. So we're just going to wait everyone until we get Justin back. Although actually I do see Representative Hymanson. So I'm going to promote her. There we go. So for folks, I know we've been going for a long time and we do have some folks with time constraints. We also had some questions in the chat about switching folks in the order that we testify. We recognize it's been a really, really long day. I mean, the traditional way the legislature goes is we have everyone speak for, then those who are against, and those neither for nor against. And we have, legislators present after the sponsor presents. But in recognition of how long it's been, and I know a lot of people are waiting, what we're thinking is we're going to have Representative Hymanson, who's been so kind to be able to jump over from appropriations, who's in the full tilt boogie. She'll be testifying neither for nor against, correct, Representative Hymanson? So we're going to have Representative Hymanson present, and then we're going to take one other person, Beth Della Valle, hopefully I'm saying your name correctly, who also need to testify neither for nor against. And then what we're going to do from then is we're going to take 2 folks in opposition, 2 folks in favor, 2 folks neither for. So we're going to start circulating through so we can make sure we're getting a bunch of different voices in recognition of how many people are here today. And just for those who are listening, this is probably, I think, the longest hearing and the most testimony that we've received on a bill, certainly since I've been chair and potentially for the Labor Committee this session. So thank you all for bearing with us and your patience as we navigate it. So with that, I'm going to recognize Representative Hymanson, and also Beth, I'm going to promote you to have you on deck for neither for nor against, and then I'll put the rest of the folks in the chat. With that, Representative Hymanson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and the hardworking members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I'm Patty Hymanson, proudly representing House District 4, parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit. I'm here testifying neither for nor against LD 2003 to add information. The largest part of my district is in York, and nearly all the homes there and in Western Wells have septic systems and private well water. I have lived in both for 35 years in my district. The land is largely ledge and wetlands. If a housing structure built in compliance with this bill is connected to a septic system, a plan must be in place for replacement of the septic system when it fails in 15 or so years if the housing density has been increased. Failing septic systems always happen eventually and are a nuisance for neighbors, pollute the groundwater, the watershed, the rivers, and the beaches. The Cape Nettic Beach and parts of Ogunquit Beach have periodically failed the main healthy beaches testing. Non-point pollution is hard to fix. The York County Jail in Alfred has a septic system that has been problematic and expensive to remediate. Well water needs to be tested for arsenic, radon, and PFAS. The phrase in the bill, quote, proof of access to potable water and acceptable for domestic use, end quote, needs expansion. These toxic substances in Maine aquifers find their way into wells, and people moving into new homes with wells need to know about their water supply. Being specific in the bill is important. Too many wells will cause some to decrease flow or dry up periodically. As I understand it, if this happens in Maine, it is the responsibility of the well owner to mitigate their own well, thus suffering a hardship due to the larger or increased number of wells that have gone up around them. South Sanford, also part of my district, has many commuters. It is clear that parts of my district need more affordable housing. York allows accessory dwelling units now and is currently building a 76-unit workforce housing development courtesy of our existing housing overlay district. It has been approved by the planning board. The holdup is finding an agency capable of qualifying the applicants and overseeing continued eligibility. So I ask you to please consider funding an eligibility office. In conclusion, please consider expanding the septic and well water sections, consider an eligibility office, ordinance and zoning experts to work with municipalities. And importantly, overall, piecemeal mandates of ordinance terms taken outside the context of existing comprehensive plan growth provisions and applied uniformly across all of Maine ignore the differences among various towns and creates potential conflict with other ordinances that continue to remain consistent with the comprehensive plan. Honoring the comprehensive plan process that is in statute with resources to make local, varied, and complex decisions will make gains in housing that is affordable, as it is gaining in York. Thank you for your attention and consideration. I'm happy to answer questions if I'm able.
Thank you so much, Representative. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for making it over from appropriations and good luck in the rest of your deliberations today.
Thank you. You too.
Of course. Up next, we have Beth Della Valle. Beth, the floor is yours. And folks, I'm really quickly trying to type in the list for folks who'll be going. We're going to be doing chunks of 2 and we're going to be taking them alphabetically. So I'm trying to get them into the chat right now. And with that, Beth, the floor is yours. Beth, we seem to be unable to hear you. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Oh, it sounded like for a split second we could hear you there. Nope. You should be where you see the mute button. There's a little arrow. If you're able to click it, it should give you the options of where your microphone is. So if you click either built-in microphone or same as system, it should enable you to switch your microphone.
Yeah, I tried that. Can you hear me now?
No, we can hear
you. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Beth Della Valle. I'm a resident of Portland, and I've practiced land use planning in Maine for over 40 years, working with the state planning office, regional commissions, and municipalities that range in size and location all over the state, from the public, private, and the nonprofit sectors. I am currently the Director of Planning and Development for Sanford, though I am not speaking on the city's behalf today. I applaud the goal of this bill and for directing new technical assistance resources to towns that are on the front line of providing affordable housing. However, implementation in this LD is flawed. Given the importance of the goal, I believe it is worth the time to figure out how to make the various elements of the bill work without throwing both towns and state land use enabling statutes under the bus. I recommend that the committee work with the director of the Bureau of Resource Information and Land Use Planning at DACF to amend this bill to better achieve the desired outcomes without fueling sprawl and its associated costs. DACF DACF best understands Maine's land use laws and connections to growth-related capital investments and is already charged with providing technical assistance to towns. In Maine, management of land use has been a partnership between the state and towns as codified in the Growth Management Act since 1989. This LD breaks faith with that partnership and delegates oversight to DECD rather than DACF. The bill duplicates the Municipal Planning Assistance Program at DACF, which is grossly underfunded, with new staffing and resources directed to DECD. The $4.6 million fiscal note would be directed far more appropriately to DACF and the state's 11 regional planning commissions. There are some good standards proposed in the LD that should be carried forward. However, as drafted, it potentially conflicts with several sections of state law, including growth-related capital investments, minimum lot size for on-site septic, and variances for municipal dimensional requirements. Furthermore, its one-size-fits-all approach ignores the vast differences in development pressure and capacity to provide affordable housing in a way that promotes orderly growth and minimizes costs associated with serving that growth among Maine's nearly 500 towns. One example of potential concern is the mandate to allow 4 dwelling units everywhere single-family homes are allowed. As stated, this will promote sprawl into rural areas and unnecessarily cost both the state and towns in upgrading roads, extending utilities, and school busing. Far better to limit this mandate to local growth areas, consistent with the Growth Management Act. Similarly, proposed priority development zones duplicates the state definition of growth areas and should be—
Ms. Delaval?
Yes.
Unfortunately, you're at the end of your 3 minutes. If you could wrap up, please.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Duplicates the state definition of growth areas and should be adjusted to allow this designation within a growth area and tie it to existing statute for growth-related capital investment. Now, I could go through the bill line by line to offer comments, but there's not enough time. So what I will do is I'm going to detail some of my concerns and potential ways to amend
Ms. Delaval?
My last sentence.
Unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. If perhaps people will ask you questions about that, but we
I was
need
just
to
going
move.
to say I'm going to provide it in my written testimony.
Oh, okay. That's sorry. I
That's
thought
all
you
I
were
was
about to
gonna
launch
say.
into it now. So
Thank you for your patience.
thank you.
And thank you for your patience as well. I have a question from Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you threw out so much information. I was going to ask if we have your written testimony, because a lot of it made sense. That, am I to understand you're saying that we have a lot of agencies right now that could address what this bill is intending to do?
Yes, they would be. What I'm saying is that if you give them the jurisdiction to do that, then yes, there is already a framework in place in state statute to allow this conversation to go forward and to coordinate among the different agencies and their missions.
Very interesting concept. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to reading your written testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, I have a question from Representative Gear, followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for being here, Ms. Della if I said that right. Just wanted to check in with you. I being unfamiliar with the definitions, what is the definition of a growth area at this
In
point?
the growth management program, municipalities are required to create what's called a future land use plan that includes a designation of growth areas where most of the growth in the community is intended to be directed and corresponding capital investments to support that growth. The rural areas are the areas where you have either a large concentration of natural resources or natural resource-based industries like agriculture, forestry, mineral extraction. And so those are very, very well embedded issues already in state statute. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel here. You just need to make some adjustments to shift some of the things you're talking about doing in this bill to that existing framework and make sure that the funding goes to the right place, to the people who are already doing this work. I know there was a question about state planning office. The remnants of state planning office's land use program that oversees growth management is in DACF. It's called the Municipal Planning, Assistance Program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question from Representative Warren.
And thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony. Just to go off of, I think what Representative Drinkwater was asking you about, if we currently have capacity, I'm also interested in that because of that state planning office discussion that's come up through a few bills and during today's testimony. So is it your understanding that we currently have sort of the infrastructure to do what this bill is requesting that we do? It sounds to me like it's quite a lot of things that need to happen, expressly financial, to maybe current offices. It sounds from what I'm hearing from you that they don't currently have the staff or infrastructure. So are you just saying that they're going to build off of what already exists versus reinstituting that planning office? And I'm trying to understand, what I guess the musical chairs here, like where are we, what needs to happen, what sort of resources are needed at this point?
So the Municipal Planning Assistance Program has basically been starved for resources starting under the Baldacci administration, and then basically the axe hit them under the LePage administration when the State Planning Office was eliminated. What I'm suggesting is you're talking about a pretty hefty fiscal note here. I applaud you for proposing that a bunch of that is going to go to municipalities, but it should be going to the program at DACF, not to DECD, which has only a picture of a portion of the puzzle associated with solving the affordable housing crisis. Part of it is making sure that while we're doing that we don't aggravate sprawl and we don't generate a whole bunch of new costs for the state, because when you allow this development to happen in the rural areas as opposed to the growth areas, you know that there's going to be needs to upgrade roads, to extend utilities, to bus kids all over the place. And so it makes more sense to restrict that kind of, or focus that kind of development in the growth areas that arguably have some of the investment necessary. And we already have an infrastructure, we already have language in the statute right now that links that planning and that regulation directly to the state's investment in growth related capital investments. You know that when towns start facing those costs, they're going to turn to the state and say, help us. So one of the critical portions of the Growth Management Act is to support orderly growth and development and the financing of the infrastructure that's necessary to support that growth. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel, you just need to tinker. And I would say that I am incredibly supportive of a number of the positions that you are approaching around building caps, around priority development areas, around providing technical assistance. There just needs to be an adjustment here so that there's a lot of duplication of effort and that you're spending the money as wisely as you can.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I have questions from Representative Prescott, followed by Representative Gear.
Well, thank you. Did you say there's a conflict with some state laws?
Yeah, and one of them is the growth-related capital investments. There is something in statute, and when you see my written testimony, I'm giving you the citations for those sections so you can find them. But basically it says, if the state is going to make investments in infrastructure that is going to support growth or generate growth, that it needs to be done in coordination with the land use plan that meets the goals of the state of the Growth Management Act, so that you spend that money wisely.
Is there any other ones?
Yes, I would say the minimum lot size. I know that there was some discussion about that earlier, and right now the minimum lot size says that if you're going to dispose of your septic waste on site, it's 20,000 square feet. There is some language in the bill that says, quote unquote, to add additional 4 units as long as you can meet those other requirements, including the minimum, including the septic disposal. So there's some thought to that, but it's a little bit clumsy because you're suggesting to people that you can do it, and you ought to be much more you could be much more straightforward about that and make it clear that you're talking about that. And then the last one is the variances. In 2 places in the bill, it says, oh, you can get a variance for dimensional standards. Well, it's virtually impossible for a municipal board of appeals to legally grant a variance on dimensional standards from zoning. based upon another piece of state law, which makes it really, really hard to do that. You can't, so it's almost like you're pretending that that's a tool, but it's not a tool that you can functionally use at the municipal level.
Thank you. Now you mentioned that, I recall there's like 4 really strict criteria you have to meet to get a variance.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to put a flag on this. It seems like if Steve, if you can put together some information on this office in DACF and how it functions, that would be super helpful for the work session. Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this would be another suggestion to Steve from Opla, that she has mentioned so many things that are in conflict with existing state law. I would like to have that identified and laid out for us on his spreadsheet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions from the committee, I want to thank you for your time, and I'm glad we were able to get you in. And folks, we're now going to switch to, so we've done 2 neither for nor against. We're going to switch to 2 in opposition and then 2 in favor. For those who aren't used to the legislative alphabet soup in the chat, I'm going to refer to neither for nor against as NFNA, if anyone gets confused. So with that, we have Clifton. Is it Iller? Is that how you say your last name?
It's Eiler.
Eiler. So Clifton, you're going to be next, followed by Edward Ashley. So Clifton, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Clifton Eiler, and I'm the town planner for the town of Hamden. I'm here today to speak in opposition to LD 2003 on behalf of the citizens of Hamden, as well as based on my experience as an AICP certified planner. Many will speak in opposition on the potential impacts of this legislation on home rule, and I will not belabor that point. Instead, I'm here today to speak about the impacts of this bill will have on our community. Hamden has historically been a rural bedroom community. Our prominence as an early mill town made way to picturesque farmland dotted with colonial and federal houses. Over time, that farmland was infilled with new housing for our growing community. Today, Hamden is a relatively suburban community with a rich blue-collar history. Our pride is in our community, a tapestry woven by generations of families that have lived and worked here, one where students become the teachers and ones where the new, like myself, are welcomed with open arms. Over the past year, the town of Hamden has approved construction of 23 affordable housing units between a mixture of multifamily and accessory dwelling units, with another 59 potentially going through review. We have revised our zoning code to expand eligibility for these units and rewrote our subdivision ordinance to manage growth in a more sustainable way. We have worked tirelessly with our community to increase our housing mix where this legislation could undo all of that work. I'm a staunch proponent of affordable housing policy. In my graduate program at Georgetown University, I wrote my thesis on the impact of accessory dwelling units on affordable housing, in which I proposed model language to make ADUs permitted by right, the very language suggested in this bill. And despite that, I cannot in good faith support the rest of the language in this bill. The American Institute of Certified Planners coded that the state we should promote excellence in design and conserve and preserve the integrity and heritage of the natural and built environment. We should create plans that ensure equitable access to resources while faithfully serving the public interest. Our expediency to solve this problem will result in unfettered development, trading short-term growth for long-term liability. Our town of 7,000 does not have the resources to support a city of 30,000, so why are we making it like one? The fire and EMS calls will not decrease, and neither will sewer infrastructure grow overnight. This legislation expects that it will at no cost. That is neither equitable nor is it sustainable. We cannot create strong towns without considering what makes them strong. Our communities are beautiful because they are unique. As they grow, change, and reinvent themselves over time, we infill the old with the new and create new patchworks of community. In order to properly address housing affordability, we need gradual change. Sustainable growth is equitable growth. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I have a question right off the bat from Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and the birthplace of both my parents, Hamden, Maine. Can you talk to us a little bit about the barriers, because that's what I am concentrating on, is the barriers that are preventing this type of development. And you mentioned in your testimony how you have identified some of those and guided your town towards making it more affordable housing. Could you just hit for a moment what you perceive as what needs to be done at the local level to bring down those barriers?
Sure. I mean, I think most of the proponents of this bill have spoken on that themselves as well. You know, when we're talking about creating affordable housing, we need to take down the barriers of entry that are in our zoning code, as well as our subdivision ordinances. And we as a town have done that in order to increase our housing mix, in order to respond to, you know, local criticism of a lack of affordable housing. And kind of what we're running into is, now that we've done that, we've seen that there's a genuine strain on our infrastructure, anything from the road networks to our sewer infrastructure to even our school systems. And kind of what I'm really worried about in this bill and this legislation is other towns going through the same things that we're going through. We're starting to have to turn away potential developing opportunities because we don't have the infrastructure to support that. And that's my genuine worry here, is that this bill doesn't create the fiscal note necessary to kind of support the infrastructure, especially in the sewer related infrastructure that is needed to further create affordable housing.
Very insightful. Thank you.
Man, fourth time on mute. Any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much, Clifton, for your testimony and for being here.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Edward Ashley in opposition. Then we're going to be switching back into favor. After him, we will be having George Bergonia and Hannah Pingree. With that, Edward, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Edward Ashley, I live in Yarmouth. I'm an active retired volunteer for the town, have been such for over 20 years, have worked closely with 4 successive different planning directors of planning and development on a host of issues. And I may have mislabeled myself here. I'm not, first of all, I am in favor of affordable housing. And that's not just on a theoretical or civic basis, it's with personal experience. My daughter was desperate to leave Brooklyn and get back to Maine and with her family. And they made it. They're in Yarmouth, but it was a struggle, and my wife and I had to extend more assistance than was probably prudent for us to do so. It's a real struggle. And Yarmouth is one of those coastal towns that has experienced outrageous price growth in this pandemic era. This discovery that you can have your job and live wherever you want to has had a real impact here. And the prices that houses go for in the historic village would have been undreamed of 10 years ago. That's just echoing what others have said. So there's a real need. However, Bill LD 2003, in several respects, just paints with too broad a brush, too heavy a hand. I'm supportive of much of what I heard Mr. Isles say just before my turn. I've submitted a memo to the committee, which you should have, and I hope you read. I'm not going to take the time to read through it in view of the time constraints, but I focused on 3 major issues that I thought had to be addressed. And one of them, I'm surprised to say that no one has mentioned it so far. There are certain Section 1 of the bill makes it illegal for a town to restrict the construction based on criteria that refer to 3 phrases: character of a location, and 2 others that I'm less concerned with simply because I've never encountered them before. The character of a location is defined as the unique characteristics of a municipality or specific area within a municipality. Well, I'm an advocate and a draftsman and a proponent of historic preservation measures, among other things. And this language arguably would put that kind of ordinance in deep trouble, because that's precisely what they do. Historic preservation measures base it on unique characteristics of the town or a specific area within the town, i.e. a historic district. That's what they do, but not with an intent to block.
Mr. Ashley, unfortunately, you are at the end of your 3 minutes. I wonder if you could finish your sentence.
Wow. Get rid of that. It doesn't apply. And if you'll read my memo, you'll see examples of how it does not apply. The municipal growth caps have to go. You have a provision in the legislation now that regulates growth and even mandates a percentage of affordable housing, which this bill purports to do away with. And the Housing Development Permit Review Board with adjudicatory authority, convert that into an advisory board which lends technical assistance to municipalities, but it's too much of an invasion of home rule to have that board overruling the decisions of a planning board, which are supposed to be based upon interpretation of the town ordinances and implementation of them and findings of fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley.
Do you have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today. Next, we're going to be moving on to two folks in favor. And I'm looking to see if we have George with us. I am not seeing George. George, if you are with us under a different name or a phone number, if you could please raise your hand. If not, I've also gotten word that the Honorable Hannah Pingree will be, she's in another meeting right now, so she'll be coming back to join us. So I'm actually going to jump ahead in the alphabet to take two more folks in favor. And if everyone would just bear with me, I'm jumping ahead in the list. Of course, my computer's not going fast enough right now. Okay. If we could get Andy Cashman is up next, followed by Jack Shapiro. So Andy, let's get there. Let's see. And then Jack, I'm also promoting you to be on deck. After them, we're going to jump back to neither for nor against. And in the neither for nor against, we have Cynthia Dill, followed by Elon Elisafon. Hopefully I got that in the ballpark. And with that, Mr. Cashman, the floor is yours. If you're able to jump through, and it doesn't look like you're able to jump through, so. Maybe not. Okay, it says both of them. Oh, here we go. Looks like Mr. Cashman's able to join us. Mr. Cashman, can you hear us? Yes.
I can. I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. The floor is yours.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I'll try to be brief. I know it's been a long day for all of you. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Andy Cashman, the founder of Resolve Government Relations, and I'm here today on behalf of my client, the Maine Association of Realtors, in strong support of LD 2003. We are, of course, a statewide association representing about 6,200 agents involved in real estate, commercial, residential throughout the state, as well as affiliated industries as well. And we were really honored. Our president, Madeline Hill, was honored to serve on this commission, be asked and serve, and was pleased to do that. The commission spent a great deal of time and effort on the recommendations and looking at things in a holistic way, which we think was really important. We've been longstanding advocates for trying to address Maine's affordable housing crisis in a constructive way. No pun intended there, but we do believe that building affordable housing is the best way to do that. apologies for the horrible pun. But we do want to say that we really strongly endorse this proposal for a number of different reasons. In particular, we believe the changes to the Human Rights Act are excellent. We also believe that prohibiting municipalities from being able to cap the number of permits for development is also important, and providing municipal support in order to implement these recommendations properly in the form of grants and incentive programs is really very valuable. We also like the defining affordable housing, making sure that that remains affordable for the next 30 years. The handling of accessory dwelling units, we've supported other opportunities to try to support the construction of accessory dwelling units in prior legislative efforts. And the priority development zone is also an excellent policy. I do want to say that we do have two minor concerns with the bill. The first is with the concept of the permit board. That's something that we think may create kind of an additional layer of bureaucracy that we're a little concerned might be counterproductive. And our second concern is simply with the number of the recommendation of 4 dwelling units per residential property. We think that that 4 may be a little too much as sort of a broad number statewide. And so for that reason, we believe that fewer than 4 might be preferred. We don't have a recommendation. We leave that to you. And but that we just wanted to make that note. We don't want that to take away from our very strong support of LD 2003. And it has been a long day. So I see I have 13 seconds left. I'm going to yield back to the committee, but I appreciate it. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cashman. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Yes, Representative Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Cashman, as one of those members that you represent. I did want to ask one of the questions I asked the speaker earlier, just dealing with the issue of restrictive covenants and so forth. If you had any thoughts on that, because I know certainly we've always, the realtors have always taken a position in favor of allowing property rights, and restrictive covenants are kind of two sides of that coin from the standpoint of allowing the developer and how they wish to develop their properties, as well as the issue of perhaps sometimes people under those covenants may not always appreciate them.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Representative. Thank you for that. So I think if the question is in terms of the impact of existing covenants, where our understanding is that this would not limit those, because again, if you imagine property rights as a bundle of sticks and you're not given those sticks when you purchase the property, then you don't have the ability to do that. You never purchase that. So that's our very 30,000-foot view analysis of it. I would certainly defer to your analyst for a more comprehensive explanation, but that's our understanding, Representative. And it's consistent too with our consistent push for private property rights. And I think the speaker put it really well at the beginning when he talked about that this is really a pro-private property right, and allowing people to be able to construct what they'd like within reason on their property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Cashman.
Thank you very much.
Have Jack Shapiro. Jack, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
I was told that my video was turned off so that I would not be confused.
Start your.
There we go. All right. Here we are. Well, thank you, Senator, Representative Sylvester, members of the committee. My name is Jack Shapiro. I'm the Climate and Clean Energy Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 2003. NRCM is a nonprofit member organization of more than 25,000 supporters, and we've been dedicated to preserving Maine's environment for more than 60 years. And I start with that intro because we don't often testify in front of this committee. But as the commendable work of the Housing Commission and the committee have really made clear, there's a strong connection between addressing our housing issues and solutions to the climate crisis. The zoning restrictions that are the focus of this bill limit the development of affordable housing and housing supply overall, but they also contribute to the carbon emissions driving climate change. And modernizing these policies can help alleviate the expensive dependence on cars and commutes that result in the transportation sector representing the largest sector source of our greenhouse gas pollution here in Maine. If we hope to do our part to address climate change in Maine, we have to go beyond limited thinking around solar panels and electric vehicles to think much more broadly. Renewable energy and end-use electrification, of course, are important, but we need to think comprehensively also about how we build and develop and redevelop our communities. The policies that are included in this bill, if implemented, could have a big impact on successfully meeting the goals laid out by the legislature and in our state's climate action plan, as well as reducing pollution and creating healthier communities. A few examples are more housing options give people the choice to live closer to jobs and services, reducing commutes, trips, and transportation costs. More development focused in towns, villages, and cities reduces development pressure on forest land and farmland, preserving those landscapes' inherent value and their ability to capture and store carbon. There's several other examples, but in the interest of time, which I know is of interest to all of us today, I'll just mention that as others will testify, it is very important that we take a close look at this bill to ensure that encouraging housing development in Maine doesn't necessarily mean building new housing everywhere. For new housing to help meet climate goals and preserve natural resources and working lands, it needs to be built in accordance with the laws that preserve our environment. So it should be focused on areas near services, schools, and infrastructure. So in closing, we believe that housing is a climate issue as well as an affordability and equity issue, and we encourage this committee to support this bill. Thanks for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and patience this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to be moving to two folks who are neither for nor against. We have the Honorable Cynthia Dill with us, as well as, I just had the name, apologies. After the Honorable Cynthia Dill, we'll be having Ilian Elisafan, which I apologize for massacring your name. So we're going to put you on deck. And with that, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Cynthia Dill, and I'm here today to comment on the bill, LD 2003, and to report on a citizen-led effort in Cape Elizabeth to create affordable housing that emphasizes the needs of kids and families, and that we hope will welcome families fleeing the war in Ukraine. I'm going to just jump right to the point of my testimony, and that is to improve the bill. I think my conclusion is on page 2. To improve the bill, section 12 should include that citizens have standing to challenge permits that are granted if the public costs outweigh the public benefits. And I'm going to give you, by way of example, the truth about what's going on in Cape Elizabeth, because there's been a lot of folklore. And the truth about what's going on in Cape Elizabeth is that Cape Elizabeth residents did not reject an affordable housing project known as Dunham Court. The developer forfeited under scrutiny, and with good reason, because the project was not, in fact, affordable housing. The extraordinary high cost, and that I have all these facts. I did a FOA. I'm a trial attorney by profession. And so I have the evidence if you want substantiation. The cost of the project was $13.5 million, plus a 30-year TIF that would result in $1 million profit for the developer, a tax credit, the program which costs $9 billion annually, exclusive management contract, and would end in the residual real estate being, transferred to the developer. The net gain for Cape Elizabeth would be 21 one-bedroom apartments, because the 2 lots in question had already been pre-approved for a village-style commercial subdivision that had 23 units. So we were gaining 21 one-bedroom apartments for $13.5 million that had assessed value at $4 million. So we were spending 3 times what they were worth. Now, that cost compared to the low public benefit is demonstrated by the fact that the income restrictions on the apartments were so low. Cape Elizabeth is a high income town. Our public employees our town is the biggest employer. Our teachers, firefighters, public works employees make up the biggest segment of employees who can't afford to live in town and could not live in Dunham Court because they make too much. Not only that, but the location of the project is where there's no jobs, no bank, no post office, no public services, and no public transportation. The project would have paved the public skating rink and used public parking lots. And the reason why we were skeptical is because this extraordinary cost shifted over time. What was deemed to be needed for feasibility was originally a 65% 30-year TIF that later, with no documents to really show how the negotiation happened, went down to a 30-year 25% TIF. The big issue that I hope that you focus on is that so much of your good work, really good work, and I support you and I thank you for your service, is on this assumption that multifamily housing is good. I mean, there's this report that says what I consider to be the obvious fact that there's not allowed.
Ms. Dill?
Housing. Yes.
I'm sorry, my camera froze for a minute, so I couldn't put up my camera, but it just came free again. So that is your 3 minutes. If you could wrap up your thoughts.
Okay, Plan C in Cape Elizabeth is a citizen petition that would allow for community housing, which is a new concept of town-owned land supporting private real estate developments that cost less and that can do more. We need homes, not units for kids, homes with front porches, basketball courts, garages for equipment. What Cape Elizabeth offers the world is open space and blue ribbon schools. And if what we want to do with our public dollars is invest in kids, we should be able to, and reject a 49 one-bedroom unit place. So make sure citizens have the right to challenge permits that have been improved. These are highly sophisticated financial transactions and not all of them are good. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to take questions. I would love it if somebody asked me a question, but I don't blame you if you don't, because you've been here all day.
Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing that, oh, yes, Representative Warren.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We previously had I think we had a town councilor who came forward from Cape Elizabeth in a previous bill that had to do with some of these zoning issues. And I guess I'm curious if you have a perspective, you spoke passionately around some of the issues around Cape Elizabeth. If you could say anything more about what you see the responsibility of Cape Elizabeth and maybe all municipalities to address this massive statewide affordable housing crisis. How do you see the responsibility? We talk a lot on this committee about how we kind of have to share this responsibility in some way. And so I'm just wondering, how do you see the role of Cape Elizabeth in that?
Thank you very much for that question. It's an excellent question, and I will answer it as quickly and as honestly as I can. There's not a crisis in Cape Elizabeth when it comes to housing. People are very, very wealthy. We're very well off. This project was described as affordable housing, but it was low income housing. So my perspective is that if we're going to do something that's governance, that's caring for the general welfare, that we should do it in a way that looks to the future. And like I said, in Cape Elizabeth, every community can offer different things. Cities have jobs, they should have housing that's compact. This community housing that I'm suggesting would have equal density to a Dunham Court. But like I said, the formula for what we do best in Cape Elizabeth is raising kids. We have open space. Our priority is investing in our schools. So what we should do is building housing that has kids and families in mind. We shouldn't be building one-bedroom apartments across the street from the state's best schools that can't house our workforce. So we need to take it on a town-by-town basis. And when there are instances where I know perhaps there's this wish that, yes, the real estate developers are going to take this duty of ours to care for low-income people and provide good housing. Well, let me tell you something. It doesn't always work out when we cede to the private sector what is our role as communities, and that is to care for people. And so if we're going to build housing, it should be around the tenants, not just the developers. It should be about creating the homes that are best suited in communities, not units. And so in Cape Elizabeth, what we can do is we can be a beacon, a port in the storm for families with kids and affordable housing, because that's what we can offer the world. And we think that's the highest and best investment of public dollars, is to invest in the future, invest in kids. And housing that doesn't support kids is not housing that we should have to pay 3 times what it's worth to build, when it results in over $1 million in profit and exorbitant tax credits and all kinds of public costs. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much. Ms. Dill, I'm going to ask a question based on your response to Representative Warren's question. You stated that Cape Elizabeth is a high-income community and that there isn't a need for low-income housing. Are you stating that you feel your community does not have any need or anyone within its boundaries who would fit the mold of, specified low income?
Well, when we have all the data, we had this extensive comprehensive plan. The average income, the median income in Cape Elizabeth is $123,000. We have less than 4% of people live below poverty. So, people in my town do good things. Richard Berman, someone who was opposed to Dunham Court, he's the founder of Hope House in Portland, the only asylum house for refugees. We have the board member of Habitat for Humanity, the founder of a food bank. These aren't people who aren't do-gooders. These are people who think if we have these public resources and we're going to invest them in housing, we should do it in the highest and best way. And what Cape Elizabeth people know is that kids don't thrive in a big, gigantic, ugly apartment building surrounded by pavement that have, nothing that they need as kids. In Cape Elizabeth, there's nothing to do except go outside. If you don't have a garage for a bike, if you can't access what we have to offer, then what's the point? Why are we spending so much money on this project when it's not good? So it's not that we don't have a role or want to play a role or have a responsibility. It's just we took that responsibility very seriously. We suggested that the variations from the zoning law that the developer sought in this instance apply equally across the board. No, no, that's not good enough. So like I said, we did not vote down this project. They walked away, and they walked away because we scratched the surface on the deal. And these incentives, as good intentioned as they are, what they lead to is a project that is based on an algorithm that makes the most profit. And the reason that the loophole is this feasibility is that it says, these developers, they can get funding if they're going to, put money where there's blight, invest in, poor neighborhoods, or if it needs it to be feasible. Well, what's feasible? $1 million profit? $500,000 profit? It was a moving target. So you need to get around what's feasible. And yes, every town should do its part, but doing its part doesn't mean foolishly being stewards of public dollars and building something that the community doesn't need and that will degrade the quality of life. So thank you for that question.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask one follow-up, and then I will defer to my colleagues whose hands are raised. You said the average income based on the survey within your community in Cape Elizabeth, roughly $130,000. I'm wondering if you would recognize that potentially, this is one of the conversations we have in Brunswick when we're trying to make sure that we're meeting the needs of everyone within our community and anyone who would like to live and work here. But perhaps one of the reasons that you're seeing that type of statistical data on income levels is perhaps because no one can afford to live in that community based on housing that's available. So it's self-limiting the statistical data pool that you're looking at.
Well, I wish that was the case, but the economic reality is that we live in a world that of haves and have-nots, and it's the truth. And if you think that this development was going to actually benefit poor people, then you just don't understand the deal. This was a deal that was going to perpetuate the interests of wealthy people and corporations and keep low-income people without opportunity. What I'm saying, community housing, is taking the land that we have. In 1825, Thomas Jordan donated a plot of land for the specific purpose of housing people who needed housing. My plan says the town should lease public land to a developer to create housing for families and kids. It costs less because we don't have to finance the acquisition of the real estate. The real estate developer gets the same bells and whistles in terms of the tax credits. It's a better location. It's just a better project. So, we live in a wealthy town. This project would not help poor people. This project would attract it was designed for single seniors who would sell their homes in Cape Elizabeth, all that have doubled in value, okay? And they would be low income. I mean, you have two types of low income people, voluntary and involuntary. And in high wealth towns, as you know, being low income is a sport. It's not the result of, yes, there are poor people that need help and we do our part to help them, but this project would not help them. If this project was about helping disadvantaged people, I would be on board. The creator of Hope House would be on board. The board member from Habitat for Humanity would be on board. The food, you see my point. These are thoughtful people who have a track record of doing good for society who think this project is the wrong project. So all I'm saying is if you're going to have this board that's going to allow real estate developers to appeal the denial of a permit, make sure that the public has equal standing to say, whoa, we just got a permit approved and it's not good. In the big scheme of things, the public cost is outweighed by the public. I mean, the reverse of that. So thank you.
Question from Representative Rader, followed by Representative Sylvester.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have a question. I come from a blighted district where our median income is only $25,000 a year and where we still manage to have some of the best schools in the state. I would love to know where your data on children benefiting from being in single family homes versus apartments comes from and what you could speak to about that, please.
Well, what I said was that there's no data to suggest that children being raised in multifamily homes is good. There's a report that concludes, this is the GPCOG report that serves as one of the underlying pins of this bill, I think. It says that we've done a survey and there's not multifamily housing allowed because of zoning restrictions. And I just point out that Cape Elizabeth has in its zoning law already, accessory dwelling units are allowed. I'm trying to build one. It's a shortage of supplies and labor that's holding it back. We also have required in our zoning law, 10% of every single new real estate subdivision be affordable housing. So it's not that I have this data suggesting it's wrong. All I'm saying is, have you looked at, do you think instinctively if I'm a mother of 2 children in Cape Elizabeth, if I had a choice between living in a house with a garage and a front step and a back deck and a garden, with a walking path to the school, that would be a preference than being in a 1-bedroom apartment surrounded by pavement with dentists on either side that don't take main care. So all I'm saying is this project was not about affordable housing. This was just about a lot of 1-bedroom apartments that cost a lot of money that we were being guilted into constructing on the false premise that we were doing good, when in fact, we could take that same money and do so much more for kids and families. Like you get so much more better bang for your buck. Why spend $13.5 million on 21 1-bedroom apartments, each of which would cost $575,000? That we could buy houses for that amount for those people. And homeownership, okay, is the ladder to long-term economic security for most middle-class Americans. And if we can help people with housing opportunities to get them into the housing market, they'll be a lot better off than trying to provide an incentive for people to keep their income lower so that they can stay in Cape Elizabeth because they want desperately to stay so their kids get educated. That's why I moved there, is because I want desperately for my kids to be educated. And what I want to do for others is to attract families with kids. And right now, what I want to do and what I'm working on is I want these families fleeing Ukraine. I want Cape Elizabeth to be the port in the storm for families fleeing Ukraine who have kids, women and children, 100, whatever, you see the headlines. Couldn't we, this is our time. We could rise to the call. And what families need is housing that has more than 1 bedroom and, in my view, fresh air and a garden. And
so you're saying that there is no data?
There's no data to support the assumption that multifamily housing is good for kids.
And there is data supporting that single family housing is better than multifamily households.
I think
because if there's no data showing the harm in multifamily, then that strikes me as the single family data being somewhat incomplete.
Nobody's going to force anybody to live in, a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment in Cape Elizabeth versus a 1 bedroom. I mean, it's not, I'm just saying we want to do something better, and that's what we're working on, is something better than what was offered. And I would hope that you would support that because you are a proponent of affordable housing.
Thank you. I have a question, unless Representative Rader, did you follow up? Representative Sylvester?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Dill. I try, as a long-term chair of this committee, I try and keep track of the different projects that are happening around the state. And I hadn't heard about this project for Ukrainian refugees. And I was curious, will other types of refugees be welcome there, such as from Syria or Afghanistan, or is this only for Ukrainian refugees?
Thank you for that question, Representative Sylvester. Everyone gets one shot, and we can only play the cards that we're dealt. And at this moment, when I happen to be at the intersection of a housing issue in Cape Elizabeth, and I'd already created Plan B for community housing, the war started. And so the need right now, the global effort is to be in solidarity with the people from Ukraine, but the wording of the petition is of course neutral, because no, we wouldn't discriminate against other refugees. But my point is that we can build housing that is for kids and families and send a message to the world. Right now, it's very clear, the moral clarity and the moral imperative right now is to do something to help the people of Ukraine. Now, does that mean we can't help others? Of course not. Do I have a lifelong track record of representing minorities as a civil rights lawyer? Yes, I do.
Well, that's very comforting. I appreciate that, because I know Portland right now, we certainly have folks in hotels all over the area who would be looking for such a place. So we'll look forward to that development
most
coming
of those
up.
people are families, I believe, right? Families from Sudan. I have an office in Portland, and
A lot of families.
Yeah, and they
thank
would
you very
prefer
much.
probably a 2 or 3 bedroom as opposed to 1 bedroom.
Thank you so much. Do you have any further questions from the committee? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to stay out of the conversation, but I got to ask one final question of Mr. Attorney Dill. We have a lot of Mainers that have been lifetime Mainers, taxpayers that need help. Do you think that we should be putting Mainers ahead of other groups when it comes to subsidized housing?
Oh, geez, I don't, to me, no, I don't know what a Mainer is. I mean, I've lived in Maine now for 30 years. I was married here. Both of my kids were born here. I've worked here my whole adult professional life, but I was born in New York. Am I a Mainer? I'm not sure. People don't treat me like one in some circles. In other circles, I am. So to me, the affordable housing, in my view, in Cape Elizabeth, we should be building affordable housing that's good for families with kids. That's my point. And that's what we're trying to do. And I think the bill as it stands is an excellent effort. I hope you continue your good work. I'm just suggesting that give citizens in communities the same rights that developers have when it comes to the approval process, because sometimes projects aren't in the public interest.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Do I have any other questions from the committee at this time? I thought I saw someone put up their hand, and I'm nervous that okay, must have not. With that, thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I do want to let folks know that I am trying to pull through the list because we've had some people who were unable to join us alphabetically. So sorry for the delays. We do have up next, in neither for nor against, we do have Ian Housel, and after that, I will put up the next group in the next chunk. I do notice we have some people whose names I called before. So now that they're back in, I'm going to try to work you all back in. And thank you very much for your patience during this. Ian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I'm Ian Housel. I'm the Director of Community Development for the City of Sanford, Maine. I wanted to say that housing is important to Sanford, and Sanford is working hard to do its part. In the last 2 years, by way of data, Sanford built 161 detached houses, 10 ADU units, and 80 multi-unit dwellings. In addition, Sanford manages a proactive housing inspection program aimed at protecting the safety of tenants and increasing the value of our rental housing stock to provide safe and decent housing in a historically disinvested asset class. After a number of years of operating this program, we now have very detailed information on the composition and quality of our housing stock. Sanford also regulates vacant and abandoned housing to make sure housing does not remain vacant in perpetuity and stay perpetually a drag on the property values and inaccessible to Maine people. We actively return abandoned housing back to productive use as affordable housing. With regard to workforce and housing, know that Sanford has the largest concentration of Portsmouth Naval Shipyard employees locating in Sanford because it's affordable and a quality place to live. In 2019, Sanford conditioned a housing demand study to find out what people in Sanford were looking for when they selected the kind of housing that they were looking for, and we have data and we've examined it. Sanford's concerns about this bill are as following. Sanford currently allows ADUs in any residential zone in the city. We've made changes in 2019 in cooperation between our City Council and Planning Board to provide more housing options. It works, and it's a no-brainer towards the goal of housing options. And then Sanford also allows housing development of any size in the city's urban zone. This is a very liberal development zone in the downtown urbanized area of the city. It allows by right housing up to what the lot will support. This is a zone that makes up much of Sanford's urbanized area. Our concerns are this: the bill as written would effectively supersede our local regulations. It would set a floor and a ceiling in all areas of the city. It has the potential to cause sprawl in our rural areas that the city and City Council and Planning Board have thought hard to protect. And we'd rather the bill focus on urbanized areas. Through provisions of the ADU and urban zone, Sanford has chosen to let economics drive development instead of regulation, so we appreciate the goal of removing red tape statewide. What we have seen locally is the critical nexus between property values, quality and affordability driving development. In Sanford, even with our permissive zoning, new higher housing remains out of reach because of property values. We ask that as you work this bill, please consider how priority development zones could link economic development, for example, broadband, workforce development, jobs, and housing equity and affordability in areas of municipalities that are ready for development. Then consider how to create incentives and provide resources to municipalities that have established these zones to promote economic and housing development. Please consider providing funding for gap financing to incentivize development in these priority zones. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Yes, Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You almost missed that little yellow hand.
Almost.
You know, I think we heard from your town manager earlier, and I asked.
You heard from our mayor.
The mayor. I asked about barriers, and it sounds to me like your town is very progressive as far as removing the barriers for development. Would you say that your model would work for other cities and towns instead of the state taking over and mandating things?
I think there's a lot of best practices here in Sanford. We focused on our urbanized areas and we freed up zoning to the greatest extent possible, focusing development in those downtown areas where there's city services.
Thank you.
I have a question from Representative Sylvester, followed by Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask a similar question. I think that one of the things, there are pockets of the state that are really doing innovative things. I think that, there are best practices, but regionally, the towns around you, Springvale and some of the other towns, I know you're in a sort of interesting place, in relation to Biddeford and Saco. But do the towns get together regionally and talk about best practices and how to build affordable housing and et cetera, and do that on a regional basis all by themselves? Or do you think it would benefit, some of these towns would benefit from having some expertise?
I think they would benefit from some expertise. And to be clear, Springvale it's Sanford and Springvale, the same municipality. We do have a number of surrounding municipalities that are far more rural. Historically, Sanford and Biddeford might line up as rivals with each other. Biddeford has probably ended up with more of the newer growth patterns than Sanford. Sanford being a little bit farther away from the coast and further inland. No, I wouldn't say that we do enough discussions and sharing. I think specifically on affordable housing, a while back ago we looked at the quantity of public housing and voucher units in the county, and Sanford by and large was the largest receiver of those vouchers and also the public housing units, while other municipalities weren't burdened to the greatest degree that Sanford was.
Quick follow-up, Madam Chair. Certainly you are rivals in terms of wrestling, Sanford and Biddeford. I know that for a fact. And if it was earlier in the day, I probably could have pulled 6 or 7 towns from around you, but unfortunately, that was the only town that came to mind at this point in the day. But my question—
No offense taken.
Yep, thank you. My follow-up is, in terms of your specific plan, what the bill is asking you to do is to have a specific plan and to think about a development zones. And it sounds like you've done all the things that are in this plan. So really, it seems like your plan would be turned over to whomever this is, or if you were ever questioned about it, and you would have already done the work that this bill is asking you to do.
Well, not exactly. I think that it's a little bit more prescriptive to that as written. I'd like to see that some of those changes were made to make it less prescriptive. Just a simple example is the one in the ADUs that prohibits under 30 days occupancy. For example, some homeowners decide to use an accessory dwelling unit that they built for that purpose, and it's not for us to tell them, whether that's acceptable or not. What's most interesting about the bill and what we like most about it is this concept of these priority development zones, and the potential for being designated as such and being able to access state funds and state resources to fill the gap, frankly. We have a very liberal zone in our downtown, but the market isn't supporting the size and the apartment style development that we're seeing. We see a fair number of fairly large type developments. You were talking about those low income projects just a few minutes ago, but we don't see the conceptual, the middle housing. We don't see, the 4 to 7 units or the 1 to 3 units as much. We see a number of single families being constructed in our urban lots. We see a number of 2 units being constructed in our urban lots. But we'd like to see more of that middle housing.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
I have a question from Representative Gear, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for being here, Mr. House-Steele. I should know this, but what is the population of Sanford Springfield?
I think it's just around 20,000. So we're within a couple hundred of Biddeford, or plus or minus.
Great, thank you.
Do I have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your patience and your testimony and for being with us this afternoon. Up next, I just lost my list that I put in the chat. Okay, up next, we're switching back to those in favor. Up next, we have Ethan Guy. I am promoting you to a panelist. I'll give you a chance to go through the wormhole. After Ethan, we will be transitioning to Jeff Levine. And Jeff, you'll be on deck. And then after that, in opposition, we'll have Francine Michaels and Janine France. So with that, Ethan Guy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my public comment. I know I was jumping around a little bit. My name is Ethan Guy. I'm in Portland, and I'm calling in support of LD 2003. I have about 10 years in housing policy as my background. What's in LD 2003 is pretty common sense, basic housing policies that really can make a significant difference. Similar policies have been implemented in other states and jurisdictions, with none of the adverse impacts that have kind of been listed so far or kind of included on some of the opposition public comment letters. Really, I think if you're looking for why you should support this, I'd suggest reading Deb Abonwa's comment letter. It kind of lays out everything, but if ever there wasn't a better reason to support this, I think the fact that individuals like Cynthia Dill are against it probably are why you should be in support of this bill. So yeah.
Mr. Guy, do you have to remind folks and members to not question or impugn the nature of anyone testifying before this committee, even if we don't agree with them? With that, do we have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much. I'm glad you were able to make it back and offer your testimony. Up next, we have Jeff Levine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear. Floor is yours.
Thanks, Senator Daughtry, Senate Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Jeff Levine. I did serve on the commission. I'm speaking today in my role as the interim director of the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition. However, Maine Affordable Housing Coalition, as many of you know, is a diverse coalition of more than 125 private and public sector organizations that work to increase the supply of affordable and workforce housing in the state. Well, the focus of a lot of what the members do is on producing deed restricted housing. There is a general interest in housing policy as a holistic element of what makes Maine a healthy and welcoming community. We want to speak in support of this bill. In general, the broad reasons are that it would provide consistency and clarity statewide for folks who often develop in a lot of different communities. And it really would help to know generally what some of the basic rules are, similar to the way building code was unified many years ago. And that provided some continuity, I believe an earlier person spoke in favor of that. Another piece of what's good about this bill is that it provides multiple tools. I think a lot of times people want to see a one size fits all, or there was a magic bullet solution to something like housing. And I think what this bill recognizes is that there's actually multiple facets to something like producing more housing. And then it has to happen at a small scale, at a medium scale, and a large scale. And then that communities need to be provided the technical assistance and support to really plan for housing. A number of communities are interested in producing more housing, but sometimes lack the technical tools they need to really figure out how best to make that happen. Highlighting a couple of things that are particularly supported by our members, the technical assistance, as I mentioned, in section 7 and 8. The density bonus in section 9, which I did want to spend a moment on. It seems very specific, and I think when you first read it, it seems very one size fits all. And actually, I want to second Deb Keller's comment that it's very much not one size fits all. It's very much based on what your base zoning is. And it just allows projects that need additional density within those zones to scale up. But it doesn't change the basic nature of a zone in terms of what its base allowance is. It just allows a bonus on top of that. So it's really not sort of saying every part of the state has to allow the same type of housing development. It's saying that if you're going to meet certain affordability minimums, you get a certain amount of bonus in return, which I believe commission members spoke during the process as being necessary if we are interested in producing more of that kind of housing. And then, just to wrap it up, I think that, this is really important overall to the health of the state. And we're not going to get everything perfectly right, but I am worried about doing nothing at this critical moment, especially because other states that Maine competes with for employees and for residents are doing a lot in this element. And I think we'd be making a mistake if we didn't at this time.
Homeless
Thanks
veteran
very-
services.
Thanks
Making
very
this
much.
position full-time will help the Bureau.
Oh, Senator Hickman, you were unmuted there, so just muted you real quick. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Yes, Senator Hickman.
I'm sorry, multitasking. I sometimes get it wrong. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Levine. Of course, thank you for all of the work and effort you have put into developing affordable housing and joining us on the commission. Do you have any opinions about something that was suggested earlier regarding the priority development zones and whether or not we should be exempting out towns of a certain population or lower, much like we do with MUBEC, which you did mention in your testimony?
Sure. I think it's not unreasonable to have a minimum community size. I might not go as high as was mentioned earlier, but I think it might make sense to really focus on larger communities. And I mean, a larger community is, 7,000 or 8,000 like Bath. But I wouldn't go as high as exempting communities under 15,000. You wouldn't have very many communities left.
So what would be the floor, Madam Chair, if I may have follow-up? Sorry, thank you. What would be the floor for you in your mind as far as, or the ceiling on the population of a town that you think would be fair so that we are moving forward with the intent of the legislation?
Sure, I'm spitballing here a little bit, but I think a community like Hollowell with 2,500 people is probably about the smallest community that you might want to bring into this sort of process.
Thank you.
If you do decide to have a floor.
Thank you.
I have Representative Sylvester next.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Levine. And again, thank you for all your work. I'm curious, as I've been thinking about Representative Rada's suggestion, what occurred to me is that perhaps we should be looking at a geographical model rather than single population size, because there's a lot of smaller towns that are around larger towns or larger cities and are the spill-off of those larger cities as people seek to find areas to live around jobs. And so I just wondered if you had any thought about that. Is it an either or size or within a certain geographic radius of?
So with specifically the priority development areas, I think it might get complicated if you try to rely on something other than municipal boundaries. I do think the technical assistance could be provided at a regional level, and that a lot of times it's really helpful if communities within a region plan together and kind of all move in the same direction on things like housing policy. So I would recommend that, and if you're looking at the technical assistance side, to try to make that a regional approach.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Levine? Yes, Representative Gear.
And hopefully just a quick one, Mr. Levine. Are you aware of comparing us to neighboring states or states who are doing other things like this? Is this type of effort typically housed at the county level or at a more regional level? Or I'm just curious as to how we might compare in that regard.
Sure. I think it depends a lot on the state, but I think oftentimes it's a partnership between the state and municipalities, sometimes with a regional governing structure brought in. It depends a lot on the part of the country. In the upper Midwest, counties are much stronger, so sometimes they play a regional planning role. So it depends. But I would say in New England, usually it's a states in partnership with municipalities.
Thank you.
Do I have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Levine, for your time this afternoon.
Thanks very much.
We are now going to be transitioning to an opposition. I do not see Francine Michaels with us, so if Francine does come back and join us, we'll allow them to testify when they do. So we're going to move on. We're going to have Jeannie Francesca. I'm going to promote you now. And apologies if I massacred your name. Followed by Kate DeFore, who I am putting up on deck. So with that, Jeannie, am I saying it hopefully slightly correctly?
It's Jenny Franceschi.
Well, apologies, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Again, my name is Jenny Poulin Franceschi. I'm the Director of Planning and Code Enforcement for the City of Westbrook, and I would like to provide testimony regarding the proposed LD 2003 with recommendations of ought not to pass as written. Although there are principles we agree with in this legislation, our hope is that there's the ability to request further review and amendments to this document. I have titled sections in my testimony with headers of the text sections for reference. As an aside, Westbrook has been very successful in the ordinance changes we have made in the last few years to achieve both affordable and attainable housing for the region. I'd like to focus on the affordable housing density piece, where we would suggest potentially reorganizing the section to place it under the priority zone, which would be done to place denser development where communities can provide those resources to support affordable housing, like public services and transit, where public sewer and water would also be available, to allow for the density bonus to truly provide the density incentives that developers need to make projects feasible and affordable, and to avoid environmentally sensitive areas of a community where development should be reduced, as dense development could negatively impact these areas. Also, shoreland zoning areas would need to comply with state standards versus density bonuses of the underlying district, which is not clear in the document. By placing affordable housing density into the priority development zones, it provides more context to the priority development zones. Otherwise, a section doesn't seem to have any real purpose other than to say where a community plans to develop, and does not seem to monumentally differ from the comp plan process of growth versus rural areas to differentiate those areas a community wishes to grow in. An alternative to this approach could be to insert in the affordable housing section a tie to the priority development zones where the 2.5 times density and parking requirements would make sense where services and transit are available. In more rural areas where transit options are not available, the parking standard would not be advisable as these residents would be car dependent. There also needs to be a caveat for communities that are already providing density incentives to recognize those efforts that were accomplished prior to the date of the adoption of the legislation. The other piece under affordable housing is the oversight of the 30-year criteria for affordable housing projects appears to fall to the municipalities, which there doesn't appear to be a way to track this requirement and who should be conducting this effort. So the rulemaking has not been administered yet, and we should be trying to have that known before we take that on. Just quickly on the accessory dwelling units, we would request that the parking standard not be eliminated as these are allowed in all districts across a community, and that the municipal housing board also not be included in the legislation as this provides a conflict with the municipal appeals process. And with that, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and patience this afternoon. Up next, we have Kate DeFore from MMA. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Sylvester.
Oh no, Kate, I think we lost you there. Oh, looks like she, hold on, let me see if I can promote her back forward. Kate, are you able to hear us?
I am. I was told that you had kicked me out of the meeting. I get it, but.
No worries. I clicked on the wrong person, so I think that might be on me. I was trying to promote the next panelist.
That's all right. As long as I'm still back, I'm all right. So I'll start right over. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Kate DeFore. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association to provide testimony in opposition to LD 2003. And if you have an opportunity to check my written testimony, you'll see how we got from commission member to where we are today, which is to oppose the bill. And I think you'll find that much of what I'm going to say or impart with you has been, you've heard it from both the proponents as well as those speaking neither for nor against. From the municipal perspective, when you take a look at the entire bill, it appears to be a one-size-fits-all approach that erodes the local decision-making and requires every municipality to adopt every provision of this particular solution in their municipalities. Not everybody is going to be able to adopt each solution, and our preference is to lead with the technical assistance element, which we strongly support, to help municipalities, give them the guidance, require that there are steps taken towards achieving goals, affordable housing goals in general, but allow the community to decide what is the best solution for their community. One community is not entirely exactly like another community. So there needs to be some local choice, some local ingenuity, some technical assistance. Also want to point to two other things. The first is attached to my testimony is a review that was conducted by MMA's legal staff, and it outlines some of the concerns that you have been raised by by planners with respect to the conflicts between what's being proposed in LD 2003 and what exists in existing statute that is really focused on protecting our natural resources and the way we grow in the state of Maine. And so I hope as you have these discussions that you look to that review and take that into consideration. The second is I want to draw your attention to three elements of the bill. The first is Section 3, which is the priority development zone. This is a significant unfunded mandate. It's going to be placed on municipalities because every community, all 487 communities, are going to be required to adopt this zone, even if they haven't adopted any zoning to date. So we're going to need some significant assistance in getting this done in all communities within a single year. The second is with respect to the Housing Review Board. Although we do appreciate that this approach is a little softer than the one that we saw a couple of weeks ago, it still sends a message that we can't be trusted. We as municipal officials, as residents, cannot be trusted to make these decisions. And our preference would be to lead with the incentives, lead with the technical assistance, see what municipalities can do, and then reassess. And if communities are not doing what they're supposed to do or not meeting their housing goals, not because that plan didn't work, but because they were going out of their way to oppose planning or affordable housing, then let's talk about more severe penalties. And finally, I do want to again express great appreciation for sections 7 and 8 in this bill, which really look for providing municipalities with the technical assistance that they need. This is a very important element of this bill as it supports that partnership between municipalities, that partnership between the private sector as well as the state. And in my testimony, I do underscore the importance of consolidating. I'll finish right up, Representative Sylvester, consolidating all of this planning effort under one roof. There is an incredible program that is underfunded and understaffed, but the state's budget could take care of that in DACF. To the extent that this program is funded in DECD, I think you really should think about consolidating those two programs so that communities can go to one source to get consistent advice. So I thank you for your time and consideration, and I will answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, and sorry about the internet wormhole mix-up. I'm glad you were able to get it all sorted. With that, I have questions from Representative Sylvester, followed by Representative Morris, followed by Senator Guerin.
Thank you for being here today, Ms. DeFort. Just so you know, because we kicked you out, I gave you an extra 25 seconds.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So I just wanted to clarify that you made two important points. One is about the importance of the program to provide funding for assistance to municipalities. And then another point that this was an unfunded mandate to ask them to do this planning. And so I don't know if you heard the speaker say that even having the discussion as a municipality qualifies you for that funding. And so I'm wondering if they qualify for that funding, how it's an unfunded mandate.
I guess we need to understand what the intent is there. And I think it might get to some of the conversation you had with respect to like a limit on who would be required to implement these priority development zones. But there are communities in the state that don't have zoning whatsoever. So you can put up anything anywhere you want. And this seems to require every community to do a priority development zone when they don't even have zoning. So you're talking about a group of municipal officials that will need a special level of technical assistance. And I'm not sure that the fiscal note on this bill is going to cover the expertise that's necessary for 487 communities to develop this zone. I mean, we already have a hard time finding people to do our comprehensive plans, to work in our communities as planners and consultants. I mean, this is a significant mandate, and we fear that we might be set up to fail if we can't get access to the resources and technical assistance that communities that have not approached zoning really need.
Thank you. I think that the staffing is part of that, but it's so I wonder if the permanent staffing is to provide some of that initial technical advice and to have people who are hired into those positions. I asked during the budget hearing whether or not those were clerical positions, and those are professional planning positions. So people who have that large majority of that expertise. So I wonder if that calms the MMA's fears a little bit.
I guess the other complicating factor is in 1 year. If I read the bill correctly, it looks like all of this has to happen by April 20th of 2023. That's a lot of stuff that has to get done in a single year. So, I mean, if there's some sort of flexibility associated with how we're going to get to the end goal, I think that's something we'll consider. The fact that the state will be funding the mandate, that's perfectly fine. But I think I missed in my testimony that we're missing something. We're going from recommendations of a commission that are, way up in the air to implementation. And I think what we're missing is in the middle, getting the people who know Maine's planning environment the best to sit down and figure out, okay, we've heard the goal, we heard what the commission wants. Let's figure out how to look at existing statute, existing growth management law, and incorporate this into that system, and then provide the technical assistance and the implementation plan. It seems like you have to get the right people at the table, the people who understand planning, they understand the growth management program, they understand what the states and the municipalities' goals are and how we put a new layer of affordable housing into that conversation.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Up next, I have a question from Representative Morris, followed by Senator Guerin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Dufour. I know my town just went through doing a comprehensive plan. And I wonder how if there's a way within this bill, if you think there's ways in terms of improving this bill, as I understand your concerns, to kind of have it work with that existing statute around comprehensive plans and using this as a template for some of the targets that this bill talks about. I just wonder what your reaction would be to something along those lines, using the comprehensive plans.
And I agree with you. And I think that's the point of bringing, experts at the state and local level together to identify how we're going to build this goal of affordable housing, workforce housing, senior housing, just as Representative Gear likes to say, normal people housing. How do we do that? And I think the comprehensive plan is a good way to do that, because you incorporate that particular goal with everything else the community is seeking to do. So it becomes part of the whole rather than one special outlier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator Guerin, followed by Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's nice to see you today, Kate. A lot of my towns have been reaching out to you about this and the bill that we heard last week with their concerns about lack of local control. And I wondered if you had worked on any possible amendments to this bill that would suit the needs of small towns in Maine, or if you would be willing to do that.
Oh, absolutely. Without a doubt, we are willing to stay at the table and try and figure out how to move this forward. The communities are interested in addressing affordable housing, but not every solution is going to work for every community. So it's how do we get the right people at the table to say, okay, now we've heard the message, let's carry it over the finish line. And how do we make sure that every community can participate in a way that meets their unique needs? So absolutely willing to participate.
I would be happy to work with you on that, and I'm sure Mr. Langland could be of assistance to us too. So thank you for your input.
Up next, I have Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And nice to see you, Ms. Dufour. I have two questions, actually. You had mentioned that there are some municipalities in Maine that have no zoning. So I'm wondering, do you have a sense of the number of municipalities that have no zoning versus different types of zoning? Is there a categorization available where I could see, which towns fall in which categories?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I am happy to see if I can find the resources without making any promises that I'll deliver, but I will try my best to answer that question before the work session.
That'd be super helpful. And then my other question is, and I'm not a comprehensive plan expert by any stretch of the imagination, but it seems to me that there absolutely logically would be a clear connection between the comprehensive development plan and the planning process, and setting out within any town, I think, of any size, where you want to focus development. And in this, bill, it's called a priority development zone. So I guess I'm just, again, if you can shed light on, does that exist now within a comprehensive plan? And if not, why not?
I think, I don't think it does exist. I think when you look at the comprehensive planning process we have in place today. It's a bunch of checklists. Let's do X, Y, and Z. I don't think it has been reviewed in a long time. And my understanding is the department may be interested in undertaking some sort of review because we when I'm old, so I'm going to date myself. When I got out of grad school, I worked for the town of Madawaska between my first and last year of grad school. I got to work on the comprehensive plan. I called the state planning office. They sent me a giant box of paper. It was the most useful paper I've ever received in my life, but we've gone away from that. We have technology, we have the internet. And so I think this is a long-winded way of saying, I think we can modernize the Growth Management Act and the way municipalities are guided to provide or adopt comprehensive plans. And I think you could also offer levels. Not everybody has to be the gold star comprehensive plan. There could be like a 101 for a smaller, more rural community. Here's how you advance planning, good public policy in your community. You don't have to be a Portland, but here's an approach for you. So there's great opportunities to engage and invite everyone in the planning process, but you need to tailor it a little bit so that it makes sense.
Thank you. If I could, Madam Chair, just tag that again for our analysts to see if there's a point in the comprehensive plan process that would accommodate this kind of development planning. Thank you.
Of course. Up next, I have Senator Hickman, followed by Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? Great. Welcome, Mr. Ford, to the committee. Thank you for your service on the commission. I know that you said that it's in your testimony, and I'll read it. I haven't gotten to it yet, but just because folks are listening, I guess I'm wondering how you did represent MMA's position in every vote that we took on the commission. And in that role, you voted against two recommendations. One was for eliminating growth caps, and the other one was for the appeals court. And the reasons that you voted against those were very clear to the commission, and they remain clear to me today. What doesn't remain clear to me is how now the MMA goes from supporting 7 of the 9 recommendations to opposing the bill in its entirety. I'm a little perplexed by that, and I'm hoping that in your answer, you can maybe provide the guidance that folks need to hear from MMA about which parts that you voted for could you see moving forward with some tweaks. That would be my set of questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey, Senator Hickman, I was having a little difficulty hearing you, but I think the request is for me to explain how the association went from supporting 7 out of the 9 recommendations to opposing the bill today. And just to be clear, every time we discussed the commission's discussed an issue, I brought it back to an internal MMA group of municipal officials, not an MMA group, but municipal officials that were involved in housing and the discussion. And the decisions that I made on the Housing Commission were informed by those, by that internal working group. But the issue is that once we saw the details, so the devil is in the details. And when the entire legislative package was presented to the policy committee, which is our 70-member legislative policy committee, they felt that the erosion of local decision making and the mandates that may be placed on local government far outweighed the planning elements. And so I'm not here to say we've drawn the line in the sand. I'm here to say we are willing to work with you. There are improvements that need to be made in order to address the concerns of our membership. So I remain open. I would love to work to see if we can get to yes. And I've said in both my testimony and my public oral testimony today is that the model that we would prefer is to lead with the technical assistance first and allow the communities to adopt a solution that works best for them and not necessarily every solution or approach offered in the bill. So it's coming to the same conclusion, but in a way that makes our members of all sizes in all areas across the state more comfortable and willing to come along.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. So can you please, for the work session, draft something or provide in verbatim when we are together where there are parts of the legislation that you can see some support around if there are amendments that will work out for your policy committee to consider between now and then. We've heard a lot of suggestions about maybe carving out municipalities of a certain size from having to employ these things right away. We have heard that we might want to delay the on-ramping of these for 3 years for everything, not just for some portions. And so those are the kind of things that I'm asking you on behalf of the MMA to look at for our work session, because I do believe that you certainly work in the commission in good faith, and I know that you're in a different role now, but I guess I'm just hoping that there is a way for the MMA to see that there are some provisions of this very important legislation that can move forward, even if they will not actually cause municipalities to do anything differently until enough time has elapsed that that technical assistance that you're talking about kicks in and everybody is ready to go. Thank you.
Up next, I have Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. DeFore, thank you for your experience in these matters. You're the second person I've heard today that said, you know, there are agencies in the state of Maine that can accommodate what we're trying to achieve here without, you know, reinventing the wheel. I'd like to hear you expand on that a little bit. And the other thing that my concern is, and my email and phone is just blown up with selectmen and managers in my district about home rule. And they're really concerned about the effects of that. So if you could touch upon those two things, I'd appreciate it.
So when the state planning office was dismantled in, I think it was 2012, a lot of the planning elements of the state planning office went to the municipal planning assistance program that is housed in DACF. And so they have been under, there is more work than that small team of planners can handle. And there are many efforts underway at the moment. The governor's supplemental budget includes a lot of funding for some positions within that department to get back to planning, to get back to the technical assistance. So there are efforts underway to give that state agency the people and resources they need to help municipalities plan. So that's in place. The provision of technical assistance and incentives that's envisioned in 2003 houses that technical assistance in DECD. So the point that I was making is if you have an effort in ag and you have an effort in DECD, it'd probably be best to combine those two efforts under one roof so that everybody, so the planners knew what this housing incentive program was doing so that they could work collaboratively. Like it's one-stop shopping. Everybody talks about one-stop shopping. And from our perspective, it would be beneficial to combine those efforts. With respect to home rule is very important to us. It allows for local decision-making. And I think there's an avenue or an opportunity here to get to the middle with respect to balancing home rules and advancing important state policy goals. And I think that's through partnership and recognizing that one solution is not going to address every community's concern. And so I think you develop a comfort level with municipal officials in all communities when you say, okay, we're going to help you. You're going to have a voice here. Here are some approaches. Let's assess what would work best for your community. Because at the end of the day, you know, the residents in our communities really make the decisions, whether it's at a town meeting or it's a council meeting or it's a board meeting. So it would be very important to provide options and let municipalities decide what best fits. So the technical assistance, the ability to assess and implement is what would get us all on the same page. It might not be fast enough for some people. It might be too much for others, but that seems to be the sweet spot where with technical assistance and the ability to decide for yourself, kind of one of these choose your own adventure things where the community would have buy-in. We own this and we're going to move forward.
And if I may just quickly follow up, Madam Chair, you mentioned about these two agencies that we have that need to be incorporated into this. Were they part of this committee that came out with these 9 recommendations?
The two that I explicitly talked about were invited to participate. We had state agency day at one of our commission meetings, and they were all invited to participate. But Commissioner Pingree was there representing the Governor's Office of Innovation and Future. So I am now stepping way ahead of where I'm supposed to be. But we did hear from those state agencies, and but I think that's probably a better question for the administration.
Thank you.
Now that I've answered it, though, so I will never learn.
We're all learning together, especially after a long day like today. Any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, we'll definitely follow up if we have more for the work session. Now we are going to be transitioning to neither for nor against. Up next, we have Mayor Michael Foley, followed by Nate Rudy. And then I will be updating the chat with the next group of folks and also verbally calling them out. And once again, just a thank you to everyone for their patience. And with that, Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the committee. I am Mayor Michael Foley, and I am testifying on behalf of the city of Westbrook, neither for nor against the proposed legislation. I'm also a member of the Mayor's Coalition, who you heard from earlier. As a lifelong Westbrook resident, I've seen our community evolve and even more during my nearly 2 decades of service to the community. We have spent the last 2 decades working hard to increase housing opportunities similar to the goals of this bill and have evidence to show our success. Since 2000, we have grown available housing units by 31%, seeing population growth of 26%. And according to recent census data, we are Maine's fastest growing city, close with neighboring Scarborough, experiencing some of the same success. Over the years, we have made tactful zoning reforms in the community to best support growth that best reflects the desires of our community. These zoning reforms included some of the recommendations of the bill, such as infill development, improved density in and surrounding our downtown districts where current infrastructure exists, and the allowance of accessory dwelling units citywide. These changes resulted in tremendous success over the last decade, with the city seeing a total of nearly 2,000 building permits during this period, resulting in an average of 100 units per year. Over the last 18 months, we have recently approved or have in review nearly 600 units and are forecasting a total of nearly 2,000 units over the next few years. Approximately 25% of those units are considered affordable, most of which are senior housing. We find that making housing available for seniors to remain in our community helps to make other affordable units available and support our efforts to help address the simple supply and demand issue. Much of the success has been as a result of the positive economy and the tremendous desire to be in what we like to call Greater Westbrook. In the last couple of years, we have also seen improved interest given the recent regulations enacted in Portland, which have hindered development there. We continue to tactfully consider future zoning changes in our zoning regulations to allow sensible growth. We continue to battle the not in my backyard syndrome along with the private property rights and have found our tactful approach has helped with our success. The pace of development here in Westbrook has been good for Westbrook. Our planning and code enforcement staff are able to keep up with the pace we have, but are concerned should there be broad changes, this could encourage or even require low density sprawl into less developed areas without the existing infrastructure to support housing. We are also concerned that the pace of development might increase at a rate our existing staff cannot support. Lastly, I wanted to address one concern that our community has had over development that is just unfounded, and even Speaker Fecto addressed this in the introduction of the bill. Though this growth has been great for our community, we have not seen the significant increased enrollments in schools. We have actually seen a decline in school population. During the period I referenced earlier with a 26% population growth, we have seen our school enrollments decline by 13%. This similar data also applies to other communities such as Auburn and Scarborough. The data does not support the fears. While I support aspects of LD 2003, we hope the success we have had in Westbrook helps to show everyone that with tactful changes, we can encourage responsible growth and development. I encourage everyone to consider amending the bill to ensure that while work continues on the ambitious housing goals, we need to maintain our commitment to community-specific sound planning, which helps to maintain less developed areas of our community, consideration of where infrastructure exists, and honors our commitment to sustainable development. In Westbrook, we stand ready to work with Speaker Fecteau and this committee in ensuring many of the goals of this bill are achieved. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and patience as we work through all of this. Up next, we have Nate Rudy. Nate, the floor is yours. And then after that, we're going to be moving in favor, which I'm literally typing up while I'm trying to multitask. But just to let Josh Feifeld know, when we switch to in favor, you're on deck. So I'll be promoting you soon. And with that, did we lose Nate? Uh-oh. Nate was there, and now Nate's not here. I saw him on mute. Justin, I don't know if you can try to reconnect with him.
He is saying he is here in the chat.
Well, strange. Oh, there you are. Okay, he's coming back through. Welcome back. Apologies. I have no idea what happened there. So
no problem. Thank you very much.
The floor is yours now. And fingers crossed, no more tech issues.
Thank you, Senator. Members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Nate Rudy. I live in Reedfield, Maine, and I represent the town of Maine, population 8,300, as town manager. I have also submitted written testimony. On behalf of the Greytown Council, I am here in optimism that through partnership and collaboration with municipalities and other stakeholders, the spirit of the legislation envisioned by the Housing Commission can be conveyed in the final language of the bill before you and advanced for a timely vote. Under current conditions, the housing market will not build the housing we want in the volume we need. We must work together to skillfully change the conditions and the goals, and to clarify those goals for all stakeholders in the bill and the rulemaking. The development patterns of the 20th century contributed directly to the current housing crisis, and they can't be effectively employed to solve it. Unfortunately, these development patterns are deeply encoded in local ordinances. Many local governments will struggle with updating ordinances that are already decades out of date to meet with conditions of the current development market and the cost of building, both of which have changed precipitously in recent years. The lack of thoughtful guidance from the virtually eliminated state planning office has only made the economic challenge harder in the last decade, and our statewide approach to housing, transportation, and building local economies has not kept up. What we're talking about is ordinance work akin to an organ transplant, and it's honestly scary for some of us in local government. I ask the committee to please accept that every municipality is coming to this conversation from a different place and understanding. We're all going to need help, and even those of us like Greg who want to participate immediately in a state housing program that could benefit our communities may not know where to start. To ensure the success of the goals of LD 2003 in many municipalities, our zoning ordinances will need a turnkey approach, one that helps us quickly identify and remove limits to desirable residential permitting processes that haven't worked, don't work, and won't work for the bill's goals, and replaces them with language that clearly defines the goals of the program to create the affordable housing development that we all agree we need in the places we need it. We are supportive of legislation to promote accessory dwelling units and increase housing density, so long as new housing incentives direct development to appropriate locations, such as our priority development zones, and are supported by uses of federal and state transportation funding that are not limited to only highway and road construction. There are several subject matter experts in attendance on today's meeting who have not yet been consulted and could help the legislature establish effective rules that will make the bill stronger. We hope that these rules will be discussed and agreed upon in advance of any prescriptive measures being imposed on local governments by the state. To conclude, a performance-based planning model with an emphasis on priority development zones, which we have largely identified already in Gray's comprehensive plan, an a la carte selection of building types to fit both local needs and the statewide goals of the bill, a clear framework of technical assistance and measurable, scalable goals and funding for both technical assistance and support for housing developments that meet those goals can work for many Maine communities and will also advance the goals of this bill. This most definitely is not a Portland problem. So I'd like to thank you for your collaboration. I'd like to thank the bill sponsors for embracing this once in a generation watershed moment. We are grateful for the tremendous effort of the Housing Commission to identify this opportunity to right these social and economic wrongs that have created the problems addressed by the bill. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rudy. We do have questions from the committee. I have Representative Gear, followed by Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Rudy. I just want to say that I really, really appreciate the way you framed this issue, because I think you really took it out of individual one town's conditions versus another town's conditions and illustrated that it is, we face a challenge that is based upon decades of accumulated ordinances that have left us in this place where I think most towns are pretty hamstrung by the complex ordinances they have on the book. So when I've talked to local developers who are sort of modern green developers who want to do this kind of development, you know, they've spent months meeting with the planning boards and the zoning boards of appeal and on with the challenge that people don't even understand their own ordinances and kind of how they ended up where they are. So I guess I just wanted to say that and then put the question to you in terms of what kind of framing can we do in your mind to really illustrate the benefit to every town, honestly, I think in Maine, of going through this kind of process.
Thank you, Representative. I'll try to do the best I can with that question, knowing that it's going to be different for every community. There were some great conversations in the Housing Commission discussions around creating these flexible models around priority development zones, coming up with a list of possible housing types that would make sense, and then letting local communities adapt that to meet whatever their needs are. Some communities are going to be more concerned about economic development goals. They understand that you need people to live in a place, to buy stuff, and to work at jobs in order for a local economy to flourish. Other folks are more interested in talking about issues of equity and housing availability for folks who are struggling. And I think all of these are important. What I would say as a basic framework of goals would be what types of housing density is the bill looking for? Is it missing middle, where we're talking about 8 to 50 unit housing developments? What sort of incentives are you going to put on that type of development versus single family or even duplex housing? How are you going to encode those in point scoring for the availability of grant funding? Is there any possibility of working with Maine State Housing Authority and the Department of Transportation to make their point scoring favor projects that they're providing assistance for that work together in a holistic fashion with these other projects to make villages and downtowns and places of population density work? Right now, we have a lot of conflicting forces working, some with us, some trying to, and some against us, and just getting everyone to pull in the same direction at the same time through a set of point scoring that really emphasizes, for me, what I'd love to see is density along our corridors where there's already existing infrastructure and road availability, so we don't have to build more stuff that we can't already afford to maintain, and connect those things through sensible transportation options that connect people to the assets in their community, doctors' offices, grocery stores, cafes, restaurants, small business offices, and anymore. You can develop intellectual property in an office that used to be a business office using 3D printers and other technology and create patentable new technology from that. We can do these things here. It just, sometimes it feels like the money and the forces that control the money are working against everything that we try to do. And again, there are people on this call right now who can help with 21st century development models that will actually work.
Thank you.
I have a question for Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was listening to you talk, I think that one of the pieces that is missing is sort of a statewide library of zoning. And so I'm going to flag for Mr. Langland if there is any place where such a thing happens. I'm going to guess the answer is no, but of the things that the state is great at is collecting data. And I think that if we are able to put together such a thing, we might be able to look at municipalities, and when we're starting to create an individual approach, to be able to borrow from what other towns have done similarly with the same problems. Does that seem like something that you think would be worth the effort?
Yes, Representative. I think having a survey of what works and being able to talk about the things that have been successful in some towns will help other towns see what's possible. And rather than working out of the deficit and the lack of creativity that we sometimes face, being able to see what other people have done in places where nobody thought it could be done, and helping us come up with a shared understanding and definition of what these zoning priorities are and the principles of 21st century development would be extremely useful. I think it's a great idea.
Then let's try a second idea. One of the other pieces.
Love ideas.
I've seen it. The brain is perking up. It's, I'm on my second brain wind. One of the things we've done in other areas, such as, the hydrologist's office, is create ongoing advisory boards. And as you've talked about, there's a lot of brain power in this state. And I wonder if you think that would be a similarly good idea to be able to put together for the folks who are in this office, an advisory board that they could reach out to on a regular basis. Could be rotating, could be, in order to put the best minds together. And if there's a town that has a problem, they could kick it around.
Yes, sir. I want to say that, the town of Gray is for this legislation, with some caveats around the way that the language in the rulemaking is done. And understandably, the rulemaking hasn't been addressed yet. But going back to the analogy of like an organ replacement, if I know I'm going to have heart surgery and I know I need the heart surgery, I'd just rather have it done in an operating room by surgeons who do it every day instead of in the emergency room. And so I think we can move this forward working together. I think having an ongoing group riding along with that work as it develops and unfolds, and being willing to try models that might fit in one area but not another, understanding that some councils of government are more equipped to do this kind of work than others, and it might be just as hard to ramp that group up as it is to allow us at the local level to find professionals who can help us do our own development. Will be a good way for us to report back over time, learn from our experiences, and make this effort even stronger as kind of a living initiative to embrace ideas and opportunities as they present themselves.
Thank you. I really appreciate you hanging in with us today. I appreciate your testimony very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, any further questions from the committee? Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Mr. Rudy. I couldn't get away without asking you one question.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me if you know of now or can present for us before the work session a preferred approach to the intent of LD 2003 from any other state in the region or the country?
I have some thoughts about something that might rise to the occasion of that, and I'm going to say yes, I can provide something for the work session. I just need a moment to consult with some folks.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much, and I look forward to what you provide for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Rudy, for your time.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Up next, I was going to say, I think we have Josh Fifield, but I have a feeling that it's Elizabeth Frazier. So
it is. Hello. Yes, I am not Josh Fifield, but I am standing in his stead, and I'm going to read his testimony on his behalf. So thank you very much, and thanks for sticking with us this afternoon. So quickly, though, I am Elizabeth Frazier. I'm at Pierce Atwood. I represent Merida, the Maine Real Estate and Development Association, and I'm going to read a letter from their president, Josh Fifield. So my name is Josh Fifield, and I'm pleased to be before you as the president of the board of directors for the Maine Real Estate and Development Association, Merida, in support of LD 2003. Merida is a statewide organization with a lot of members spanning a very large number of different organizations, including for-profit and nonprofit developers, architects, engineers, bankers, and other related professionals. Through the work of its Public Policy Committee, Merida pursues a more fair, practical, and predictable policy environment. Merida is the only state organization in supporting responsible commercial real estate development and the positive economic growth that accompanies it. We would like to thank the Housing Commission members and the members of the legislative drafting team for their hard work on preparing LD 2003. We believe it closely mirrors the recommendations brought forth by the Commission. As the Commission, as this committee deliberates the merits of LD 2003, we would encourage you to give the due deference and consideration to the Commission's hard work. They are experts in their field, and their recommendations represent real-world solutions to the problems facing housing developers and the barriers that exist to housing creation. We would say that LD 2003 would help level the playing field for housing development across the state by implementing certain uniform land use provisions. And you've heard about those today, so I won't repeat them. When rules are uniform, projects are easier to plan and costs are contained. This can help make the type of housing that is built more accessible to a broader range of individuals, from low income to high income and everything in between. That is more fair, practical, and predictable for everyone. However, LD 2003 doesn't just propose top-down solutions. The proposed legislation also includes a robust program to help municipalities do the important technical work of updating and modernizing their land use codes. You've heard a lot about that program today and the programs that are proposed, so I won't go further into them. They are in the written testimony that we've submitted. In short, Merida believes it's time for the legislature to act to pull all the levers it can to encourage housing construction in Maine. LD 2003 takes a first crucial step in that direction by implementing statewide policies and providing important financial and technical assistance to municipalities to implement fair, practical, and predictable land use policies. Working together, these two approaches ensure immediate change to ease our housing crunch while enabling the longer-term work that will ensure stability in our housing market going forward. Finally, we don't believe this is the end of the conversation. We certainly believe that it's important for all of the stakeholders and municipalities, to be brought to the conversation as much as possible, and would just offer, to the extent that we can, to be helpful in that role and to answer any questions that you may have. And with that, I, on behalf of Josh Fifield, thank you very much, and would be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fraser. Do I have any questions at this time for Mr. Fifield / Ms. Fraser? Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and providing your testimony and giving a cheerlead to the work of the commission. There is a document, a public law in Connecticut that came up a lot in our discussions in the commission, which has been over the years called Desegregate Connecticut, even though that's not actually the name of the public law. And in Desegregate Connecticut, in the public law, there is an explicit opt-out provision for certain municipalities. Now, I don't actually have that language in front of me. It was in a piece of legislation that I was intending to propose and didn't, but I'm wondering if you have any opinions or thoughts about that as it relates to all of the issues that we've heard about today regarding home rule and small communities and all of that.
Yes, if I could just ask to clarify the question, I think you're saying in terms of allowing certain communities to opt out.
Correct.
Yes. So Marida's position would be that there may be a line at which opt out for certain provisions of the bill is appropriate. For example, maybe it doesn't make sense to have communities of 500 people do a priority development, so it would be willing to have a conversation about that. But we have long advocated for as much universality in land use and building code as we can. And certainly we've worked for a long time on the MUBEC, which has come up here a couple of times today. That's the statewide building code. And for the same reason, we think that the more universality you can get, the more you're going to cut costs. And cutting costs is really what leads to more housing production. We hear about all these projects that stall out because over time, back and forth with various municipal leaders, to the extent that we can do some things now that provide real predictability for developers to get these projects written and built. I think that's going to be, how we can get some stuff done in the immediate term.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do you have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Treasurer, and for your testimony on behalf of Mr. Fairfield. Up next, we have Cara Wilbur, and then we will be switching to opposition. So for folks in opposition on deck, we have Megan Gardner and Penny Morrill. And with that, Ms. Wilbur, the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody, members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm Cara Wilbur, Chair of Build Maine, and I'm here in support of LD 2003. The Commission did an incredible job tackling a highly complex problem and put forth bold ideas to help increase access to attainable and affordable housing for Maine people. I have appreciated all the testimony today. It's been very, very interesting and insightful, and I would like to offer a few thoughts and suggestions. Our rural communities, in particular, have lands that are overwhelmingly zoned for suburban 1 and 2 acre lot residential development. I think that's a nuance that a lot of people miss, is that most of our rural lands are actually zoned for suburban housing. The current land use system in Maine drives housing development to rural and suburban areas over downtowns because of the cheaper land, simpler zoning, and faster state and local permitting. We have hundreds of thousands of square feet of land and underutilized buildings in our collective downtowns, villages, and commercial corridors already served by water and sewer that are ideal for housing. Location of development matters to individuals struggling to manage the combined cost of housing and transportation, to municipalities trying to maintain the fiscal health of their communities, and to our collective efforts to address climate change. The intent of the priority development zones is to invest in strategic locations and support municipalities in making it easier to build affordable and attainable housing. There are some important adjustments to this section that could help accomplish these goals. We would like to see communities be able to opt in, and the state support their efforts through incentives, such as streamlined permitting and coordinated funding. Paired with technical assistance funds recommended in this bill, which would be available to all communities, voluntary and incentivized participation is a great way for the state to support communities already doing this work and encourage other communities to engage. If we do opt in, there's no need for arbitrary population numbers, and small towns can participate. We hope that LD 2003 can clearly define priority development zones as the recognizable places that they are. So the intent of the bill is clear. People are familiar with and understand what it means when you talk about downtowns, neighborhoods, villages, rural crossroads, corridors, farmsteads, and working waterfronts. It would help to name these areas explicitly in the bill and to define them as part of rulemaking. This in canon should be a mapping exercise and not necessarily a new zoning district, which complicates things and increases the technical challenges for smaller communities. And really, these areas are about aligning resources and making sure that everyone's pulling in the same direction. We also suggest that communities have the ability to identify more than one priority development zone that meets definitions set forth by the framework. The intent should not be to require municipalities to designate one limited area for multifamily housing, but rather to identify any and all places where there's a strong potential and desire for housing.
Ms. Wilbur?
Yep.
Unfortunately, that's the end of your 3 minutes.
That's
if you
fine.
could summarize your thoughts.
Yep. We have more testimony in the written notes, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your patience. For those of us who are, still here after 4 p.m. So thank you.
Thank you.
So up next, we're switching gears and we're going back to opposition. We have Megan Gardner, who I have let in, and then Penny Morrill, I'll be promoting you, so look for that invite. And with that, Ms. Gardner, I know you have a time constraint, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Megan Gardner. I am an Orono Town Councilor and Chair of the Comp Plan Implementation Committee, and I'm here today to testify in opposition to this bill. To be clear, I live in a community in which I am a socioeconomic outlier. I have no tolerance for NIMBYism. I have never earned enough money to meet the threshold of the middle class, and I have experienced varying degrees of housing insecurity. And yet I am here today to testify in opposition to this bill, which I see as containing aspects that will certainly cause more harm than good in many communities, but may also damage progressives' overarching goal of housing equity. Housing is a fundamental human right, and access to affordable housing is a principle of that right. And one of the most effective ways to increase availability of affordable housing is to incentivize its development and sustainability. Unfortunately, that is not the approach taken by this bill, which favors the stick instead of the carrot. In a recent Press Herald article, Speaker Fecto described the affordable housing crisis as, quote, a statewide problem for our young families, our workforce, and our seniors. I agree. And in my community, these are actually precisely the people who would be most negatively impacted by the passage of this particular bill. In my full written testimony, I go into detail about these negative impacts, as does the testimony submitted by our town manager. But the bird's eye view for my part is this. One, we're a college town with an equally sized population of year-round residents. The process of creating housing opportunities requires us to very carefully consider the balancing act of reducing the existing neighborhood conflicts that require an intensive police and law enforcement response. One density provision of the bill could end up with 20 college students wedged in between single and two-family homes in our MDR, which we already know from experience will require the town to pour even more resources into addressing conflicts in those neighborhoods. Second, while the bill has addressed criticisms of short-term housing regulation, effectively protecting tourist-centric communities, it does not take into account the needs of communities like mine with an overwhelming amount of transient long-term housing. There's a lot of money to be made by developers and real estate firms housing college students. Why sell or rent a home to a family, after all, when you can simply charge hundreds of dollars more per bedroom per month and be assured it will never sit empty? And finally, third, market forces unchecked by local regulation that would result in the overdevelopment of student-centric housing would put an increased strain on existing infrastructure and service level. We're already a community that operates on an uncomfortably tight budget despite a relatively high mill rate. We have already utilized the tools currently at our disposal, which we would lose with the passage of this bill, to temporarily cap growth in areas where a rapid boom of high-density student housing would overwhelm infrastructure and services. In conclusion, I urge you to vote ought not to pass in the hopes that the legislature will find a way to support the growth of affordable housing across the state that does not create additional inequities in communities like mine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I have a question from Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and wonderful to see you, Ms. Gardner. I wonder, just given the fact that you are in a college town, should the legislation reflect something that really does speak specifically to student housing, which is by its very nature transient?
Well, that's a difficulty that we deal with here on the town level all the time, because although we've kind of loosely discussed in the future the possibility of categorizing student housing in a particular way so that we could zone accordingly with these density issues and these kind of neighborhood conflicts, what we're coming to the realization, with help from sort of legal advice, is that there are civil rights issues inherent in singling out a group of people and saying you can't live here. So that's not something, that's one of the tricky aspects of this, is designating specifically student housing. And that's the trick here. I mean, with the bill last summer, tourist communities and college towns were a little bit up in arms, and with good reason, about the impact that could have had before the amendments on those particular rental situations. I can see how easily you can say short-term rentals and solve a problem for tourist communities. I'm not quite sure how the legislature would solve the problem of long-term transient housing without specifically, singling out college students and potentially running into some civil rights violations.
Thank you.
Do I have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much. Up next, we have in opposition, we have Penny Morrill. Penny, I see you, you're pointing, you're on deck. Hooking you in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm Penny Morrill, Chairman of the Belgrade Republican Party. I oppose LD 2003, an act to implement the recommendations of the Commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions. Belgrade is a tourist town with 7 lakes in our region. We are a small, rural, and beautiful town with small farms. We have our own zoning ordinances and have worked hard over the years to comply with state requirements in that regard. This bill is a bridge too far because it seeks to override our local ordinances with a state top-down mandate for high-rise buildings to house multifamily units. That could eat up our fields and make Belgrade look like a city. Our country is already breaking the law by allowing illegal aliens in. Portland has declared itself a sanctuary city and is taking in these lawbreakers. At taxpayer expense, the illegals are being housed, clothed, and fed. That is unfair, unconstitutional, and must stop. Belgrade must not become Portland, Maine, or be invaded by non-citizens. We must not, by this law being passed, be required to change our zoning laws to comply with state unfunded mandates that would ultimately harm our town and make it unrecognizable to our tourists, much less undesirable. That would hurt our economy, businesses, and environment. For these reasons and many others, as you will hear today, I implore you to reject this bill and vote ought not to pass on LD 2003. And I would add to that, remember what President Reagan said? The 9 most horrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and your patience this afternoon. I do apologize, folks. I haven't had a chance to update the chat. We are going to neither for nor against, so I'm just going to verbally read these out, and then I'll try to get the rest of the folks popped into the chat. So up next in neither for, we have Nick Murray from the Maine Policy Institute, as well as Orion Breen from Pownell. So let's get Nick popped over. Let's see. Yes, no, maybe. Okay, he's on his way now through. And just as a reminder, after Nick, we'll have Orion Breen. Not quite sure what's causing the delay. He accepted the invite and let's see. Oh, no, he's back. Hold on. Oh. Yes, no, maybe. Everyone fingers crossed. Okay, it says he's rejoining as a panelist. Come on, Zoom. We're almost there. Yay. Nick, I hope you're able to unmute and turn on your video and made it to the other side.
I made it.
Woo, the floor is yours.
Wow. That was a whirlwind. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, thanks so much for hearing this bill. I want to note that we are testifying neither for nor against. I believe there was a typo in my testimony at the top saying we are in opposition. But because of this difficult task that this committee is tasked with and the Zoning Commission is tasked with to balance the local control and the limitations that we're weighing here, we are pleased to testify neither for nor against, and just because I have some options, I think some amendments that the committee might be welcome to. So first and foremost, government exists to protect our rights, our liberty, and our property. Our property results from the use of our physical faculties, our lives, combined with how we direct our time, our liberty. So by declaring, as our conversation the last time, by declaring housing a right, we're distorting the idea of rights themselves. A right is something that everyone can experience equally and simultaneously. No person can have a right to another's labor or resources, a product of their life and liberty. So as I mentioned, the current state of the housing market is an economic problem, and it must be solved in the way that makes use of economic forces. So our main issues from this bill stem from its mandatory nature. So, while some of the things might be helpful, like the growth caps, some of the density allowances, the ADU allowances might be helpful for municipalities, might be helpful for the overall housing market. We think that this, as was mentioned earlier, I think would be better as a carrot versus a stick. This local incentive program, I think, is a good idea but giving municipalities $75,000 over 3 years isn't really much to drive the conversation, giving the work necessary for the municipalities to comply with this. So, just to boil down what we'd like here is a way to persuade the localities to adopt these more open zoning and to help them develop a culture of growth. I think we are mostly in agreement that the reason why we have such a crunch housing market is because of local zoning. The commission did a great job at highlighting that. But I think we have great examples like the city of Auburn to look to for places that take that voluntary approach, bring communities together, build consensus, and make this work. So in a lot of these ways, we think that the committee could look at this to move some of these ordinance requirements to mandatory, move some of these mandatory requirements to voluntary, and maybe beef up the incentive program to get municipalities to take these targeted steps towards loosening their zoning. I think that might be more helpful. Overall, I think we should strike the expansion of the unfair housing discrimination in Section 3. It's way beyond what the Maine Human Rights Act was built to do. I mean, this clearly protects folks who are buying and selling and financing houses from discrimination based on race, sex, gender, those protected classes. To include this broader definition for municipalities to now have to worry about how they're defending whether they approve a housing development or not, and based on character and all of this, it's just, to me, it goes beyond the reason and the rationale behind the Maine Human Rights Act. So please strike Section 3, and we also propose to strike that state level review board in Section 12.
Murray?
Yes.
Yep, you're about 30 seconds over, so I'm going to ask you to finish up, please.
Thanks. Yeah, no, that's all. Please strike Section 3 and 12, and we can make the others voluntary. I'm glad to help in any other way that I can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Murray. Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your patience and for being, sorry, evening. I should say evening at this point.
It's dark, yes.
With that, I do have Roger Kraus as our last one signed up for neither for nor against. Don't worry, everyone. We still have quite a few for, in favor, and opposition. But I want to make sure after Roger goes that I haven't missed anyone else. So if you are planning on testifying neither for nor against and you're in the waiting room, can you please use the raise hand icon, or please let me know in the chat so we can get everyone through. And then we'll be moving on to other folks. And with that, Mr. Kraus, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Doherty and Representative Sylvester and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Roger Kraus. I'm the General Manager of the Kennebec Water District in Waterville, and I'm here today representing the Maine Water Utilities Association. The Maine Water Utilities Association represents 109 water utilities in the state of Maine, and we've been representing water utilities since 1925. We're here to testify in neither for nor against LD 2003. Our principal point of our testimony here is to express some concern that we have with Section 3, which could limit the ability of municipalities to safeguard water resource protection areas. As currently drafted, any local ordinance that restricts housing development based upon population density or land overcrowding is considered a violation of Maine Human Rights Act. The bill does not provide any exception for water resource protection, such as drinking water supplies. To address this issue, we respectfully suggest that LD 2003 be amended to provide consideration of the protection of public water sources as an acceptable criterion for ordinances restricting construction or development. Without such statutory protections, public water sources throughout the state may be at risk if municipalities are unable to enact ordinances that protect drinking water sources. If you have any questions, I'm here happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here. And I apologize to everyone. I'm trying to pull up the next person we're switching to in favor. I do believe we have Christina Egan. I'm sorry not to give you more of a heads up in time, but Christina, you are up next. And after Christina, we will be having Liza Fleming Ives. And I'm sorry if I just got your name wrong. So let me get Christina through. And then I'm also going to bump Liza in so they're on deck, so there's less of a delay. So with that, Christina, the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. I'm Christina Egan. I'm the Executive Director of the Greater Portland Council of Governments. And we support shared and sustainable prosperity. That's our mission. So we're looking to promote economic opportunity for all people and do it in a way that doesn't wreck the place. We are a regional government agency. We are composed of 25 cities and towns from Biddeford, Saco, serving them in transportation, all the way around Sebago Lake up into Freeport. And our members are in support of expanding housing choices and affordability. It is a priority for all of our members. It is an absolute top priority for Portland and the 6 surrounding communities that are part of the Metro Region Coalition. We are working to help and be part of it as a critical role in being part of the solution. We recognize our responsibility as municipalities to be expanding housing. We set a goal in 2020 to expand low and moderate income housing by 10% by 2025. This is the middle housing, or the people for the normal people, I think I heard earlier. And we need, in order to do this work, and we have not been successful in meeting our benchmarks yet in the annual reports, we need the state support in order to play this leadership role in expanding housing choices. I'm here testifying in support of portions of this bill. And 2 of the portions that are really important are the technical assistance, which many speakers have spoken to before. I want to do a real shout out and a thank you to Senator Hickman. He invited us at our previous testimony to you about 4 months ago to submit a proposal for how regional agencies like ours can support technical assistance. And 7 of my sister agencies joined with me in submitting that proposal to the commission. We are all standing ready to be partners with you at the state level in order to provide that technical assistance. And we're really glad to see that program echoed in the governor's supplemental budget. The second piece that's very important is to provide meaningful incentives for municipalities. Cities and towns have many pressures not to welcome housing. There's local opposition, of course, but there's also the tax system where schools are the biggest piece of the budget. And there's an incentive to try to decrease the number of bedrooms or encourage big and expensive housing at the expense of multifamily housing that can serve more affordable housing needs. So we're here to ask that you put more emphasis on creating significant carrots, reward communities with financial incentives, reward us with preference for other pots of money. I have 3 suggestions for improving the bill that will hopefully help you get on a common path between trying to navigate a solution to this big crisis and also the need for retaining our tradition of local home rule. The first is that the bill does not have a mandate or a way to actually set a statewide goal for housing production. If we don't have this goal, we don't know where we're headed and we can't track our progress. So I'd urge you to think through a way that the state could come up with that goal. The second is I ask you to create a flexible framework with technical assistance and incentives that allow municipalities to show whether they can perform and provide this housing. We know that there are good places in every single community in Maine in order to have more housing. There are many tools to do this, and we'd like to ask you to put your faith in municipalities to try to do a better job with a better state framework rather than putting sticks in place first. And the third piece is that, yes, I'm sorry, am I out of time? Yes.
You are out of time by about 30 seconds, but
Okay,
I'm going
sorry.
to take the opportunity as chair to ask you, did you have a third thing that you would like to suggest to us?
Maybe by this, yes, I did when I said 3. Yeah, the other point I wanted to make is that it really matters where housing is, that the location matters. And the priority development zones is a good step forward on it, but there is the potential that this bill could actually be a sprawl accelerator if we're not careful about where we are trying to guide and the growth of housing. And so we have some potential fixes that we'd be really very happy to provide to the work session on how we think the priority development zone could be modified in order to make sure that we are helping municipalities serve housing within their municipal budgets and also not creating more sprawl or contributing to climate change.
Thank you. If you could provide it, that'd be great. And now I'll turn it back to the actual chair, Senator Daughtry.
And I'm sorry I spoke so fast. I was trying to fit it all in. You did great. And this is why we have a tag team of Senate and House chair for exactly these moments. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the former House Senate chair. Wow, I cannot do titles. It is late. It's late.
Okay.
I'm ready for the 5th cup of coffee at this point. Yeah, I just had my chocolate with espresso just to make sure I made it here. Lovely. Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your enthusiastic testimony, Ms. Egan, and thank you for the shout out to the commission's work. I'm wondering if two questions or information requests for the work session. If what you've done is written down in any way, shape, or form, please submit it to us in writing. And the second question, this question is for the testimony. What do you think, how do you think we might, as a legislature, go about setting statewide affordable housing goals?
So we've done that work on a regional basis for 7 of our communities, and we started with a baseline of the number of housing units that we have in the region. And from there, we picked a fairly arbitrary number and said we need a lot more middle income housing. We know that Maine Housing has put some numbers out about what we need for affordable housing, but we also need workforce housing. So we thought 10% for us was something that was a reasonable goal based on historic data. Now we are tracking that. It is not that easy to track. It's pretty time intensive. We're working with the planners of each of the 7 municipalities in order to gain from them information on building permits. And that's giving us some information. So I think that maybe, I know that there's been some debate about where this program will land within state government. You may want to consider tasking the host agency, whether it's DACF or DECD or both of them together, maybe in collaboration with other agencies, with developing that baseline and setting the goal, and then tracking it every year and holding, providing information so that municipalities by municipality can track how well they are performing against that goal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say I really appreciate that exchange. That was part of my question that I was going to ask. And I'm just curious as well, Ms. Egan, about guidance on where to guide growth. I think we've heard a little bit today about sensitivity from towns about, feeling dictated to about that. How have you handled that within the greater Portland area?
So we have done, as part of our transportation planning work, we program federal transportation funds. We've worked with 18 of our cities and towns to identify priority development areas. This is a very common concept among planners. We've identified about 30 of them in 18 different places. And so we believe that every community has a place for priority development. It could be a rural crossroads. It could be a downtown. I live in Freeport and love Brunswick, Senator Daughtry. And there are great places in Freeport and in Brunswick and in North Yarmouth. They're all a little bit different, but they all could absorb more housing. And so our thought is that as you're thinking about what these priority development zones look like, they ought to be served by infrastructure. And I don't just mean water and sewer. I also mean roads, schools, services, public buildings, and there's some other things that we could throw in there around utilities and broadband, for example. And those are the places that are going to be most cost effective for municipalities to add new housing. The further out you have to serve different households, the further out you have to deliver EMS service, fire coverage, school bus service. So we have some data that shows that the development, the closer it is to where people are already living, working, playing, recreating, going shopping, the less it's going to cost a municipality to actually serve that housing. So infrastructure, of course, you have to look out for natural resources. Let's see if there's another place that I would say. Oh, the one last thing I want to speak to about equity is that we want these places to be vibrant. And that means it needs to be all people of all mixed incomes and to try to break down the historic segregation and development patterns here. So we want to welcome housing where people already are living and working and are well served.
Thank you.
Do I have any further questions from the committee at this time?
I just want to, if I can, Madam Chair, just ask our analysts to compile anything about this particular process from the Greater Portland Council of Governments. That would be helpful.
Of course, we'll definitely get that on the list. And with that, Ms. Egan, thank you so much for being here and for your time.
So grateful for your work. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have, please tell me if I'm saying your name wrong, Liza Fleming Ives.
That's right. Got it. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Liza Fleming-Ives, and I'm the Executive Director of the Genesis Fund, a statewide nonprofit community development financial institution based in Brunswick and focused on financing the development of affordable housing in Maine. The Genesis Fund works with communities all over the state to bring together resources to create and preserve affordable and workforce housing. And we hear from municipal leaders and nonprofit partners frequently about the ways that the shortage of affordable housing negatively impacts the economic and social well-being of their communities. We know that the lack of affordable housing makes it difficult for employers to fill job openings, for seniors to downsize and age in place, and for young people to remain in or return to the communities in which they grew up. While the new state affordable housing tax credit and the commitment of $50 million in state economic recovery funds are critical investments that will increase production of new affordable housing, these funds and the development that they make possible are not enough on their own to address Maine's shortfall of over 20,000 affordable homes. The scale of this shortage demands that we remove barriers to new housing production, such as overly restricting zoning and land use ordinances that stand in the way of making sensible affordable housing possible. And this bill does that by implementing the recommendations of the State Commission on Housing and Zoning. LD 2003 will foster better conditions for housing construction and give homeowners new opportunities to build housing on their own land. It will create the Housing Opportunity Program to provide technical assistance and financial incentives for communities to learn about and adopt model zoning ordinances to determine priority development zones and to develop policy that increases housing density where feasible while protecting working and natural lands. By removing these barriers and providing technical and financial assistance to municipalities, multiple strategies can be effectively deployed that will altogether increase rental and ownership options that are desperately needed in Maine communities. And I encourage you to support LD 2003. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your patience this evening and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we're going to be switching back to opposition. We have Richard. Oh no, did we lose? Oh, there you are. We have Richard Rams. I'm going to have you tell me how to say your last name, as well as Timothy Renninger. I am promoting you both to panelists. And after that, we will be switching to neither for nor against. Elon Elisafon has been able to rejoin us. So after we finish these two in opposition, we'll give them a chance to do neither for nor against. But with that, Richard, the floor is yours. And please enlighten me on how to properly say your name.
Thank you. It's Rames. I'm struggling with, okay.
There you go. Now we can see you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this technology boosted simulation of democratic process. I've been exposed to it in Biddeford here for a couple of 3 years. I must say I'm still not up on it. Anyway, it's been a long day, longer for you than for me, I suspect. Anyway, my wife and I farm here in Biddeford. I think we're the last vegetable operation at scale. Farm the place where I grew up. I was on the council a couple of times, participated in the last comprehensive plan back in the 90s. The other former beef farmer and I have had our nose pressed against the glass on the current comprehensive plan process. I would like to echo Beth Della Valle's comments and urge you to read her submittals. Beth was delegated back when we had a state planning office. Beth came down to Biddeford and was sort of semi-successful in actually getting some ag supportive language into the comprehensive plan back then. One of the things that was in that was the suggestion, and we've heard references to the costs of development here today. one of the things that was in the comprehensive plan was the direction to mandate a fiscal analysis, a fiscal study of subdivisions over 5 lots, because this development typically does not result in affordable housing. It typically raises the costs to municipalities, especially if it's the sprawl type. I must say I've read the document before you. It looks to me as though it's intended to create a sort of Wild West situation. We've heard a few people talk today about how it is frankly unlikely to result in something like affordable housing. What we heard was that basically our housing policies are supposed to be market-based in this country. Presumably that's the state of agriculture. When I was a kid, there were 50 dairy farms, thanks a lot. There were 50 dairy farms in Biddeford and another 50 in Saco. We just lost our last one. The same thing is true for farming generally. During the time when we were farming most of our lives, we haven't had health insurance. That's also supposed to be market-based. I would suggest to this committee and the legislature generally that pursuing market-based quote unquote solutions is simply not the way. If you want affordable housing, the public should create it because it is definitely a public good, like public education and the other sectors that the public sector struggles in.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. Folks might have some questions for you.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I just want to remind you that we can read your written testimony. If you have additional comments, please don't hesitate to email the committee. And our clerk did provide his email in the chat as well. Up next, seeing no questions for the committee, thank you for your patience and for your testimony this evening. Up next, we have Timothy, and I'm so sorry. How do you say your last name again?
Oh, that's right, Reiniger.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Reiniger, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Dowdy and Representative Sylvester and honorable members of this committee. And this has been really a wonderful day, and the testimony has been fascinating and very enlightening. So I am here in opposition. I did send a letter. I made it a little bit more detailed than I normally would in case to make it helpful. You know, I'm so pleased. There's been so much discussion today about how to make amendments and changes and take certain sections out. I mean, it is going to be a very complicated situation. But I want to bring your attention from the perspective of a local official. What would be helpful? And a few things. One, very concerned about, and by the way, I should put it out, I am a town councilor in Cape Elizabeth. We're concerned about the possible lawsuits that could come out of this. And by the way, the lawyers who wrote this did a brilliant job. It's extremely difficult legislation, and but we deal with property rights. And so just talking to people in town and all that, and I think Representative Drinkwater alluded to the issues, or maybe it was one of the other representatives about the covenants and all that. We have homeowner associations, all kinds of entities. We've got land trusts, easements. These are all contracts that raise constitutional problems. I mean, they're huge issues. We've got other commenters today have mentioned about unfunded mandate issues. There's a constitutional provision in the main constitution. And some others on the issues of the citizen petitions, which many towns have that power, the potential of overriding that. And also Representative Drinkwater mentioned about the home rule issue. Now, I made a huge mistake in my written testimony. I inverted a number. There's a reference to 30A 43. It should be 5-1, not 1-5. But that is what says that everything in subchapter 3, which is where almost all of these items in the bill are placed, everything is an express limitation on home. So that is what causes so much of the problem here, than with the mandates also. But anyway, I don't think none of us wants a bill that comes out. We all support the noble goals here. They're outstanding, but we don't want to have a bunch of lawsuits amongst neighbors, lawsuits against towns, lawsuits against the state. So I'm recommending that you seek an attorney general opinion on a number of those issues that will inform your amendments. I don't know how long that would take. I don't know how often that happens. I strongly make that recommendation. Also, I just want to thank you so much. I have served also in city council in Manchester, New Hampshire on housing issues. It is a block by block local situation to make headway. It's so the perspective in that experience was it's not going to be solved by a statewide proclamation. One size fits all. Is going to be the local officials and their ingenuity block by block. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your patience this evening. Patience this evening. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. We are now going to move to neither for nor against. And is it Elin? I'm gonna kick it over to you and let you please educate me on how to properly say your name. Oh, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Thank you very much. Elin Ellishoffen.
Thank you.
Sorry, the lighting is terrible here. Sorry. Okay. My name is Elin Ellishoffen. I'm the chairperson of the Vinyl Haven Housing Committee, and I also serve on the Vinyl Haven Planning Commission. The following comments are for me personally. I appreciate the legislature's willingness to tackle the critical lack of affordable housing in Maine. The Vinyl Haven Housing Committee conducted a professional housing assessment with the financial assistance of the Island Institute and the town of Vinyl Haven. We made suggestions for revisions to our zoning ordinance and worked with the Planning Commission to propose many of the suggestions that's very similar to the ones in your bill. As we've come to these recommendations and others ourselves, we hope other communities will create zoning and incentives to meet their individual community needs. A statewide mandate may make it difficult to pass area-specific zoning and create legal obstacles delaying the good work intended by this bill. Some communities have established nonprofit volunteer organizations addressing the need and appropriate residential development for their specific communities. They have queried their residents, many with families who want single-family homes with a place for gardens and play areas, not apartments. Rather than one-size-fits-all mandate, I suggest incentives and encouragement which each community can choose from for their unique circumstances. To utilize what we have and meet the immediate needs, why not subsidize and repair and improve the existing residential structures in order to keep people in their present homes? Incentives could be tied to affordable housing requirements. There are several issues presented in this bill which would be a problem for us. On many small grandfathered residential lots in the village, 4-unit housing would be undesirable if not impossible. Vinyl Haven, like other islands, is a sole source aquifer with limited water resources. Soils are shallow and not always appropriate for larger developments. We're looking carefully at town-owned land to identify where we might be able to have any form of housing development to meet some of our housing needs. Islands have greater expenses for everything: food, fuel, utilities, transportation. Many residents are seasonal workers and seasonally earn the majority of their annual income in the lobstering industry, doing forestry work, carpentry, caretaking, gardening, cleaning, etc., or work in low-paying jobs. How could these higher expenses and inconsistent work patterns be taken into consideration to benefit these residents' housing needs? Can we determine affordability as pertains to Vinyl Haven separately from the Knox County median income? The minimum 30-day rental requirement does not solve the year-round rental need. I suggest a yearly renewable lease as long as the terms of the lease are met. All housing benefiting from subsidies or programs should be registered with the Community Code Enforcement Officer. Offering $25,000 through a competitive grant process over 3 years is too long a process. We are ready to hire a planner now, not 2 years from now. Please give us the tools to move forward as quickly as we can. Rather than prohibiting specific descriptions of land use as written in the bill, why not have a requirement for multifamily housing to blend with the existing character of communities and neighborhoods in which they're built? Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts and concerns on this very important issue facing our community and many others.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience this evening, and I'm glad you were able to join us. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Up next, we're going to move to in favor. We are going to bring Matt Marks in, and after Mr. Marks, we will have Mike Kinsella. And Mr. Marks, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, members of the committee. I appreciate the time and the late hours you're spending on this bill. AGC Maine supported the original commission formation, and we brought to the table a discussion about what our contractors and developers had both seen in relationship to building housing, both market housing and affordable housing over the years. In this case, I went through and outlined, and I have a copy of my written testimony. I'm not going to go through all that today. Obviously, you've heard just about everything I think I wrote in the list. So I would say that Mr. Levine brought up some great points from the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition, and I think you had a bunch of planners who joined you today that basically said the same things I was going to say about the different conditions that may make it more formidable to, and adoptable by towns, making some tweaks to the language. One of the things that I wanted to bring up in the bottom of my testimony, and I did include it in the written portion of it, I looked at one of the things that I know I've heard several times today is about the density question. Obviously, the more dense we can build housing, the more able we are to house more people. And there's another approach that can be looked at, and when we look at multi-use form-based codes that look more about the actual building structure rather than look at the land-based components of zoning. It's being used in some towns. I think Topsom actually is looking at using form-based codes. So I'd encourage the committee to take a look at that as well. I've outlined everything else. It was I certainly wanted to voice our vocal opinion about this is heading in the right direction. I hope you can take some of this today from the input you had and make the modifications, and we can get to work building more affordable housing throughout the state. So with that, I just want to say thank you for all your work on this and continued work moving late in the session, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Yes, Representative Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Marks. I know as a representative of contractors, my dad is a contractor as well, and I asked the speaker this question earlier as it relates to some of the environmental regulations. Would this bill would also be appropriate to try and address some of the things? As I said, we don't want to do anything that deals with the wetlands per se, but some of the regulations around vernal pools can be a little onerous. Would this bill be kind of an appropriate vehicle to review those things as well? I wonder if your members had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that question. I wrote 3 drafts of this testimony. In my first draft, I started to look at some of the other things that contribute to the delay or to the non-development in certain areas. But I focused it just on the zoning piece because I know that's what this was charged with. But I have to be honest, there's a lot of other options that we could look for. When you have a developer that can also be a contractor on occasion that in fact, we had one that did a mixed-use property in a perfect urban setting, and you've got people who can go to dinner and they can eat, work, and live all in the same place. Really sort of the ideal thing I think this committee is looking for. One of the things that I know Representative Gear brought it up a couple of times, there is a good deal of frustration about how that process plays out from the time you start to the time you actually have people living there. That's more outside zoning, but I agree 100%. I think most of the time, it's not always just the existing regulations, but it's the time period to get those processed. And those delays certainly add up to more design reviews, revisiting things again, more consultants. I think it'd be worthy to take a trip down that road as well. I'd be happy to participate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none,
Thank you.
For your patience. Mike, the floor is yours, and welcome.
Thank you, Senator Darty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. My name is Mike Kinsella, and I am the CEO of Up for Growth, a national organization that is committed to solving the nation's housing shortage and affordability crisis through data-driven research and evidence-based policy. Appreciate the opportunity to testify in today's robust conversation on LD 2003. Our organization believes that from cities to suburbs to rural communities, the cost of housing and the demand for it is grossly outpacing salaries and supply. One primary driver of the affordability crisis and housing shortage is that housing production is not keeping pace with housing needs. Artificial barriers, zoning restrictions, exclusionary zoning, all have been discussed today, all have contributed to communities systematically digging themselves further and further into a housing deficit. America, from 2000 to 2015, we found in our housing underproduction in the US report, fell 7.3 million homes short of meeting housing needs. We have an unprecedented shortage of homes throughout this nation, and Maine is no exception. We found in the same study that from 2000 to 2015, Maine fell 25,000 homes short of meeting housing needs. I heard an estimate from another speaker earlier in today's session with a very similar number. And so that is all to say that we believe that this bill, LD 2003, based on a collaborative process, is a step in the right direction. We are interested in this bill from a national perspective. We, as an organization, look to support policymakers and stakeholders nationwide forge solutions that are going to help achieve housing equity, eliminate systemic barriers, and ultimately create more homes. You've heard a lot about the bill today. I would just like to speak about what the bill does from a macro perspective and why we think it's so important. At the bottom line, it increases housing market elasticity. It helps communities better meet housing needs. There are three components of the bill we're particularly excited about. Number one, the creation of new resources. Number two, technical assistance. And three, setting minimum standards around housing. Based on these provisions, we believe that Maine and Mainers stand a lot to gain in terms of more housing and a broader array of housing in higher opportunity neighborhoods. From an economic perspective, our research found that breaking down barriers to housing can yield economic output, benefit, job creation. And our numbers for the state of Maine is that if those 25,000 homes were built over a 20-year period, we'd see something along the lines of $10 billion contributed to GDP over that period of time, and the creation of 86,000 job years. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Happy to answer questions. And of course, Up for Growth looks forward to being a resource to this committee and others involved in the legislative process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your patience this evening and for being here in your testimony. Up next, we have Nancy Smith. At this point, we don't have anyone left in the queue in opposition or neither for nor against. We put it in the chat, but if you were hoping to testify in either of those categories, please let me know. And Ms. Smith, with your patience, we have Nancy Smith, Nat Jordan, Nathaniel Ferguson, Peter Gore, Scott Vonnegut, and Whitney Parrish left in the queue. If I did not just call your name, could you please raise your hand so I can make sure I get you in the list? And I'm very sorry to everyone that your names are at the end of the alphabet. Maybe next time I will flip things just by what Representative Drinkwater says about me messing up alphabetical order. Maybe we'll go backwards. But with that, Ms. Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you.
I am Nancy Smith, zooming in from Poland, Maine. I'm Executive Director of Grow Smart Maine. We're a statewide nonprofit organization that helps communities navigate change in alignment with smart growth, which you've heard a lot about today. I have written testimony. I'm going to hit the high points since I've been listening along with you for most of the day. I do want to point out to Senator Hickman's earlier point, we have been a supporter of LD 609, attended through YouTube most of the commission, read the report, studied the recommendations, and over the past week have had about 5 hours of conversation with others as we develop this testimony. This bill is a big deal. Hitting the high points from my testimony, which to keep the unique points that perhaps you haven't heard yet. One point is that this bill is another affirmation that what we need is a complete overhaul of the Growth Management Act. You've heard it suggested several times, and I recommend you take a look again at LD 1240, which you all tabled for potential to work with later in the session. Second, I support the need to address the character of location in Section 3 so that this vague phrase cannot be used to continue discriminatory practices, but we need to find a way that still protects the values of unique natural areas and historic structures throughout Maine. You've also heard, but I want to restate this one, consideration as you move forward for where this should be located, whether DECD, Office of Community Development, is the place if there's a focus on housing, or more broadly, the Municipal Planning Assistance Program. I want to share with you, and it's in the testimony piece of my testimony in support of Part U. In the report with the Housing Opportunity Program, housing got us here, but we can do so much more if we go beyond housing into those specific intersections with municipal planning to increase housing opportunities for all. Specifically, transportation and broadband are absolutely essential to affordable living, not just affordable housing. And to be able to allow the scope of this bill, if we're going to invest $3 million in getting this right, let's make sure that we're reaching beyond this narrow thread of housing and into an actual cost of living. Transportation, of course, ties in with where these new houses are located, as you've been hearing. I want to hit on two things I've heard today that are not in my testimony, but I encourage you to drill into the difference between the proposed priority development zones and what we currently have in comprehensive plans with the designated growth areas. Do we need a new area? Does within the comp plan the designated growth area work? Again, a rework of the Growth Management Act would address this. Finally, and I apologize, what I've been hearing about restrictive covenants concerns me as a workaround where some may be able to buy their way out of being part of the solution. And I encourage you to look at that closely. Thank you. 10 seconds to spare.
Well done. Do I have any questions for Ms. Smith?
May I ask if you're going to pick up the other bills? Because I also have testimony, very short testimony on LD 1961.
We'll be at least picking up that bill. And I do think since we did have a public hearing, we'll discuss it once we close this as a committee, but we do like to hear things when they've been advertised. I know it's been we'll circle back. And I do have a question for you from Representative Warren.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your testimony. I was hoping you'd be here to testify. I don't know if it's now or during the work session, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I am curious if you have perspective on where the best place is for some of this work at the state level, and if you think the planning office that has been dissolved is the best place for it, or how you weigh that to other already existing places at the state level. So I'm curious, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you have any perspective about that, that's come up to get from some of the testimony stuff.
I want to be sure I heard that correctly. I think that she was asking my opinion on the position of this technical assistance that we're offering. If that's the question, I'm happy to answer it.
Sophie, Representative Warren, were you able to hear that clarification? Was that correct?
I guess, yes. As far as the recommendations that we're discussing today, not any other bill, but what we're talking about here, do you feel like we're reinventing the wheel if we're continuing to talk about the state planning office and whether it should be reinstituted? Or do you think there's more than enough kind of capable state resources now that can be funded or supported to do this work today?
Okay, thank you. Two pieces to the response. Last Friday, I supported the portion of the bill that would add significant and yet necessary planning capacity within Department of Ag Conservation and Forestry, the Bureau of Information Resources, and Land Use Planning. They are significantly underfunded. That needs to happen. To your question about where does this belong, I understood initially the reason to go with DECD, and in LD 1240, I talked about DECD, the Office of Community Development, as a potential place to talk about housing, because they have the CDBG program there that supports housing. However, I also strongly urge that we look broader than housing, and you've been hearing that today. Again, broadband transportation, where these would be located. I hope that the committee will expand the scope, and if you do so, then I don't think DECD Office of Community Development is the home for it anymore. I think now the Municipal Planning Assistance Program is the appropriate place to be able to give that broader support, again, all with that intention of increasing housing choices across the state.
Thank you very much.
Do I have any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and patience, Ms. Smith. I imagine we'll see you on the next bill. Thanks for having me. A little labor and housing trooper pens for this.
My former committee.
There we go. Nat Jordan, you're up.
Okay, thank you so much for your patience. My firstborn will definitely be named Aaron or Abby or something like that. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. Opponents of this bill will argue that localities should be able to evaluate their own zoning and decide on their own solutions to the housing crisis. My name is Nat Jordan. I'm a 22-year-old resident of Cape Elizabeth, and I'm here to tell you why that won't work. Over the past year and a half, I've listened to nearly every town council meeting where housing has been discussed. It's safe to say I've heard my fair share of town character, feel, and overcrowding. Dunham Court, the Zanton Company's recent affordable housing proposal in Cape, was not built because our system of town government does not work. The endless cycle of workshops, meetings, petition drives, referendums, studies, and now ad hoc committees scares away developers and prevents housing diversity. It's why we haven't built affordable housing in 50 years. Our system empowers a handful of time-rich homeowners to delay, so that lower income neighbors cannot join us in Cape Elizabeth. That system needs to change. Think about it. The wealthy few making decisions about whether to build housing, decisions in which the poor have no say because they can't afford to live here. Cape Elizabeth is not a sovereign state. The governance of our town must take into account our neighbors in Greater Portland, neighbors who sit on years-long wait lists for affordable housing, entire families living in hotel rooms by the mall. The state must step in to make those voices heard. I'll end on a personal note. I'm 22. As the slogan goes, live and work in Maine, but young people can't work here if we can't afford to live here. I want to move back after I finish school, but frankly, I'm not sure that will be financially practical. I want a future where people who grew up in Cape can stay here without making six figures, where working class single parents can keep their children in our schools, where people from all over the world can move to our beautiful community, where our schools aren't insular, where the Welcome to Cape Elizabeth sign doesn't function as a de facto gate. But at this point, I'm convinced we need state intervention to make that future happen. LD 2003, specifically the 4-unit zoning change, the Municipal Review Board, and the Priority Development Zone requirement is a great start. Thank you for your work on this issue, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Fifth time on mute. Thank you so much for your time and patience. And you must have been channeling me. I was going to take a sip out of my water glass, which says live and work in Maine. So we do have a question from Representative Warren real quick.
Thank you so much. Definitely real quick. Thank you for your testimony. As a resident of Cape Elizabeth, I'm wondering if you might have a perspective yourself. I asked of detail earlier today and the previous town councilor a previous day. But what do you see as far as Cape Elizabeth and its responsibility to address our statewide affordable housing crisis?
Yeah, great question. So I see it twofold. First, I see it as a responsibility. At these town council meetings, which are generally dominated by homeowners, we have heard from a collection of people struggling to stay in Cape Elizabeth, single mothers who are trying to keep their kids in Cape schools, and the rent just keeps going up and up. So it's not completely, it's not all homeowners that testify. There are poor people who do live in Cape Elizabeth. But as for the responsibility piece, yes, we have a responsibility to build affordable housing, but I view it as more of an opportunity. I think that affordable housing is such a boon to local economies. It could be such a boon to, like I said, our schools, our community. I mean, you drive down Route 77, which is our de facto main street in Cape Elizabeth, and on both sides of the road, you see empty lots and empty buildings. We have so much potential as a community to add multifamily housing, affordable housing, especially in our dense town center where businesses keep closing because they don't have enough customers. And so, yes, it's a responsibility and we need to do our part, but we need to realize that it's actually a huge opportunity, an economic opportunity to revitalize our town center.
Well said. Thank you very much.
Do we have any further questions for Nat before we move on? Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for your testimony. Can you briefly, because it's late, just put a little more meat on the bone in describing, please, how the local process was thwarted according to the delays and the delays and delays that you talked about? How did that happen?
Yeah, so I believe the Zanton Company first came forward with their proposal in fall 2020, I believe. So it's been about 18 months. And there was, a series of meetings in the spring and the winter time. And then in the summer, there was a large public hearing in which members of the Maine State Housing Authority and some other, experts were invited. And those people were shouted down by basically an angry crowd that filled our town hall. And so that was kind of like the turning point. And from there, there was a large organized group of homeowners who organized a petition drive to create a referendum. And once that referendum was, that petition was certified, the Zanton Company decided they could not financially, go forth with a political campaign. And so they pulled the project out. There still will be a referendum on 4 zoning changes, but the system in which a small group of interested homeowners can totally disrupt a project that would help many people who can't afford to live here, that's a broken system and it needs to change. And we need the state's help to do that.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Do you have any further questions for the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your patience this evening and for sharing your experience. Up next, we have Nathaniel Ferguson. I'm promoting to panelists, as well as Peter Gore. And I am going to also promote, just in the interest of time, Scott Vonnegut as well, and Whitney Parrish, who will be our, let's see, oh wait, and I'm sorry, Todd Morse, I'm also throwing you in there too. Okay, with that, Nathaniel, the floor is yours. Oh, we can't hear you.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Much better. Now we can hear you. Thank you.
All right. Yes, thank you, Senator Daughtry and Representative Sylvester and the members of this committee. My name is Nathaniel Ferguson. I'm a resident in Portland, Maine. I'm 22 years old. And so I wanted to come talk with you today to give the young person's perspective on the legislation that's being proposed. For many my age, housing represents a significant cost, and homeownership is a far-off dream. I know many young adults that continue to live with their parents long beyond when they would like to, and recent graduates from Maine colleges who want to stay in their adoptive home state but struggle to find an affordable housing option. And I know others who delay starting a family because they're unable to afford the space that starting a family would require. There are three key proposals in LD 2003 that I think address this issue: the prohibition of municipal growth caps, allowing by right construction of up to 4 units on areas zoned for residential housing, and allowing the construction of accessory dwelling units. Each of these, I think, will allow additional new high quality and sorely needed housing to be added to the market, which will put downward pressure on the skyrocketing rents and purchase prices that we're seeing on housing. Critics have argued that prohibiting municipalities from imposing the strict controls on new construction is something that should be avoided, and that the reforms in this bill should be implemented on the local level, if at all. They urge caution and that we should wait until a perfect solution is found. I think it's easy to ask for additional review or undue caution when you do not personally feel the pinch of a crushing housing market directly, but I think that further delays and half measures will only exacerbate the situation further. Housing prices will continue to rise and fewer Mainers will be able to live and work where they wish. Incumbent homeowners might say that this is a price they're willing to have others pay. They might not care that the restrictions on housing growth in areas with jobs forces prospective residents to live further from where they work, spend more money and time commuting, and requires more investment from the state and municipalities into expensive, unnecessarily sprawling infrastructure. However, unaffordable housing affects incumbent residents too. For current homeowners in desirable areas, they see businesses raise their prices or close up shop as there are fewer workers nearby to staff those businesses, and they see their community price out the young families and working class people that are sorely needed to support the economy throughout Maine. I think another dimension to consider is this bill's environmental impact. Newer homes are more energy efficient, sustainable, and safer. I live in a home that's almost 100 years old. It costs a bunch to heat. It's kind of falling apart at the seams. If more new housing is allowed to be built closer to population centers, the environmental benefits of new homes is compounded by the reduction in commuting distance. And so allowing additional housing to be built close to where it is needed can only lead to a greener, cleaner, and happier Maine. So I urge you all to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your patience and being with us this evening and sticking it out.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Peter Gore. Peter, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Senator Daughtry and Representatives Sylvester and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. I appreciate your long day and the work you've put in. My name is Peter Gore. I'm the Executive Vice President at the Maine State Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to tell you I have something compelling to say to you this evening, and you may ask, well, why would you? If you don't, why would you do it? Well, I waited all this time and I've listened to your hearing because we did want to provide our verbal support for the concepts contained in LD 2003. The issue of affordable housing is one that we hear about from our membership all the time and from all different sectors of that membership, regardless of what business they have, where they are located, whether it's an urban or a rural business. Affordable housing is critical because it's tied directly to workforce and the ability to attract people of all ages to our state, as you've heard from the last two speakers, and to help alleviate that workforce shortage. Affordable housing is critical to the success of the 10-year strategic plan, which we worked with the Mills administration on and which we feel is so critical to this state's success. It is our feeling that 2003 is a good starting point for action, and you have heard a plethora of suggestions and information from the experts on how to make this bill better and more workable. Maine is not alone in its race to solve the affordable housing equation, but this bill may give our state a leg up to help us better compete to attract those workers that our economy needs for the future and for the successful implementation of the goals of the 10-year strategic plan. With that, I thank you for your time and be glad to try and answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gore. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your patience and sticking it out this evening. Up next, I did have Scott Vonnegut. Did we lose you, Scott? I had you in there and I'm not seeing you now.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, it's all right.
My Zoom screen had dragged everything over.
No problem.
Sure.
Senator Daughtry and Representative Sylvester and committee members. My name is Scott Vonnegut. I am from Portland and am here as a member of Housing Justice Maine to speak in support of LD 2003, sponsored by Speaker of the House, Ryan Fecteau. Housing Justice Maine is a coalition of 8 organizations comprising hundreds of people working on solutions to Maine's affordable housing crisis. I gave testimony before you 3 weeks ago in support of LD 1673, an act to create a comprehensive permit process for the construction of affordable housing. That bill, like LD 2003, creates a state-level review board to which entities working to create affordable housing can appeal a municipality's denial of a permit. This state level's appeals board will take testimony from the municipality and the applicant whose permit was denied to assure a fair and equitable process to make sure the project meets local and state land use regulations while meeting the need of affordable housing throughout the state. LD 1673 also creates an expedited process to review and approve affordable housing projects throughout the state. The bill before us today, LD 2003, does not include an expedited review process at the local level for the creation of affordable homes in Maine. Because of the urgency to meet the enormous need for housing which low to medium income Mainers can afford, the expedited review process created by LD 1673 is an absolutely essential law for the legislature to pass to help alleviate the housing crisis. Another feature of LD 1673 not included in the Speaker's bill before us today is the provision for fair housing goals, which establishes metrics to ensure that an adequate supply of affordable housing stock in a city or town to meet the housing needs of its residents. Despite not having these important provisions of LD 1673, there are important provisions in LD 2003 which will help increase the production of affordable housing that include increasing the allowable density of affordable housing and their long-term affordability, allowing up to 4 dwelling units, meeting setback requirements on land zoned for residential use, allowing accessory dwelling units on the same lot as a single-family dwelling unit, providing technical assistance for municipalities to better understand how zoning ordinance and land use ordinance impact the availability of housing. Despite what redrafting of legislation may be required, the passage of a bill which includes a local expedited review process for affordable housing projects and identifies fair housing goals for municipalities is essential in making each municipality responsible for playing a part in creating housing that its low to moderate income residents can afford. These 2 bills are absolutely essential for the welfare of the state of Maine. For without it, the workers who stock our stores, run our production lines, and drive our fire trucks will not be able to afford to live here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Scott. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your patience. I feel like everyone gets like an extra pin for making. With that, Todd Morris, the floor is yours. And then we will have Whitney Parrish closing us out. If there's anyone else in the attendee portion who has not had a chance to speak on this bill, please raise your hand so we can get you in after Whitney. With that, Todd, take it away.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of this Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony, especially given how much time you all put into it. I'm Todd Morris. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm proud to live in a state where a bold law like this is even up for discussion. Laws such as this are what this country, and especially this state, need to alleviate our housing crisis. Our pattern of single-family development is simply unsustainable. It's unsustainable environmentally, requiring more car trips, more asphalt for roads, more energy for heat. It's also unsustainable financially, both for the state as a whole and individual Mainers. To serve the sprawl of our suburbs, the state has had to spend billions on constructing and maintaining car infrastructure. In the last 8 years, we've had to issue bonds to pay for road infrastructure and maintenance. This year, with a budget surplus of 100 million, there are plans to spend much of it on the maintenance of car infrastructure. There are further plans to spend an additional 1.3 billion federal funding over the next 5 years on even more maintenance. And even after all this spending, we're still expected to have a backlog of road maintenance. We can't afford these roads, and the sprawl exacerbates this problem dramatically, requiring more roads. And imagine how much good could be done with just a small fraction of some of the money we've been spending on these roads. Also, individual Mainers are feeling the squeeze of single-family zoning. We're short an estimated 25,000 units of housing, which has contributed to a massive increase in housing costs. Longtime Mainers are being forced out or being forced to spend more and more of their money on high rents and property taxes. It's difficult for young people to move to the state or buy their first homes and raise families in the state. This has had economic consequences because we've been missing out on young workers. We need to build our economy, but also human consequences. Friends and families are forced to move away and neighborhoods are broken up. Critics of the bill may claim that people don't want to live in denser housing. If this is true, then the bill will not result in any more dense housing. The bill does not force anyone to do anything. It gives people more options. Some people may prefer to live in single-family homes, and I would never try to stop them. In fact, this bill would make it even easier for people who want single-family homes to get one, because they'll no longer be competing with other people who have been forced into single-family homes by restrictive zoning options. And then just a personal anecdote, my wife and I moved to a much smaller place to cut down on her commute. And it's really just unlocked so much time for us. We're so much happier that we made that trade-off, and we're so lucky to have been able to have the option to make that trade-off because it was a huge change in quality of life. And I think people are smart and they know what's good for them and they can make those decisions for themselves. This bill is a rare opportunity to improve the environment, improve the economy, provide economic relief to low and middle income people, and to make it easier for new Mainers to move in while helping keep longtime Mainers in the state. And it's really rare to have a bill that can do all of those different things. You've seen lots of different groups speak both for and against it, and I think, yeah, it's a great bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your patience this evening and for sticking it out. Up next and last, but certainly not least, we have Whitney Parrish. Whitney, the floor is all yours. Take it away.
Thank you. One of the few times being named after Whitney Houston has worked against me. So thank you all, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Whitney Parrish, and I live in Augusta, and I'm the acting executive director of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations for the state of Maine. I'm offered to offer testimony in support of LD 2003. We extend deep gratitude to Speaker Fecto for introducing this bill and to members of the commission for their tremendous work on this issue. I've listened to testimony all day, as many have, and I do think it's important to bring it home to something that can get lost when we talk about some of these issues, and it's humanity. You know, in my career, I've worked with women living in their cars with their children as a result of domestic violence because waiting lists were so long, even with a voucher. I've worked with folks who have made the extremely personal choice of entering recovery and seeing them resume use because they can't find stable housing to tend to their medical needs. And housing as a human right isn't just a talking point, it is real life. And I wanted to make sure to lift that up. So back to my testimony, whether we're Black, white, brown, Indigenous, or newcomer, every Mainer needs housing and everyone deserves a safe, healthy, affordable place to live their life. Whatever our differences, we can all agree that this is something we all need. Discrimination in housing based on race was legal in the United States as late as the 1960s, and one can easily see the effects of this in the shape of segregated cities and towns across the country today. Similarly, exclusionary zoning laws have historically been used to separate where people live based on race and income. While discrimination was outlawed, exclusionary zoning laws continue to this day, and whether intentional or not, they continue to prevent the building of affordable housing and to push low-income housing into areas with poorer air quality, closer to highways, and farther from amenities and services. In short, single-family owning zoning perpetuates inequality and racial discrimination, and it is known today as new redlining. This has the de facto effect of limiting or prohibiting affordable mixed income dwellings where economic opportunity is greatest. And we believe this bill starts to correct this history by both providing prohibiting specific exclusionary zoning policies while also incentivizing to adopt further changes in zoning laws. A major goal of LD 2003 is to increase the number of affordable housing units in the state. According to MISHA, the Maine State Housing Authority, there are currently fewer than 20,000 affordable housing units in the state. I see my time. And I will go on to say that Mainers who represent racial, indigenous, and tribal populations are significantly more likely to be renters than those who are white. While 27% of white Mainers rent, that figure is 36% for Native populations, 45% for Latino Mainers, and 70% for Black Mainers. It is clear that racial, indigenous, and tribal populations have a disproportionately high need for safe and affordable rental units in the state. I will summarize and just say we believe this bill is a good faith effort to correct and prevent some of the most egregious zoning policies while working with local towns to achieve better and more housing development over time. We urge you to support the bill, and my testimony, which I will submit momentarily, does have more information on the issues I skipped over. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Oops. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I love the Whitney Houston connection. And Representative Rader has a question.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just have a brief question that I think you might be able to answer given your expertise in your current position and past positions. It would seem to me that the lack of housing, low-income housing, housing that's affordable for the working class, is also having a huge effect on our foster care system, in that housing insecurity is one of the reasons that a lot of children enter care. So do you foresee this having a positive impact on the way that or the amount of children that are coming through our system?
I'm sorry, I'm nodding and talking while muted. Yes, I believe that a policy like this would have hopefully very positive impacts on young people who enter the system. Of course, we want to do what we can to make sure that young people are not entering the system in the first place. And so making sure that folks have safe, affordable housing and a place to live is one way to make sure that those young people are not entering a system where they are not able to thrive in the ways that they deserve.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do I have any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and patience this evening.
Thank you all.
One last call out to anyone in the attendees portion. If you have not testified and you would like to, this is your last chance. Please raise your hand or say something in the chat. Going once, going twice, and sold. And with that, I am going to close 8 hours of testimony on the public hearing on LD 2003. Now, I did check in with our presiding officers folks about the hearings that we have, and they would like us to still open them up for how late it is with the session and with the anticipated deadline of bills in the next few days. Wanting to keep the housing bills together, Senator Hickman, if it is all right, we will move on to your bill. So I'm going to let folks know who are listening. We are going to be switching to LD 1961. Before we jump in though, does anyone need a stretch break or a water break? If so, just raise your hand on camera. Seeing 2, 3. Okay, we're gonna do a 5-minute stretch and water break. And please, committee members, let's power through and get these all done. It'll make our lives easier in a few days. So in 5 minutes, setting my timer now. And that is the sound of a 5-minute timer. Okay, committee, gonna get everyone back. Discovered exactly how long it takes to get a drink of water and make a pot of coffee at 6 o'clock at night. And with that, we are gonna move on to Senator Hickman's bill. And let me just get up my documents in front of me. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing on LD 1961, an act to help alleviate Maine's housing shortage and change the membership of the Maine State Housing Authority. And I will kick it over to our own Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, including my hometown of Winthrop. It's late, but I'm happy to be here to present LD 1961, an act to help alleviate Maine's housing shortage and change the membership of the Maine State Housing Authority. And I just want to start with a brief note on home rule authority, since that's what a lot of today has been about. Article 1, Section 1 of the Maine Constitution reads, all people are born equally free and independent and have certain natural, inherent, and unalienable rights, among which are those of enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and of pursuing and obtaining safety and happiness. This certainly implies that access to housing is an individual human right. Article 8, Part 2 of the Constitution reads, municipal home rule. The inhabitants of any municipality shall have the power to alter and amend their charters on all matters not prohibited by the Constitution or general law, which are local and municipal in character. The legislature shall prescribe the procedure by which the municipality may so act. So the legislature, according to the Constitution, shall prescribe the procedure by which the municipality may so act. I guess you could call that the ultimate mandate. So if the legislature exercises its constitutionally authorized power and compels or incentivizes a municipality to take up measures that increase housing opportunities and provides them the resources in order to achieve the goal, in order to advance an individual human right, without unfairly infringing upon another's for the betterment of humankind, what exactly is the problem? The final report of the commission contains piles of evidence throughout history about how local control has been used to advance authoritarian agendas with relative ease. But that's the worst of it. The best of local control, well, I am biased, of course, but the best of local control is that municipalities may adopt local food and community self-governance ordinances, which the legislature has directed the state to recognize through the Maine Food Sovereignty Act in order to relocalize food systems, strengthen resilient rural communities, enhance rural economic development, and make more Maine-produced food available in communities all over the state. As I have grown up as a policymaker in the legislature over 5 terms, I have finally learned to refrain from making strident and absolute statements about municipal home rule and local control one way or the other. Municipal home rule is not dogma. It's simply more nuanced than any blanket statement can capture. It's about the power vested in the governing bodies of a political subdivision of the state, authorized by the Constitution and prescribed by the legislature. Jurisdictional conflicts are always going to be a part of that legal construct. But at the end of the day, the broad police powers of the legislature vested in it by the people of the state prevails unless a court rules otherwise. To this date, no court has struck down the Massachusetts 40B law, which has been on the books in Massachusetts since 1969, the exact year that Maine established home rule authority in its constitution. No court has struck down Public Act 21 through 29 in Connecticut, which I referenced earlier, a newer set of statutory provisions, to be sure. As I also said, it does contain an explicit opt-out provision for communities when certain conditions are met regarding certain provisions of the law. All of that said, LD 1961 takes a relatively hands-off policy-forward approach. It simply adds additional considerations about housing to the set of state goals regarding the planning and regulatory actions of state and municipal agencies affecting natural resource management, land use, and development. The Growth Management Act, as we heard earlier in testimony. It also expands the board of the Maine State Housing Authority to include commissioners with the expertise to help the state and municipalities meet these newly enumerated housing goals. I'll end there and just say that I have read, which is in our record, the testimony of Director Hannah Pingree of the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future. I don't see her in the room to testify, but I will say to the committee and to the public that every single criticism or acknowledgement of how we can make this bill better from her testimony, including working with Judy East from the Bureau of Resource Information and Land Use Planning, making sure that members of the Housing Board have no conflicts of interests, and maybe even summarizing the goals that the bill so far explicitly lists into one coherent paragraph around what we need to be putting in the Growth Management Act regarding housing goals. I'm certainly willing to work with the committee and the Office of the Governor to correct those issues, which should not necessarily make the bill unpassable. With that, I'll take questions if the committee has any, or we can wait for work session.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much, Senator Hickman, for presenting your bill. Up next, we do have a request on to have Jason Shedlock, who has a bit of a time constraint and emergency on this bill. So I'm going to promote Jason first to testify, and then I will pull up the rest of the list. Let's see if I'm able to port him over. It says rejoining. And Mr. Shedlock, the floor is yours if you can hear us.
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Jason J. Shedlock, and I'm a regional organizer for the Laborers International Union, and I'm president of the Maine State Building and Construction Trades Council. I'm also a trustee and executive board member of both the Maine AFL-CIO and the Southern Maine Labor Council, as well as serve on the Maine Apprenticeship Council and the State Workforce Board. I appear before you in support of LD 1961, and I thank Senator Hickman for his leadership on behalf of Maine's diverse populations. I sit before you and testify in favor of this necessary and prudent legislation, and I'm going to focus mainly on the expansion of the Maine State Housing Authority. I also strongly urge you to consider this chance to address what we see as a prime opportunity to hear, solidify, and codify the voices of a population that has far too long been shut out of the affordable housing conversation. LD 1961 is the perfect vehicle to incorporate this critical on-the-ground expertise. As we expand the Maine State Housing Authority, and we absolutely should, we must consider adding a voice that represents the very people that actually build the affordable housing that the authority is tasked with helping fund. Ensuring that a seat is reserved for a labor representative, bringing the perspective of working families, would make sure that a population that plays a huge part in the affordable housing population has a seat at the table. Failing to do so would be a missed opportunity and show that those who literally work in the trenches on this issue are not worthy to weigh in on the affordable housing process. We applaud the progressive direction this bill takes as it incorporates key voices into the Maine State Housing Authority decision-making process. At the same time, those of us who represent working families feel strongly that the women and men who make their living swinging the shovels and pounding the nails that make Maine's much-needed affordable housing possible should help advise on things such as labor standards and ensuring that housing is built efficiently and responsibly. Thanks for your time this evening, and I stand ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, if we have any for the work session, we will definitely be following up.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Kate Blackford. Kate, I sent you an invitation to promote it. Oh, here we go. We're joining as a panelist. After Kate, we do have Nancy Smith, who I am going to promote now. And Ms. Blackford, the floor is yours.
Thank you all so much. It's nice to see you again. It's been quite a day. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Kate Blackford, and I am still the Public Policy Director for the Maine People's Alliance. MPA is Maine's largest community action organization with over 32,000 members across the state. And in case it's not fresh in your memory, our mission is to create a world where everyone has what they need, contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. MPA strongly supports LD 1961 and its work to clarify the purposes of natural resource management and critical perspectives for a successful state housing authority. Addressing housing disparities, affirmatively furthering for housing, and promoting diverse housing choice, including housing for low and moderate income residents, are all clearly in the state's interest. When we all have a safe, decent place to call home that we can afford in the community where we have ties, we're all better off. Our local economy is stronger, our schools are more successful, and we are better able to thrive. Recent decades have taught us that market and human tendencies lead to segregation, especially by income. Economic segregation and barriers to developing new housing of all types has meant that we are collectively facing an escalating housing crisis that impacts not only our health, but our education and our work. Adding the responsibilities outlined in LD 1961 to our land use and resource management priorities will position the state and local governments to prioritize those changes that may go against current trends, but will really benefit us all. Changing the makeup of the State Housing Authority Board to better reflect the many different perspectives who have a vested interest in their work and addressing housing disparities will provide important guidance and feedback for staff as they work towards its stated mission. It makes common sense to include a tenants' right advocate, a municipal housing authority, a nonprofit developer, an energy efficiency expert, a regional planner, a tenant of subsidized housing, a financial institution, a real estate developer, an expert in economic and community development, an advocate for people with disabilities, and an advocate for older Mainers on the board. Paired with the reforms to the affordable housing permitting process in LD 1673, the zoning reforms we just heard about in LD 2003, and the funding increase provided by LD 484, this could well be the year that we look back on as a turning point in our housing crisis, and I urge you to support this bill and those as well. Thank you so much for your consideration and the opportunity to speak with you today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. Ms. Blackford, it's been a long day. Question is, in your opinion, has there been any decisions made by the Maine Housing Authority that are rise to the level of dissatisfaction that a change will be needed in the board makeup?
Thank you so much for your question. The State Housing Authority is working within narrow confines of federal regulations, and that is always challenging. However, I do believe that increasing the perspectives on the board and at the same time being explicit about these aspects of their mission will strengthen their ability to operate in the state. I think that the enforcement of fair housing law in Maine has been a challenge, and that by adding these provisions and adding those voices to the board, that those will be additional resources for staff that we don't have today. And so I don't have specific examples to point to in terms of where the state housing authority has fallen short. I can only imagine that by adding these perspectives to their governing body, that will strengthen their decision making and their ability to find new opportunities and to be innovative in the future.
Do you have a follow-up, Representative Bradstreet?
No, I don't. I'll take my hand down.
No worries.
Oh,
We're all at that point right now. Any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your patience and sticking it out. And we're going to welcome back Nancy Smith.
Good evening. I'm going to go as fast as I can, but when you hear people talk about long COVID, this is what I deal with. I haven't talked except for in this room all day, and I don't have a voice. I am Nancy Smith, Executive Director of Grow Smart Maine. Smart growth, you've heard about it all throughout the day. It is fundamental to equitable access for housing. I'll hit on 3 quick points in support of this bill. Committee of Jurisdiction. During my tenure in the legislature, I was on the BRED Committee, Business Research and Economic Development. It made sense for housing to be there. But when those committees split with labor and housing separate, in my opinion, it makes perfect sense for Maine Housing to be moved from the IDEA Committee to the Labor and Housing Committee for oversight. Secondly, the state housing goal. I heard Senator Hickman reference this. There are already several housing goals in the Growth Management Act, and the recommendation that he cited, and I think Hannah did in her testimony as well, rather than multiple, let's get it down to one at the bottom of first page of my written testimony is a recommendation on what that could be to encompass the things that you're trying to encompass, but to do so in a way that makes sense. Finally, the composition of the Maine Housing Board. I recommend the additions in order to provide for this equity, defer to Maine Housing with some of their points, and I can't miss the opportunity to suggest representation from a statewide organization focused on smart growth. Final point, I've heard you several mention reaching out to Judy East. She is the head of a division at Department of Ag where all of this is sitting currently. I highly recommend you do that. And also you heard Beth Della Valle with a tremendous knowledge base for planning and specifically the Growth Management Act, having worked at the state planning office and at the municipal level. Thank you for your very long day and for hearing me on this second bill.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith, and thank you for, I can only imagine how hard it is to speak after all of that, and I'm sure all of us are getting a little bit tired in our vocal cords as well too, so you did great. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'm going to kick it over and welcome back Whitney Parrish.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the committee. I'm Whitney Parrish, and the acting executive director of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations. It is such an honor to be here to offer testimony in support of LD 1961, and we are extending deep gratitude to Senator Hickman for introducing this bill. I will skip over many parts, but you will have my full testimony. We all do better when every person, every family has a safe, affordable, decent place to call home. It is more important now than ever that the Maine State Housing Authority further affirmative housing goals and focus on fairness in housing for all Mainers. And we believe that LD 1961 is critical to achieving this goal. In addition to combating discrimination, the legal obligation to affirmatively further fair housing requires recipients of federal housing funds to take meaningful steps that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity based on protected characteristics. This is from the HUD website. And again, I am skipping over a few parts. It is clear from quantitative and qualitative data and from experiences that racial, indigenous, and tribal populations have a disproportionately high need for more safe and affordable rental units in the state, and individuals who are disproportionately and directly impacted by current and historic discriminatory practices and the housing crisis must be part of developing and guiding solutions to that crisis. Part of the way this bill would help, as you know, to accomplish this goal is to ensure that representation on the Board of Commissioners includes people with expertise on the demographics of our state and about the experiences of people who have been impacted by lack of affordable housing and potentially discriminatory practices in housing. In any discussion about changing policy to alleviate harm, we believe it is essential for impacted communities to have a voice in that discussion and a permanent seat at the table. As we seek to address the lasting consequences, lasting consequences of discriminatory zoning and other laws that have contributed to deep disparities and harm, we must remember this principle. LD 1961 ensures this by naming the communities that must be represented on the Maine State Housing Authority Board. To quote Commissioner D. Clark, who we tragically lost last October, and who sat in the commission seat relating to advocacy for and representing the experiences of homelessness, nothing about us without us. This could not be more true when we talk about the issues of housing equity and justice. So thank you for your time and consideration of this bill, and we respectfully urge you to support LD 1961. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and patience tonight. No longer.
Thank you.
Christopher, I'll welcome you back to run it out for a last person in favor of this bill. If there is anyone, I don't have anyone signed up in opposition. If you are hoping to testify in either opposition or neither for nor against, please raise your hand so that I can make sure that we get you in. With that, Christopher, the floor is yours.
It seems like my video has been disabled, but I just wanted to quickly testify in support of this. I just wanted to testify quickly in support of this particular bill, largely because of the commissioners that it adds. I think it adds a much wider variety of experiences and knowledge bases that I think are going to provide better decision-making processes, in particular the regional planning, as was mentioned before, the tenants' rights activists, the commissioner that has knowledge on fair housing policy, whether or not the Portland Housing Authority or the Maine Housing Authority is making good or bad decisions. I just think including better perspectives will lead to better decision making in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and testimony tonight. Do you have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Last chance, is there anyone else present here to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I am going to close the public hearing on LD 1961. Folks, hang with it. We're almost there. We've got a few more. And now we're going to turn to LD 460. So I'm going to open the public hearing, using that loud noise to wake us all up, on LD 460, an act to amend certain employment laws to help frontline and other workers. And I will kick it over to our very own Representative Sylvester. Representative Sylvester, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to read my testimony into the record. I was going to go through the bills piece by piece, but I'm not going to do that tonight. I'm going to reserve my right to do that at the work session. And at that time, I may ask, there were people who were opposed to this bill who waited all day to testify. Both are very important issues. I was going to engage with the committee about, problem solving on these bills, as I think they're both very important workforce development issues, but given the time, I am going to read my testimony and then, as I said, reserve time for discussion later. And we opened 463, is that correct? Madam Chair, the video cut out.
460, but is 460 and 463 meant to be heard in tandem?
They certainly could be. We could open them both. I believe there's only 2 people here to testify, and they're testifying on both. So,
Is there anyone in opposition to opening both of them to try to get 2 birds with 1 stone? If you're opposed to that plan, raise your hand or wave your arms vigorously. Okay, seeing none, the good co-chair, Representative Sylvester, has offered us an ability to potentially get out of here sooner. So I'm also going to open the public hearing on LD 463, an act to better house Maine residents. So with that, kick it back over to Representative Sylvester, if you can give us the briefing on both of those.
thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Daughtry, and esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. Thank you for letting me testify on these bills today. LD 460, an act to amend certain employment laws to help frontline workers, and LD 831, an act to aid workforce development. Both of these bills were titles that I put in as concept drafts for the Office of the Revisor in case there were additional workforce problems brought on by COVID-19 that we could not foresee when we put in our bills a year and a half ago. LD 460, an act to amend certain employment laws to help frontline workers, is a very straightforward problem and one we addressed when we were discussing school personnel and COVID leave. At that time, I believe it was Representative Drinkwater who said that there were lots of workers who were in a similar situation of being without sick leave of any kind. That's what LD 460 is trying to address for the restaurant industry. Most of the restaurant industry has either been working nonstop throughout the pandemic, whether in a takeout or dine-in capacity, or they were forced to find new employment when their restaurants closed down temporarily or in some cases permanently. I have a lot of conversations with servers who tell me that they are no longer have any paid sick time if they test positive for COVID. Most of them tell me the story of themselves or a loved one catching COVID at work once or multiple times. If their employer was large enough to offer PTO, then they have expended it. If they were not large enough, then they similarly do not have access to sick leave if they come down with COVID. They do not have the savings to take unpaid time, so they are forced into the choice that we have all heard so much about, the choice to go to work sick, to go to work with a sick spouse or child at home when they may have been exposed, or to pile up bills as they do the right thing and recover at home unpaid. LD 460 tries to resolve this problem in a simplistic fashion. The original bill says that restaurant workers are entitled to 80 hours of COVID sick leave. The amendment that I'm offering you today, and which is attached to the end of this testimony, as well as now in the chat, well, it's not in the chat, proposes that the state creates a fund of $1 million from surplus funds to provide sick leave to restaurant workers. This fund could be in DOL, but more likely could be in DCD. It would reimburse employers directly for the cost of the sick leave. When exhausted, the fund would no longer exist. The Department of Economic Development shall develop rules to disperse the money. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And the amendment that puts that $1 million so that everyone is clear, the state would be the people paying for this sick leave, not the individual employers. And that was left out of the original bill, and it is now in. Thank you. Are there any questions on that? I guess do you want to stop for that, Madam Chair, or continue?
Do we want to open up, maybe if you want to present the second bill too, and then we'll do questions from all of us?
Yep. Still Senator Daughtry, still esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. Thank you for letting me testify on LD 831, an act to aid workforce development. This is a somewhat complicated looking bill that is actually very simple. What the bill does is to create a forgivable loan program to help restaurant owners recruit, attract, and retain employees. The bill is modeled after a similar bill in New York and one that is about to roll out nationally. It directs the Department of Labor to create a program to offer training to new employees in the restaurant industry, or to alternately provide a loan to restaurant employers to implement their own program. I envision the DOL program would be subcontracted to a private entity, but the bill allows DOL to write the rules and determine how the money shall be distributed. It is clear that people have left the industry. Several studies have shown that the inconsistency of wages is one of those reasons. In order to find employees, restaurants are paying the full minimum wage or above to attract and retain workers. This bill helps those employers who are not taking advantage of the tip credit and paying a full wage to train employees. It will also create a trained workforce for the entire industry as our summer friends prepare to come see us. Restaurants are one of the largest employers, and we are in an emergency situation. And I'll just add extemporaneously when we look at workforce development, often restaurant industry is not one that is taken up in either training programs or in looking at long-term workforce development, because there has always been a surplus of people. But COVID has changed that situation so that the folks who are working are really in an emergency situation. They've been working very long hours. They've been working, since this began in most cases. And this bill envisions bringing in the reinforcements that will help those folks as we move towards the summer months. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions on either one of these bills.
And I do want to say for folks who are listening, I completely misspoke. It wasn't 463. I meant to open in tandem with this LD 831, an act to aid workforce development, which is what my good House Chair just introduced. So I apologize for the late hour. I read the wrong number. But with that, I'm going to jump to questions. I have a question from Representative Drinkwater and Representative Bradstreet.
Wow. Long day, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Representative Sylvester, we had federal money flow down to the states, personal paycheck protection. I guess we need to know how much of that covered these people versus how much went unpaid, because my understanding is that that money was available to all businesses that promised to continue to pay their employees through this pandemic. And perhaps for the analysts on the workshop, I need to know more about this, but isn't that your understanding also?
Absolutely true. That money that came through over a year ago was there. There was also federal money that was targeted specifically for restaurants. But as I said, most of that money was targeted over a year ago. And as I talk to small restaurant owners, but particularly as I talk to servers, folks are hitting a point where employers are either paying this out of their own pocket to do the right thing and give folks paid sick leave if their leave has been extended, or they're being forced to, as I said, into one of the other three situations that nobody wants, right? Coming to work sick, going unpaid. And so I'm glad you asked the question about federal money, because the federal program that is coming out, hopefully soon, but one of the reasons that I didn't put that, I didn't put this in as the concept draft at the beginning was that I heard it was going to take longer, but it seems that it's being pushed to the front burner, is that there will be a federal program that will mirror what I have in this bill, and our ability to get this up and running will allow us to get that federal money and move it right in. And hopefully, as we have done with other bills, use federal money rather than state money to fund this. But I'm hoping that this will come out of the surplus if we don't have that.
So if I may just continue on a brief question. So yes, it was a year ago that federal money was allocated, but that doesn't mean the federal money has already run out. I guess we'd have to hear maybe from some of the, like Steve DeMillo, or one of those places, to say, hey, you know what, that money did run out. Or we could hear it from our analysts to say, you know what, a lot of people said that money didn't last very long. But thank you for bringing that thought back to my mind and for the bill.
And you may be stunned with my open fairness, but the fact that folks like Steve DeMillo didn't get a chance to testify, and that folks who were asking me whether or not they would get to it before that we would get to this bill before their testimony or before their restaurants opened, that I had to tell them no on that. Hopefully in the work session, I will ask permission from the committee that anybody, whether they want to badmouth my bill, speak in favor of my bill, or badmouth a little and speak in favor a little, we'll have a chance to do so at the work session.
I want to add that I echo what Representative Sylvester said. We do understand that it's late, especially, discussing a bill with the restaurant industry, that not everyone can be here. So we will make room for that at the work session. But I do want to let the committee know that Steve DeMillo is one of the individuals who's been waiting patiently all day to testify. So we'll make sure that he's able to do so. With that,
perfect.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Sylvester. Just a quick question. So this is not simply looking at LD 831. It's not simply a reimbursement bill. This is also a bill that will require the restaurants or owners to go through certain training in order to qualify. Is that true?
So it's either or. There are entities out there that provide this training. the DOL could hire to do their own training, because the bill offers forgivable loans for folks who are already paying the loan. The other piece of the program, as I understand it federally, and I am not an expert in, I know a lot about workforce development, but with the way that I do not have an inside track into federal legislation. Nobody's calling me to tell me what that bill is going to look like. But what I understand is that it's going to mirror this bill, and it will provide so that every restaurant will have this sort of pool of newly trained employees to be able to do the very basic things that restaurants do. And I know that, for example, in the Portland area right now, some restaurants are doing that, are starting to provide that training and thinking about pooling workers. So that's the idea. So it's an either or.
Okay. Follow up, Madam Chair?
Or both.
So this cost would be borne by the state Department of Labor, up to $2 million. And then when that's exhausted, is it first come, first serve? Is that what it is?
So that's correct. And as I said, I'm hoping that this federal money will come down earlier. And there's nothing that would preclude us using the federal money in order to make up that $2 million. But given the amount of the surpluses that we continue to have, and I think the restaurant industry certainly deserves its fair share of that money.
Do you have any further questions from the committee? I actually have a few, Representative Sylvester. So this came up, after our conversations, we were dealing with paid sick time off for school employees. I wonder with that parameter, why you didn't make it a bill for all employees in the state of Maine, regardless of industry.
I didn't think that there would be, I would be happy to put 200 million in order to do it for all Maine workers. If the good senator makes that amendment, I will be happy to include that in the bill. But to be honest with you, this is who I've been hearing from in terms of sick leave, was this particular folks from this particular industry. And so that's why I target it in that way, because I held these bills if there was a specific problem that I thought could be addressed.
Absolutely. And if I can ask a follow-up, I guess I asked myself for permission on that one. The joy of the chairs questioning each other. How would you see it working? Say, I am an employer in the hospitality industry. And that's one of the things that's I'm not quite clear is, where a brewery or a bar would fit in underneath this. But let's say, you have an employee that's out, you have 2 employees that are out, and you need to apply for this money from the state. How would you see that working? Is this something, because when that employee is going out, if you're doing a biweekly payroll, you only have X amount of days. And if it's, in a lean season, how would that work? So we're not, necessarily hurting the employers, but also making sure if this were to go through that the employees would be able to get their benefits. I'm just concerned about the time for that to go from point A to point B.
And I absolutely hear you. I think that that's one of the pieces that I was interested in having a conversation with the committee about. In terms of that, I would obviously like to see it go as quickly as possible in terms of being able to reimburse the employer in the training program. I would envision those extra costs that would be covered by the loan being, for example, bringing extra staff on board in order to train more than you would normally have during a service in order to specifically train new employees. Rather than, which is what a lot of folks do is, shadowing and those sorts of things on an already stressed staff. And then on the paid sick leave, I am hoping that would be the sort of thing where there would be reporting similar to unemployment, where you could report every week what your costs are and be able to have a check in a timely fashion. And so that was why originally I'd put it into DOL, but thinking that perhaps DECD is better suited in order to make that sort of a quick grant.
And definitely I know we're going to make more room for this at the later work session, but to be able to have DCD in and be able to talk about that. But definitely, I have a lot more questions, but I know we have folks waiting, so I will reserve them for the work session in interest of all of us getting out of here. With that, do you have any other questions from the committee at this time? Not seeing any, I am going to turn to folks wishing to testify on this bill. Currently in my list, I only have people testifying in opposition. If there is anyone in the attendees portion who would like to testify in favor, please wave your magical hand reaction. Going once, going twice, and I'm going to now move on to opposition. Up first, going alphabetically, we have Greg Dougal, who he and Steve DeMillo might win the award for longest wait on a bill in a while, but I have just promoted you, Greg. You should have received an invite to rejoin as a panelist. Then we have Peter Gore and Steve DeMillo, but since Steve has not spoken yet today, I'm going to have Steve go after and Peter Gore, if that's okay. I'll have you close it out. And with that, Greg Dougal, I don't know if you've been able to promote to panelists. Let's see, it's going through. And Greg, the floor is yours. Yes, no, maybe. Greg, we can see, we can see you if you can just unmute. Just unmute. Should be good.
Here we go. That was my longest wormhole ever. Senator Daughtry, I would like to ask if, I've been waiting all day to speak on 2 bills, and I'd hate to be, constricted to 3 minutes on both those bills. I'll try to keep it. That's fair enough, Representative Sylvester. Thank you.
And Mr. Dougal, as the person keeping the time, unless any of you go crazy, I'm going to let you roll.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I have a great deal of respect for what you do. You all know that. And, what you did today was fantastic. We certainly appreciate any affordable housing efforts that you make. On LD 460, most of the language that came out as was brought forth by Representative Sylvester was incorrect. So we were under the impression this is something that we were going to have to participate in, but having, and pay for, having said that, some things here don't change. We feel like, are restaurant employees the only employees that get COVID? There are no other people. I think Senator Daughtry addressed that, and I think actually Representative Sylvester answered it. It's a price tag, but I think it's also having a lot of additional people who would be opposed to something like that. You've got me and Steve DeMillo and maybe Peter Gore out there, somebody else out there that are sort of saying, why is this so specific to us? Why wouldn't it be something that would be good for anyone? I'm not going to go through the numbers of what we've been through because I think you already know. To answer Representative Drinkwater's question, really what existed in prior times as it relates to this was the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act. And that was FFCRA, where you were required by federal law to pay your employees sick pay, but then the federal government reimbursed you. So I looked at that today again because I dealt with it a lot, but I haven't in a little while. And I looked at the FAQ on that was 105 questions, and the bill itself was 50 pages. And so I see that this is a bill that came in late, that had no language, that the title was one thing, it changed to another title, and now it has some definition to it. And it's a big process, just like you went through, but that was a commission that went through the whole summer to put together something like this. There's no definition of restaurant in labor statute. So who's really covered under the proposed law? Is it restaurants as we know them as standalone entities? I give Representative Sylvester credit for attempting to find money, but I question where that source is. There really doesn't seem to be any money that I see coming from Washington for this particular issue. I know we have some money left over and maybe it would be part of a supplemental budget, but if it isn't, then I struggle with where it would come from. So also, could it be a convenience store with takeout, retail outlets like groceries that prepare foods, multi-use businesses with some element of food production? I'm not sure we know that answer from the proposed statute. It took 2 full years to get the legislation right on earned paid leave, and we helped on that. We kind of felt that we were all worked together to try to get a good earned paid leave bill, and that we were all working in the same direction. And then all of a sudden to be singled out seems a little bit odd, that it's something that we should be trying to address together. Because there are items like carryovers, rollovers, payment on cessation of employment, all the things that go along with EPL go along with this as well. So will this process need rulemaking to make it to the finish line? I think it might have to be. So, and to address LD 831, we are not in opposition to that. We are neither for nor against, and I did sign up that way, and I will have written testimony up on the site. While we always struggle with any proposed statute that would compromise the integrity of the tip credit, we understand under this grant program that it is a choice the businesses would have to make to participate. If the money is truly needed by the restaurant business, then we understand, but a $15,000 grant won't go very far if it is expended in the first 2 months from receiving it, just making up the difference between the tipped wage and the full minimum wage. It won't help those businesses pay for any of the debt they have incurred or pay off loans they've accumulated just to survive. I truly hope they calculate these labor costs before they apply for the grant. An average sized restaurant in Maine with 10 servers working 30 hours a week annually would spend an additional $100,000 to justify the $15,000 grant. We are very aware that this would help restaurants that do not use the tip credit or those that employ counter service and other models that are less reliant on tips as income, and we would hate to stand in their way of doing so. And my last point would be for the committee and the committee analysts to look at section 2A and 7306 and also 7307 in general in the bill. And would hope the committee would ask the analyst about the legality of helping to set pricing and wages. We as an association and hospitality businesses in general are not able to have discussions amongst ourselves on wages or pricing at any time with anyone based on potential antitrust violations. It could be considered price and wage fixing. From the Federal Trade Commission, price or wage fixing is an agreement, written, verbal, or inferred from conduct among competitors that raises, lowers, or stabilizes wages, prices, or competitive terms. Generally, the antitrust laws require that each company establish prices and other terms on its own without agreeing or consulting with a competitor. So maybe the state is held to a different standard, but I think it would be important to know that for sure before going down this road. I'm not sure how the educational process for the equity program would work, but getting 2 or more employers or business owners in a room or on a Zoom and talking about menu prices or wages is against antitrust laws in my mind, and is one of the first things that we always tell our members not to engage in at any time. So I appreciate your patience and listening to all that at the end of what has been an extremely long but momentous day. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dougal, and thank you for your patience tonight. I have a question from Bradstreet, followed by Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Dougal, your patience. I'm wondering, I'm looking at 831 with the training programs that's listed in there. And I'm wondering how Department of Labor could come up with a training program that would have to become so much specialized for the restaurant industry. Do your members have any type of training programs available to them already, or do the individual members have their own training programs?
This isn't something that I know about. That I'm sure that Representative Sylvester is correct and that it does exist, and I'm sure it's out there. I know it is, other than the restaurant industry. I mean, there's a lot of equity programming out there. We do a lot of training, and I think that was something that was referred to, that we don't train anybody, but we really do have a robust training program. We have apprenticeships. We have all kinds of things that we do for training. This just doesn't happen to be one of them. I think, it bears mentioning that, we would be, again, it's been a long day. Sorry about that. That we do provide training, and that we would be happy to look into something like that, but I don't think it would be something that we don't have the capacity. We only have a couple people that work with us on this, and they're caught up in the training programs that we do. But unfortunately, Representative Bradstreet, we don't have something that could do that.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up from Representative Bradstreet? Couldn't see. Yep. Senator Hickman, followed by Senator Guerin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dougal, I think you probably and Mr. DeMillo can win an award for the longest wait to testify on a bill that I've seen since I've been in the legislature. Anyway, do you have written testimony? I know you read from something, and has that been submitted to the record, or if not, can you please submit it to us? Because all of the information you gave about antitrust laws and wages and labor, I want to see it and research it. Not that I don't believe it, but it's pretty informative. So I'd like to have that to research.
Yes, sir. And I actually did submit the 460 testimony, but I didn't submit the 831. I think it's halfway in the process. So when I'm done speaking with you, I will make sure that happens.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Senator Guerin.
Well, a couple things. Thanks for hanging in there all day, Mr. Dugal. We really appreciate that. Couple things is I hope you will have your members take the chair's offer of being able to testify at the work session. The details on this bill being so late coming, I think I would really like to hear from the industry and what they're thinking. And as the spokesman for the industry this evening, I wondered if there was anything else that you wanted to tell us. I know you were limited in time, but was there any other pressing issues you'd like to share?
Not really. If there is some sort of an ability to do something at the work session, which I'm not generally familiar with, I've never seen that before. So please have somebody let me know what it is that I can and cannot do. But I'd be happy to help in any way that we can. You know, we certainly would like to be helpful in both of these bills. And I would say to Senator Hickman's comment, if I could, that this is not the longest labor session I've ever been involved with. When tip credit restoration started at 10, and it ended at about 1 a.m. the following day. So, but this one was pretty momentous for sure.
Thank you so much. Do I have any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Dugal, for your patience tonight. Next, we do have Steve Millo, followed by Mike Rowland, and then and so with that, Mr. Millo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and I thank all of you, especially thank Representative Sylvester for all of his work on this, although I sit here in opposition because I have a lot of questions that I'd like you to address, maybe in the work session, or maybe you can banter about it today. But on a side note, wow, the housing issues in the Maine, you're really digging in, and so that's great, and I applaud all of you for that. My first point is I believe that the industry, the restaurant industry or hospitality shouldn't be singled out, that I shouldn't include more or more workers. I know there's a fiscal note or a dollar amount to that, but you'll have to debate that among yourselves. We are trying to negotiate hospitality industry. We're trying to negotiate, still trying to negotiate earned paid leave. That statute, which we were asked to help. We were invited to help. We did, but a lot of our members are just still struggling to morph their vacation or their PTO policy into earned paid leave. So keep that in mind, please. If you already have 40 or more hours of earned paid leave, which is what the statute says, is this now an additional 80 hours on top of this? So I have a question there. I was bogged down by the FAQ. So the FAQ for the earned paid leave is 17 pages long. This bill is less than a page, so I think it's lacking some detail that would be necessary for us to move forward. I am a fry cook, so a lot of pages. Usually I look for like a one pager. That's usually invited, but I think there's some more detail that may, how the devil's in the details. So I think we need to flush that all out. Please clarify for us, the employers, could the cost potentially be $1,000 per employee or more per year, or is it? It could add up to $10,000 for an average size restaurant, and obviously more for a larger place like DeMillo's. Another question would be, if I read it correctly, so this is an addition, I need a clarification. Is this an addition to the earned paid leave and the soon to be proposed FMLA? So some clarification would be the good there. This I'll call it a last minute bill, even though I know you've got a lot of work to do. You're trying to get it all done before the end of the session. It does have limited. I mean, I'm not surprised there's only a few of us testifying now, because wow, who can set aside that much time for this? Fortunately, the beauty of Zoom meetings for committees is great for us, that we can get other things done, as I guess you couldn't today. But I think there's a lot of details that need to be hashed out. And I think even Department of Labor, I guess you're going to hear from Mike Rowland next, so he can speak for himself. But I think they'll get a lot of questions that maybe they don't have answers to. We already have our own policies. I'll say most of us do. Employers have for COVID infected employees. We actually didn't even apply for any credits for COVID. We just paid people when they were out for COVID, and we absorbed the cost. And we're happy to have our workers, and happy to have them healthy and back to work. So something to consider, that the policy to be reimbursed or to be paid by the state, I believe, is what's been being proposed, is questionable what the dollar amount's going to be, and is there enough money set aside? And would you also answer for me sometime, is PTO affected by the program? It is not mentioned in the proposed statute. And I think that is the end of my questions. Thank you for your time, and appreciate your work on this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. DeMillo, and thank you for your time and patience tonight. Do you have any questions from the committee? Being none, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to kick it over to Mike Rowland from the Department of Labor, and then we have Peter Gore, followed by Jake Mitchell. And with that, Mr. Rowland, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, great. And I have testimony on both the bills in question. Should I just go ahead and read the testimony on both of them straight ahead?
We're trying to do two birds with one stone. Go right ahead.
I'll do it. Thank you. So starting out with LD 460, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Mike Rowland, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Labor Standards at the Maine Department of Labor. On behalf of the department, I'm offering this testimony in opposition to LD 460 as written. The department understands and sympathizes with the apparent intent of the bill, but has the following concerns about its structure. The section named in the bill, 876, is already taken by another section. And were it placed in the previous chapter, that would be subchapter 10, employment during extreme public health emergency, it could be labeled 875A. So just a technical fix that could be easily made. The bill as written seeks to create a paid leave system for one part of one sector, restaurant workers in the hospitality industry. It's important to note the complexities of paid sick leave and how much time, effort, and care must be given when creating a paid sick leave system. The department has not had enough time to thoroughly explore the implications of this aspect of the bill. The bill also fails to define restaurant. As a result, it could potentially apply to almost any convenience store, grocery store, big box store, ice cream stand, canteens, cafeterias, etc., that make or sell food such as sandwiches, pizza, and sundaes directly to consumers for immediate consumption or off premises. If this is the intent of the legislation, that should probably be clarified. In any case, the bill would likely increase the need for complaint investigations by the department. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the Wage and Hour Division has received over 1,200 calls and emails regarding COVID-19, of which more than 900 were questions directly related to paid leave. So it's reasonable to assume that we will receive many similar calls from restaurant workers and employers, and that would warrant
the need for additional staff. And for the above reasons, we urge you not to support LD 460 as written. I appreciate your time and be happy to answer questions now or at the work session.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, should I go straight on or should I wait for questions on that one?
I was waiting to see, but I'm out to answer. Why don't we do it all in one felt swoop? Sorry there. I jumped the shark, so please continue.
Okay, good call. Again, Senator Daughtry and Representative Sylvester and members of the Joint Standing Committee, my name is Mike Rowland, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Labor Standards at the Maine Department of Labor. On behalf of the department, I'm offering this testimony in opposition to LD 831, though it is our understanding that the sponsor may be introducing an amendment that could alter this position. Regarding LD 831 as proposed, we must state at the outset that the department appreciates the intense level of stress the pandemic has placed on the restaurant and hospitality industry and these critically important workers. From the bill, we understand that the sponsor seeks to establish a grant fund administered by the Department of Labor to further assist restaurants in recovering unanticipated labor costs incurred because of the pandemic. Though the pandemic, throughout the pandemic, the Mills administration has dedicated federal and state dollars to lessen the impact on Maine businesses. Over $273 million has been invested in strategies recommended by the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee and in the state's 10-year economic development strategy to mitigate the real impact on business. These investments include replenishing the Unemployment Trust Fund to prevent tax increases on employers and helping small businesses offer affordable health insurance to their employees. More recent investments in support of the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, MJRP, include the just announced $5 million in direct relief to more than 380 small businesses still dealing with the financial toll of the COVID-19 pandemic across Maine through the Maine Jobs and Recovery Small Business Grant Program. This bill would additionally require the Maine Department of Labor to develop formulas and eligibility guidelines for the grant program, including a process to prove that a company currently is or will, within 6 months of receipt of the grant, pay all tipped employees no less than the full minimum wage and participate in equity training developed by the department. If an employer fails to meet these requirements, the department would be required to recover the total amount of the grant plus a 3% penalty. With regard to training, the department is further required to include best practices to increase wages and around gender and racial equity, including models and case studies of equitable wage and tip structures. Implicit bias testing and training, assessment of the overhauling of hiring, training, promotion, and evaluation practices, and a calculator that helps the employer determine pricing options to profitable wage increases, and develop technical assistance to help restaurant owners develop a wage increase structure. While the department respects the focus on diversity and inclusion within the restaurant industry, the language appears repetitive of opportunities for grant support of small businesses, including a $5 million commitment in the MJRP to establish Business Diversity Technical Assistance Grant Program. This capacity building funding will enable organizations to increase their readiness to serve and support Maine employers in shifting their practices to create more inclusive and equitable environments for new and existing staff. The concept bill language is complicated, and the department has not had time needed to thoughtfully discuss and provide this bill its due diligence. As written, the Maine Department of Labor is poorly suited to execute the proposed, perhaps unnecessary legislation. Thanks for your time and consideration of my testimony. As a representative from the department will be available to participate in the work session when scheduled.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for waiting. I know it's been a long day, so
Thank you.
good rest of your night. Up next, we have Peter Gore, and after Peter Gore, we have Jake Mitchell.
Thought I hit the start of the video button. Sorry, I didn't. Good evening. I'm Senator Daughtry and Representative Sylvester and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I remain Peter Gore. I'm still the Executive Vice President of the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to speak in opposition to just LB 460. I'm limiting my comments to that one bill, and I won't take up a lot of time. It might interest you to know in the last year, the Maine State Chamber of Commerce has picked up over 100 new members as businesses. 95% of those are probably small business. And by that, I mean under 20 employees, and probably 90% of them are under 10. And interestingly enough, a number of those, a fairly significant number are restaurants. And that's not the reason we're necessarily opposing this bill, but it speaks to the fact that many businesses and many restaurants in particular have felt the sting of this pandemic more than other businesses. And thus we're unsure why the financial burden of this particular piece of legislation is falling on the restaurant community. And there are questions that, as I think even the sponsor pointed out, that remain unanswered. For instance, what right would the employer have to ask for proof or verification of an exposure or a quarantine or anything else in order to qualify for the leave? The fact of the matter is, as well, that even though this piece of legislation includes a grant, the amended piece of legislation includes a grant to pay for it, I believe that businesses would have to upfront the cost of the 80 hours of leave that someone would be entitled to, and then have to seek repayment from state government for those costs. And many small businesses simply can't afford for that kind of payout. And actually, as part of the group that worked on the earned paid leave law, this was the whole function of the earned paid leave law, to give employees up to 40 hours to use however they wanted. I would add that once I heard the sponsor say, once the fund ends, it goes away. But my experience is once you extend a program that benefits folks, it's very difficult to shut that off, even when the money goes away. And then the last thing I'd say is this, that if someone believes that they have been exposed to COVID-19 in their workplace, they are totally within their rights to file a workers' compensation claim and seek coverage under the Act for that exposure and sickness. Their medical benefits would certainly be covered if causality can be proved. And furthermore, if they're out of work for more than the 7-day waiting period, they're entitled to indemnity benefits as well. So with that, I'll end my testimony there and be glad to try and answer any questions that you folks have. And I appreciate your willingness to sit through a very long day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gore. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your patience. And I will
thank you.
Over to Jake Mitchell. Jake currently is the last one I have in the queue and may have the honor of closing out these two bills, which are not our last bills. We still committee have one more. But with that, I'm not seeing any hands going up in the attendee portion. So Jake, if you'll take us home on these two bills and carry on.
Sure, though I will say I'm not sure it's an honor to be the last one. Usually the phrase is, you hate to stand in the way of the committee and lunch. And for me tonight, it's I hate to stay in the way of the committee and bedtime. It has surely been a marathon of a day. So kudos to you all. Thank you for your service and your time. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Jake Mitchell. I live in Reedfield. I'm a partner at Mitchell Tardy Jackson Government Affairs, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Maine Tourism Association in respectful opposition to LD 460. My remarks, which can be found online, those under my name are actually Allison Soucy's, the COO and Director of Government Affairs for the Maine Tourism Association. And my remarks this evening were prepared more off of her previous drafting. And so we'll need a little bit more time to digest the new language But I will say MTA appreciates the sponsor's intent to assist restaurant workers. Nearly everyone in the restaurant business, both workers and employers, are struggling right now through the pandemic challenges and the workforce shortages. However, as Mr. Dougal and Mr. DeMillo pointed out, this legislation singles out just one type of industry, and no other types of businesses would have to make the accommodation proposed in LD 460. Further, the earned paid leave law, which Mr. Gore touched upon briefly earlier, was subject to extensive hearings, work sessions, deliberations, and a rulemaking process. And given how late we are in the second session, and certainly this evening, there was a lot of work given to EPL. And so my client has some concerns about the timing to make such proposed changes as in LD 460. The restaurant industry has some of the lowest profit margins across all industries. And the losses over the last 2 years, combined with inflation and the uncertain economic times, have challenged businesses, and many are struggling to stay open. So we would suggest that now is not the appropriate time to further stress an industry. That's the conclusion of my testimony on 460. I'll say very briefly for LD 831, we submitted testimony neither for nor against. We support some provisions of the bill, while others we take issue with. I understand there will be a work session with more time to discuss these matters. As I said, I hate to stay in the way of the committee and their bedtime, so I will conclude my remarks at that, and I'm happy to take any questions back to my clients that you all may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mitchell. Do we have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. We'll definitely follow up for the work session if we have any questions.
Thank you.
And last chance for anyone in the Zoom who wants to testify on either of these bills. Going once, going twice, and sold to closing the public hearings on LD 460 and LD 831. We have one more bill. We are so close. The end is near. We are going to open the public hearing on LD 463, an act to better house Maine residents. I'm going to kick it right back over to my esteemed House Chair, Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate all the committee hanging in here this long. This is another of those bills that I kept the title open in case we saw something that needed to be done. And so I'll explain it briefly. I'm again going to reserve my time to go through the bill in more detail since I've shortened the testimony that I put in today in order to be able, because I figured this was going to be the case. Senator Daughtry, esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee, thank you for letting me testify on LD 463, an act to better house Maine residents. The need for this bill was clearly seen in the committee's earlier bills dealing with arsenic and the program overseen by the Maine State Housing Authority. It's clear, and at this time of day, perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl, or PFAS, in the soil and groundwater for households is an enormous problem. This bill seeks to solve the problem of identifying PFAS in soil and groundwater at the point of sale of a property on which food will be grown. We heard during testimony that such tests can be up to $500. The Department of Environmental Protection oversees a remediation program, and this bill does not seek to replicate that program. What it's looking to do is to provide state-funded testing when a property that is intended as an agricultural operation or on which the owner intends to grow a substantial portion of their food or consumption, such as gardens, etc. So in short, if you're buying a house and you plan to grow food on it, whether commercially or for your own family, the state would provide a free test to test for PFAS in the water and the soil. As you know, the Maine people passed a constitutional right to food last year, and this bill seeks to build upon that right by allowing people to buy property with the knowledge of whether PFAS chemicals exist in the soil and water. It allocates $1 million from surplus funds to do so. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. Although what I'll say is just in further clarification, and I'll go into this in greater detail in the work session, but this is essentially a program much like arsenic, where people would apply to have their test funded, and Maine Housing would serve as the middleman to cash or to send out a check to the people who are doing the testing. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Sylvester. I'm going to kick it over to Representative Drinkwater, followed by Representative Bradstreet.
Aha, I beat Representative Bradstreet to the button, just like on Jeopardy. The good Senator Sylvester, when we sold our commercial property back in 2011, we had to do testing, site testing, to prove to the new owners that we had no contamination. Isn't, because of all the publicity that we're having around PFAS and farms, et cetera, wouldn't this be something that the new owners should ask the sellers to prove that there's not a problem with this land? And wouldn't that take care of the problem? And also the $1 million that we just recently asked for to test, couldn't that be applied to this situation also?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I didn't want to take, I'll do the second part first. I didn't want to take from what we were doing with arsenic, just to be perfectly honest. I felt like when we were having that discussion, that money was so key to being able to solve that specific problem. PFAS is a new problem. I think the DEP has a certain amount of money that they're using for remediation and testing. What I was hoping to do is to take sort of the nut that this committee deals with, which is housing, and take out that real estate exchange from being able from deleting from that program. And I think that a lot of folks, there is a lot of publicity now. I think that a seller could easily say no if they wanted to. But I wanted to make sure that the state was saying that this, in the same way that that the government did with tests of COVID or any of those pieces, that this is important enough that people know this going into a real estate deal, that the state has a public interest in making sure that those tests happen.
Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really a question, but more of a statement. I think the type of testing we're talking about can only be done out of state, from what I understand reading the newspapers. And I'm wondering, maybe you could sponsor a bill or put the money towards an in-state testing lab that could do this in the state of Maine. Keep the money home.
Do I agree? I do agree, Representative.
Agree with that.
Well done, everyone. Well done. I do want to jump in with Representative
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh, no, I was going to say you can go. I just wanted to say I do think there is another bill dealing with exactly what Representative Bradstreet just asked about. So I don't know if Mr. Langland wants to get us that for the work session, but I do believe LD 1911 or potentially a portion of the supplemental budget has something about increasing in-state testing. So if we could get that for the work session, it'd be super helpful. But I'll kick it back over to you, Representative Sylvester.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And I couldn't remember the number of the bill. And at this late hour, didn't want to say there was a bill if that bill had already been killed or moved along, but I appreciate that from the good senator. And and I think that in terms of housing is in such short supply, and the news articles that we've heard, particularly about agricultural interests that did not know that sludge had been put onto their land and all of those pieces. I just think there's a public interest. And so I'm putting this forward for discussion in large part to make sure that it gets covered somewhere, if not in this bill.
Thank you so much. And do we have any questions from anyone else on the committee? Do you have anyone left to, oh God, and there's a dog. I don't think the dogs want to testify on this measure. I am not seeing any further questions or testimony. Oh, wait, Mr. Jorgensen. Hold on, forwarding him over.
Yes, Mr. Jorgensen is here to testify.
Whew, glad I saw that. And I'll wait for Eric to come back on the flip side.
it would have been a tragedy if I waited this long and then didn't get in to testify on this bill. That would have been awful. So this is Eric Jorgensen here, testifying from the just myself and the cleaning crew here at Maine State Housing Authority, the largely deserted building. Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm testifying in support of LD 463 in its amended form. We would, however, like to suggest that this funding and this program would likely be more effective if it were housed in a public health agency or another office of state government more directly involved in the PFAS-PFOA issue instead of at Maine Housing. While we do provide remediation funding for certain water contaminants like arsenic, we do that work in response to water tests and things that have already taken place. And we would prefer to see this work conducted by an agency that already does or has access to this type of testing. The final report of the PFAS task force from 2020 indicates that the Maine CDC, the Maine DEP, and the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry are all actively working with the PFAS-PFOA issue. And while Maine Housing could probably jump in and organize such a grant program, we feel it would be better and maybe more efficient for the program to come out of an agency that's already gained expertise in this subject. And like others in this state, you know, we see the contamination of by these chemicals as a tragic environmental catastrophe that continues to deepen as more is learned about the extent of contamination. And I know, I was just going to say others who are testifying today, I don't know if there are any others who are testifying today, but others probably can provide a lot more technical context on this issue. But we would agree that this is a critical problem, has the potential to touch almost anybody with a private well. There is urgency here, and we believe that efforts to combat this pollution should be coordinated so that the response can be comprehensive and unified rather than having yet another agency manage a different part of it. So we look forward to working with the sponsor and others in state government to determine how best to deploy resources in the most efficient and effective way. And we certainly appreciate Representative Sylvester's bringing this issue forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jorgensen, and I'm going to blame it on the dogs for not seeing your hand go up. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps the last question of the evening. Wouldn't you agree that if, let's use a farm for an example, would you agree that if I'm selling my farm that as part of the real estate disclosure form that I would have to write down that perhaps the soil is contaminated?
It sounds like a good idea. I mean, I don't know the law with regard to that. I mean, I know there are certain things that are disclosed, and I would assume that would fit into that. But I don't really have enough knowledge on that, I'm afraid, Representative Drinkwater, to opine officially on that.
All right. Well, thanks for your testimony.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Jorgensen, and to the cleaning crew of the Maine Housing Authority company on this long wait. I do see 3 people left in the waiting rooms. Speaker Fecto or Steve DeMillo or Room 202 Audio would like to testify on this measure. This is your last chance. Okay, seeing none, I am going to close.
Room 202 Audio is ready to go to bed.
Oh yeah, Room 202 Audio, I can definitely understand wanting to go to bed. All right, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on LD 463 before we all completely vault. I just want to thank the committee members for a long day. I'm always proud of you guys, but I'm especially proud of you today. It's been a long haul. Now go take care of yourself and do something fun that doesn't involve the legislature. Hit reset, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Maddie. You stay cheerful. Good job staying cheerful.